we'll let him know.
Will you appear before Speaker too, for instance, because you were an eyewitness to
Why not? If I'm invited, I will. I was there. I mean, the video show. I went to pull my boss away. And hey, boss, let's go. This is just too much. Honorable Anodompe is a very respected leader. He's a very calm person. You would hardly see him in any form of altercation with any person. So I was really surprised. In fact, I was shocked. And so I would not say I have forgiven her. Personally, it wasn't against me. It was against my boss and therefore against the minority. And in fact, Parliament. Because I've heard someone like Honorable Gakpe, who has been very insistent on the need for her to withdraw and apologize and all of that. So I'm excited about members of Parliament on both sides supporting the view that the matter has to be dealt with. So it's not about me.
But what do you say to somebody who says she was triggered? Finally, she was triggered.
Triggered with what? I'm going to conclave.
That's Jerry Ahmed, Deputy Majority Whip. And of course, the point must be made that there is disagreement. The disagreement has got to do with how many individuals should be vetted today. As you are aware, and I'm sure as you have monitored, there are about 8 of them per the communication that went out. 8 individuals who are expected to be vetted today. Per my engagement with the minority, they expect 3, maximum 4. Nothing more, nothing less. And on that list of 3 or 4, it's not there. You can't find the Minister-designate for Foreign Affairs, Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa. And so, if you're wondering why the proceedings here have not started, this is the reason that there are disagreements as to how many people should be taken today. The Minister-designate for Employment, Jobs and Labour has been here. In fact, even before the 8 a.m. was advertised, he came here and then he had to exit. The chiefs, as you can see, have been seated. Some of them came here around 5 a.m. But of course, the committee has retired to a conclusion. I'm talking about leadership of the committee to judge on these disagreements. Like I said, the disagreements are to the effect that the majority side and then the committee, through the communication that went out, is expecting to vet 8 individuals. The minority side says no. We are aware of 3, maximum 4, nothing more, nothing less. And if they are pruning down the list, they talk about the fact that the Minister-designate for Foreign Affairs, Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa, is not on the list, and they have not prepared for him. And so, yes, the list as given, you have Rashid Pelpo, you have Murtala Ibrahim, and then you have Sam George. That's per what Jerry Ahmed told us is what he was aware of before retiring to bed yesterday. He's aware that there could be further engagement for an additional nominee to be added. But that additional nominee certainly is not the Minister-designate for Foreign Affairs, Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa. So call it a standoff, call it disagreement, you will not be wrong. But that's why the process has not yet started. And so I will take a breather and return, and when the committee is ready to at least usher in the vetting of Dr. Rashid Pelpo, who is headed for the Labour, Jobs and Employment Ministry.
country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people, and the love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality, inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. May I humbly invite the nominee to take his seat. Whilst the nominee is preparing to take the seat, I have few announcements regarding movement during the appointment committee public hearing. And I will need your attention to that regard. Parliament recognizes and appreciates the media for the extensive coverage they have so far given to the committee and wishes to commend the media for their professionalism since we commenced the public hearing to vet the nominees of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana. However, we must indicate that movement on the floor during proceedings have become a source of distraction to members, and consequently, we direct that there should be limited movements, especially behind the chairman and the nominee. Cameras should be positioned not beyond the first part of the table after the seat of the nominee to enable the cameras to capture the nominee, but should not interrupt the sitting arrangement nor block the view of members. 3, people using mobile phone to capture proceedings should not move beyond the cameras. Media personnel who are not members of the press corps and who are not also accredited for the coverage of these proceedings will need the express permission of the Media Relations Department to be granted access. Media personnel or other persons who have to move necessarily must make sure they do not cross live cameras or interrupt members who may be on the floor. We urge all to take note and comply with these directives to enable us to minimize movement on the floor during the hearing and for a smooth running of the proceedings. I thank you for your attention. Honourable members, let me add, our revered guests, we conduct the proceedings without clapping, because in Parliament we do not clap, and this is part of parliamentary proceedings. We will plead with you to take your seat in patience and listen to the proceedings, take part in the proceedings in silence. Honourable members, I would proceed to ask the clerk of the committee to administer the oath.
I,
Abdul Rashid Hassan Pelpo,
do in the name of the Almighty Allah swear
do in the name of the Almighty Allah swear
that the evidence I shall give before this committee touching the matter in issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
So help me God.
Honorable nominee, please tell us briefly in 2 minutes about yourself.
Well, my name is Rashid Pelpo. The long of it is Abdul Rashid Hassan Pelpo. I'm from Wa, and I attended all my schooling in Wa, basic, secondary in Wa, got my O-levels in Wa, got my A-levels in Wa Secondary School, both in Wa Secondary School. I went to the University of Cape Coast and took my first degree there in education psychology. Concurrently did a diploma in economics, after which I went to the University of Ghana at a later time to do a master's degree in international affairs and then a PhD in development policy and African studies. I have worked in various places. I worked with the National Youth Council as a district coordinator, as a regional coordinator, as the director of the Leadership Training Institute, Youth Leadership Training Institute, and then subsequently was appointed the Deputy National Coordinator in charge of Finance Administration at the head office. And then I left the National Youth Council, set up my own consultancy, 2022 up to 2024. By 2025, I was in Parliament as the Member of Parliament for Wa Central. In my first term, I was a Deputy Ranking Member for Youth. In my second term, I was the Deputy Majority Leader. But just before that, I was also appointed the Minister for Youth and Sports. And in the later regime of Excellency John Dramani Mahama, I became Minister for Private Sector Development, Public-Private Partnership. And presently, I'm still the Member of Parliament for Wa Central in the 6th term, and I'm the President of the African Parliamentarians Forum on Population and Development. So, now being appointed by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, very gracious and very thankful to him, and thanks to the Almighty Allah as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We proceed with the vetting questions by honorable members. It is my pleasure to start giving the floor to the subject matter committee members under our own standing order 2172. So I will start with the minority members of the subject matter committee, and on the list I have is Adelaide Ntim.
Thank you, Chair. Congratulations. Minister-designate. As the incoming Minister for Labor, Jobs and Employment, can you share your opinion with Ghanaians regarding the concept of the 24-hour economy proposed by the current administration? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The 24-hour economy is a policy initiative by the present NDC administration, proposed to the people of Ghana and accepted by them because they overwhelmingly approved it by the votes. It is a commitment to ensure that we engage the Ghanaian worker effectively within 24 hours and ensure that in the 3 working space of the 24-hour period we live, we have each period of working space, 8 years. We can engage people within that space of 8 years at within the period of 8 hours. And the 8-hour calculated in 3 space will give you 24 hours. But the whole commitment is about ensuring that we work tirelessly to ensure we reset this country. We commit ourselves to our total, to ensure we raise the economy to the point when Ghanaians can be satisfied. And our working class, the people working for the public service and for the private sector can earn what they deserve. So within 24 hours, there are a lot of institutions and organizations that can be occupied within this space of period or time.
Any further question?
I will follow up or
Please, you have the floor.
no, thank you.
Well, I will then give the floor to
Right, thank you very
Deputy
much. Honorable Minister, I accept, I think you have clearly defined the working hours are 8 hours, and within that space, within the 24 hours, it will be efficiently deployed into working. What I would like to find out is that as the economy pertains at this point in time, don't we have certain sectors of our economy working within that 24-hour cycle? I can easily cite the case of even the breweries. What makes this particular 24-hour economy so special? And how can it also reset the economy as you are talking about?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The concept and policy direction of it is to give vent to businesses, to make it not just a choice by the worker, but a policy decision by the state, to ensure that in doing so, businesses can be supported. Those businesses that were not in 24 hours can now be supported to join the rest. It's no longer going to be as and when I like it, but just when I like it and backed by government policy. So it is true that several organizations are already working 24 hours, and that's giving credence to the fact that we can get others to join them. One of the challenges that other businesses are facing working 24 hours is how much they can ensure security, and we say we'll provide the security. Is how much they can ensure enough capacity. We said we will support them with the capacity, and etc., etc. How much do we have enough money to pay for electricity? We said we will support it to do so. It's simply just to boost production, create more opportunity for our people to work, and to ensure that we reshape the economy in a manner that is going to be work-based and production-based. Thank you.
If we establish it as a policy, is it going to have a compulsory adherence? Because I believe the 24-hour, the need to work for 24 hours is always backed by demand and supply. If there's no demand for a particular service or goods, how do you develop a policy to drive this particular initiative? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with you. Largely will be driven by the need for it. And we believe that several organizations have the need for it, will want to have the 24-hour economy, operate within their working space, except that they don't have the ability, the capacity, the support, direction from government So we are targeting those organizations that will be willing to go the extra length in increasing production, by increasing employment, engaging our young people, and creating a situation where they can effectively be engaged. But this is largely for those who need it. And for government organizations, it will be backed by policy direction, meaning that there will be a certain compelling factor for some state public organizations to operate within that 24 hours. But for private people, it's a choice you can make. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll proceed to give the floor to Honorable Asante Boateng. Or you still have a substantive question? Please do.
Thank you, Chair. Minister-designate, women express their concerns on the need to increase maternity leave. What are your intentions when giving the nod in respect of this subject matter? Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
This is a very, very important area, and I think it deserves further discussions, but I support it as a person. I support the affirmative action law, which we just passed. I worked very hard to contribute to it. So it's an area that is interesting, and I believe many Ghanaians are going to support it. Thank you.
Any further question? Please, your last question, if this is not a follow-up.
Thank you, Chair. Minister-designate, what plans do you have to make the National Service Scheme more attractive in terms of the allowances and job content? Thank you, Chair.
I wish the National Service Scheme was under my direct care, but it's not. But I have an overall task of ensuring that the Ghanaian worker is properly engaged, and by the dictate of the Constitution, Article 24(1), it tells that we should ensure the safety, health, and fair conditions for every worker. So I think that it is on that grounds I will support any direction that will help increase the allowance of Ghanaian civil, national service workers.
Thank you, Chair. I'm done.
Thank you. A follow-up on the national service. Yes. But let me place this on record that it is now National Service Authority. We have passed the law. It's okay. The floor to Honorable Kwaku Asante Boateng.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Congratulations, my brother, for your nomination. And I want to put this on record that there's one appointment that I personally am happy and comfortable with, because all in gathered here, most of us here, about 70%, may not be able to handle that ministry. Handling Ministry of Employment and Labor Relations require some specific personality. But you look at the composure of my brother, Honorable Purple, his comportment ever since I've known him in this house. It takes somebody like him to handle labor matters. Like previously in the MPP government, we saw that of Honorable Ignatius Bafo Awua. And I must say that if you don't have that comportment and temperament and character, you will not be able to handle that ministry. So I believe the president was very careful, and it's a good nomination. I must say that. in selecting you to the Labor Ministry. And looking at your background, I have the belief that you have all that it takes to handle the ministry. But my first question, Honorable Chair, if you look at Section 13 of the Civil Service Act 1993, the ministry that you're going to handle, you're supposed to initiate, but if I have the indulgence of the chairman, I may read. Chairman, I want to read a quote from the session.
Go ahead.
Initiate and formulate policies taking into account the needs and aspirations of the people. That's A, 13A. B, undertake development planning in consultation with the National Development Planning Commission. And C, which is critical, coordinate, monitor, and evaluate the efficiency and effectiveness of the performance of the sector. All of us know that looking at the working force in government sector, we have about 688 employees. But we also realize that there's low productivity. But if you go further, one of your key or critical issues as a function is to ensure fair and equitable wages and salary for employees of all sectors in the economy. In the light of low productivity, even some are advocating that we may have to even reduce.
Honorable Asante-Botin, your question, please.
How do you, in the context of low productivity of the public sector, try and ensure that there's fair and equitable wages for the sector? Looking at the low productivity of the sector at well, how do you superimpose the two?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sure you are talking about fair payment for work done. Yeah, and the need to reconcile the fact that you are producing, you may not be producing hard enough to earn what you are doing, and how do we reconcile it? I think it's a major area we will tackle, and I'll be very happy to be, I'm happy I'm going to do it if you do approve my nomination, because it's a big question for all Ghanaians. You have quoted the number to less than 700 of public service workers. In the last visit to the ministry, they told me it's about 800. And given the 800 and given the output and the expenditure we make on production, we make in paying our workers, then you begin to wonder whether we should do something about it. I know that the Ghanaian worker is very conscientious, very hardworking, very committed, but we need a kind of policy direction to help him to produce more, so we can pay and know that we are paying something worth the while. So thank you. It's an area, very, very important area, and I thank you for this question. We would be committing ourselves to working at it.
Thank you very much. You are entitled to. Yes, please. Do.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. In the light of the answer that you just gave, people normally see Ghanaian workers as magicians in terms of what we earn every month. Meanwhile, when you look at the production aspect of it, it doesn't match. In your own way, how do you think we will be able to make the Ghanaian worker happy and work to the optimum
Thank you very much, Honorable Nominee.
I have very full confidence in the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission as an organization that can help harmonize the policy and ensure that we get the best out of what we put in our workforce. I will definitely work with them to see how we can do it, because it is a complex issue. You are dealing with huge numbers of people. You are dealing with huge numbers of organizations. You want to create a situation where for each single person working, there is an output worth the while, worth the input. So it deserves a lot more thinking than just a direct answer I will give you. But I can assure you that it is something that I'm going to work very hard with the Fair Wages Commission to see how we can deal with it. Because it's also a constitutional issue. Thank you.
Any further questions?
Honorable Chair, how many follow-up questions can I have?
You are entitled to one follow-up question.
Okay.
Then please move to your second substantive.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Let me move to my second question. Honorable Nominee, when you look at your sector as a ministry with all departments under your outfit, we realize that you have a total number of 547 employees. The Ministry, Labor Department, Department of Cooperatives, National Pension Regulatory Authority, and all others. Of this, we realize that the male staffers constitute 65%, and that of female is 35%. But you look at the workforce by our population census 2021, we realize that we have a population or a workforce of 14.3 million or 14 thereabouts. It's out of this that we have the public sector engaging 668,000, which works out to about 4.65%. The remaining is for the private sector. You realize that the private sector constitutes the huge chunk of our labor force. What are you bringing on board as a minister, if you are approved, if you are given the nod, to ensure that the private sector is able to absorb more and more of Ghanaians into their fold?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In Ghana, we are developing a system of recording all vacancies available in all organizations, public and private sector, in the form of the labor market information system, which we will operate to cover everybody, to cover every sector in Ghana, in the public sector. What I will do is to encourage the private sector vigorously, to encourage the private sector to be part of it, to be part of the overall harmonizing effect of recording in a big data all working institutions, all institutions, and creating all the vacancies that are available in the institution, publishing those vacancies in the information system, and allowing advertising for people who are looking for jobs to be able to look in and be able to apply for those jobs. Now, once that system is in place, you will be having direct contact with the private sector. You will find which areas in the private sector are where are available for jobs for the people, of Ghana, and you will work to encourage those areas. And indeed, what I want to encourage my government to do is to ensure that we embark on a system of providing support for private sector inputs into the economy, creating opportunities for people to get credits and investing in those credits, and therefore creating opportunities for people to get jobs. And then, you know, in a snowball effect, also creating the wealth of the country through taxes into the consolidated fund. So actually, the private sector is not differentiated from our economy. It's a very key concept, part of our economy. And so encouraging them to do anything.
Honourable Member, be brief in your answer. Kindly be brief in your answer.
So we will encourage them to produce as much as they can, and we will support them. Thank you.
Your Honourable Chair, follow-up question on that. Thank you, Chair. As a follow-up question to that, I gave you the numbers with regards to employees within your outfit, which is a total of 5,647. And the indications are 65-35 in proportion, male-female. But when you look at the population census, we are almost the 2021 census indicate that female are 15.6 million and males 15.2, almost 50-50. How do you ensure that you create that balance between male and female employees within your outfit and all over Ghana? I believe the women here are listening to you and your wife.
Honourable Member, I will allow that question, but treat it as a substantive question. The gender balance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this is something we have taken care of in our manifesto, and we call it leveling up, creating a balance between female, male, youth, adult, creating an avenue for all of them to be involved, and creating equity in job creation and in employment avenues. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'll proceed to give the floor to Honorable Yusuf Suleimana.
Chairman, I'm very grateful. Honorable Dr. Alhaji Rashid Pelpu, congratulations.
Thank you.
Doctor, you are a role model. And for some of us today, we should eulogize you. Your humility, your honesty, but your competence is not in doubt. And so I'm not surprised that the President selected you for this strategic ministry. You've been a counselor for some of us, an inspiration for many, many northern young politicians. We can only wish you well. Inshallah, the good Lord will barakatuh. Chairman,
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. No. Two subject matter committee members. Honourable members, I recognize another subject matter committee member in the person of Honourable Frank Afriye. You have the floor.
Chairman, I'm so grateful, and with your leave, let me congratulate and wish my senior brother all the best. Indeed, you are proceeding, and by the grace of God, we shall be heading a ministry that is largely seen as contentious. A lot of labor agitations, salary issues. Meanwhile, I fully associate with the earlier speakers on the observation that you are indeed a role model for those of us who are more inclined to toe the path of diplomacy and to be gentle and soft-spoken like yourself. However, the average Ghanaian out there, how would they be convinced that you have what it takes to balance the two, leading a ministry that will be hot, and you yourself, you are averagely soft-spoken and cool-headed? What is your biggest tool yet in your toolbox?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, this is a question that requires my overall personality input into a system that is often and sometimes populated with lots of agitation. I believe that if you are quiet, if you are gentle and you are thoughtful, it's easy to find answers to many, many problems. One of the greatest problems we have in this world is that where you are in confrontation with somebody and both of you are angry, you can't solve the problem. Somebody has to be thoughtful and quiet. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further question?
Chairman, best wishes to him. No further question.
Thank you. I will proceed to give the floor to Honorable Patrick Yaubama.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and congratulations to our senior colleague, Honorable Rashid Pelpo. I have 3 questions for him, and the first one, I'll proceed to lay the foundation to that question, a very important one. It's on pensions. And since the inception of Act 756, Act 766, that's the Pensions Act, as amended under President Kofi, which significantly sought to unify all the pension regimes, including doing away with the then Cap 30. Just to refresh your memory a bit, Cap 30 has been in place since 1950 under the British Colonial Ordinance, and that's Ordinance 42, popularly known as Cap 30. The rationale and objective for the unification was, among other things, to improve retirement benefits as well as to ensure equitable contribution of all manner of employees, both government and private sector employees. To date, governments haven't been able to implement the unification program, resulting in injustice to some sections of the Ghanaian workers at the expense of others. For example, all workers under the security services do not contribute to their pensions and still enjoy the benefits under Cap 30, while employees with the civil service, Ghana Education Service, Ghana Health Service, Judicial Service, Parliamentary Service are contributing to their pensions. With this background, would you consider, as a matter of fairness and justice to all employees, to ensure the unification of this? Thank you.
Thank you. Definitely, I will consider working towards a unification being a point of understanding that will create lesser controversy from institutions and organizations negotiating on their own at different levels. If you have a uniform and unified approach, I'll go in for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
As a follow-up, so you are assuring the good people of Ghana and the working public of this unification that we spoke about?
As I'm still not the minister, but I'm giving my own opinion. If it coincides with the thought structure of the ministry, I definitely will go in for it. Thank you.
Okay, I ask because government spends over 300 million cedis in pensions in some of these areas. And let me shoot straight to the second question, Chairman. I know you are in a rush, and we are here to work. So allow us some space to ask some of the questions, Chairman. The second one is, Rashid Pelpo is our senior colleague. He's very, very good. So let's do some business. The second question is on the single spine salary structure. And in 2009, between 2009 and 10, under Professor Mills, the president of Ghana, may so rest in peace, he inherited a single spine salary structure. For equity and fairness, and on the background of low salaries for workers, for some reason, some services such as the judicial service, audit service, the GRA have opted out of the single spine salary structure, leading to agitations from other services, particularly the civil and local government service, who went on strike so many times in 2024 because of this. I don't know if you recall. What is the NDC government going to do with regards to the new salary structure being demanded by CLOSAG, and whether or not you grant same for them?
Thank you very much. I know that this is one of the key areas of concern and still under negotiation, the review of the single spine salary scheme. And I would plead for your support. I will join my colleague Ghanaians who are within the space of the labor industry, so we can finally get to a point when a review can take place, so we can have a satisfactory response from the NDC government to the many questions posed in that request for review. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any follow-up on that, but I'll go on and ask my last question. Honorable Jisa wants me to finish my question, but I don't know what the problem is. It's on Act 651. I'm sure you are familiar with it, the Labor Act. And some employees suffer all forms of harassment and violence at workplaces. And I would want you to tell Ghanaians some of the gaps within Act 651, especially on harassment and violence at workplaces. You hear some big private sector players beating their employees, women complaining here and there at workplaces. What are some of the gaps reading through Act 651 that you've identified, that you'll be sending a proposal to Cabinet for a review of this very important act? Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, Act 651, the Labor Act, is the overall definition of our approach to labor. These issues he has mentioned are not gaps in that act. What it is our inability to implement fully the directives, the legal instruments that are found in that act. But I understand that because of changing effects of labor workplace reforms, because of issues about technology coming into our work life, and etc., there will be the need to look at it again to see how we can review it to commensurate with present changes and effects. And he, being a lawyer and a friend, I'm very sure with his deep interest in it, he will be a key person we can target to produce, to get resource, as a resource person in this effect, to try to get the Labor Acts reviewed and maybe amended. Thank you.
I have just a follow-up on this, maybe for a fee when I'm consulted. Will you, from what you said,
Baba must prosper.
Rightly so, Chairman. With all that you've said, would you consider increasing the retirement age from the civil service and the public service?
Mr. Chairman, there's a lot of talk about increasing the retirement age now. Some say up to 65, some say up to 70. They are still strong. Why should they retire? I think it should come as a result of a harmonious decision. We would need, as Ghanaians, to reconsider or to consider whether it is time for us to do so or not. A minister, somebody who is nominated and facing the possibility of being accepted or rejected, might not be able to make a strong point there. But I will go along with the many who will pose a view that there is a need for a reform, given our economy and our capacity to deal with it. Thank you.
My senior brother, congratulations. Katuma.
Oh, Abison, thank you.
Thank you very much. I proceed to recognize Hajia Ladi Ayamba, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me proceed by congratulating the nominee. I have, for not less than 30 years, observed your demeanor. I'm not surprised about it. The issue of being slow, gentle, diplomatic, and whatnot has never affected your output. So for me, I know you will do it as expected. And inshallah, you will do it. By the grace of the Almighty Allah, you will do it. But there is a very simple question I want to ask. And Mr. Chairman, let me precede it by the 24-hour economy. And the fact that started now. That started.
Honourable member, address the chair. Please proceed.
So the 24-hour economy is a very laudable policy that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, I know, will ensure that it happens, it works, and it's something we are all looking up to. We are aware that the 24-hour economy will ensure job creation. One of the areas that our opponents hyped and spoke about so much was Agenda 111, which is supposed to be doing with hospitals. We have a lot of backlog of nurses and doctors waiting, and we have so many hospitals running with either 2 or 3 doctors. Even our chief compounds that have more or less turned into clinics, health posts, sometimes even hospitals, if you may take it, need more nurses or doctors. You go to a hospital and then you are told that the doctor just closed, so you have to wait for 8 hours, or you will be coming tomorrow. Will you consider, under the 24-hour economy, although the MPP hyped Agenda 111 and the president told us in his State of the Nation address that they were able to complete, the former president, they were able to complete only 3. Will you consider bringing them on board and ensuring that the 24-hour economy will make you bring in all the nurses and doctors and staff that are needed, and that you will divide the long hours being spent by this health staff to about maybe 8 hours each, so that they run shift and then they are able to attend to our people. Will you consider looking at that? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, yes, I will consider so, given the fact that we have a responsibility to create jobs and to employ our young people in these areas. Thank you.
Congratulations once more, and I wish you all the best. Be guided.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I move to Ritana Odolesoa. Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I wish to congratulate Honorable Rashid, my senior brother, for his nomination by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama. Honorable nominee, there are lots of people out there looking for jobs, but sometimes we find out that children are used for certain jobs. My area of concern is children who are especially sent to go fishing, where they abandon their education. What do you intend to do about that? Thank you.
Our labor law is against child labor, and so we are going to be up and doing to ensure that the right things are done. Children are not engaged in doing adults' work. Children are not young adults. They are children. We have to respect that. We have to bring them up to grow to be responsible adults and not to degrade them by putting so much heavy load on them whilst they are still supposed to be learning. And so it is something that we can work on. It's a key area of our enterprise in the labor industry.
Thank you. You have more questions. Please go ahead and ask.
Thank you, Chairman. And before my other question, I believe we have to take a serious look at it, because when you go to the fishing communities, these activities are ongoing. Honorable nominee, in the area of employment, we have the private sector also supporting government in employing our people. But one area that is of keen interest to me is the private security. People are employed, but sometimes they are not paid according to the minimum wage. And I want to find out from you what you intend to do regarding these private security companies. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think that if we agree on a minimum wage, the law is that it cuts across every organization. You shouldn't pay below that minimum wage. So if we find anybody doing so, you'll be subject to questioning. And if you violate the law, you'll be prosecuted. We may not prosecute you, but it's important for you, for us to take it up to the levels where the right things are done. Ghanaians should not be cheated. We know how much the minimum wage is, just about 18.5 Ghana cedis. And if you can pay up to that, then it will bring many, many questions on your kind of organization. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman. On this note, I wish to congratulate you. A lot has been said about you, and that is very true, your temperament. And I know you are going to take that into the ministry and ensure that you are going to work well with His Excellency and the people of the Republic of Ghana. God bless you.
Thank you.
Honourable members, fortified by Standing Order 2177, I proceed to recognize Deputy Whip.
Thank you, Chairman. Congratulations. I think I will also join my colleagues to say that you've been not only a leader, but a father to many of us in the chamber. Chairman, my question to him, I intend not to ask you a question because you are a six-time member of parliament, a former leader of parliament, a former minister, you know, you have it all. But there was some news that I cited in some section of the media, to the effect that you said youth who are unemployed in our country can go and cut grass where they breed animals or gather stones and sell where there are buildings. I want a clarification. In which context did you say so? And the first question should be if actually you said so, and if yes, in which context?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, if this question were not asked, I wouldn't have been happy at all. Mr. Chairman, I was at Newsfile. I think it was 2015 or so, and Ghana was getting hot. Campaigning was on for the elections, 2016 general elections. I went to Newsfile and I was asked a question. It was about job creation and about getting people to be employed. I explained that whilst I was coming, I met a specialist, and he explained to me that everybody can work. And when he said so, he cited those examples. He said that if people are not employed, if people want to be employed, they can be employed on their own. Even if they have no education, they have no skill, they could still work. And he cited the example of a person living close to a place where buildings are being constructed. And he said, if you live within that space, that area, and you feel you are unemployed, you can create a job for yourself. He didn't say graduates, because I heard people saying, I said graduates. I never said that. So that person said, for persons who are unskilled and not educated, and you live close to a place where construction is taking place, you could gather the stones there. You could gather stones there. At the time, stones were, the trip of stones was about 1,200 Ghana cedis. And he said, if you did so, those stones could be sold and you earn something for yourself. And then he also said that if you live in a place where there are breeding animals, with such a person as I described, you could also cut grasses and sell to those people, and you will earn something. In this sense, that single person who has no education and no skill can still be employed by himself. So I cited that, and then they captured the part I was explaining that alone and used it a lot. I realized I saw it a lot in the 2016 campaign against NDC, that I said they should go and cut grasses, graduates should go and cut grasses and then, collect stones and all that. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I know what I was talking about. And when I realized that people were misunderstanding and misusing it, I was looking for the full tape to play so people can see what I was saying. And I was also looking for the gentleman who gave me that idea to come to Joy News or Joy FM and speak about it. The man cannot be found. So when I saw him the other time, I said, you gave me this idea, I brought it up, and then I'm running into problems. You won't come and explain. I wish he were here. He's, do you want me to call his name? You were there when I was blaming him the other time. At Alaji's house. So, Mr. Speaker, it is simply not the case that I'm saying graduates should do so. I was just quoting somebody and trying to encourage my Ghanaian fellows that if you are a nurse and you have the skill, you are better off. You go to a community where there are no nurses, you can set up something on your own. If you have money and you go to a town where vehicles are not sold, you can buy vehicles and send them for sale. If you go to a place where there's a particular product that the people consume a lot, you can go and produce that product and send it there. That's a bigger form of it. That was just a basic example. Other examples could take place. If you go to a place where there are no computers, You can send computers there for sale. If you go to a place where people don't have electronic anything, you can go and set up an industry there. It is to give perspective to the Ghanaian workforce, so we can find within ourselves the capacity and the means to earn a living. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further question?
Yeah, Chairman, a follow-up on this one. Your explanation is clear. And then now I think you being sent to a ministry that's in workers' welfare and the rest. Will you consider the grass cutting and the stone gathering as part of the 24-hour economy to help reduce unemployment?
Honorable nominee, I wonder if you can cut grass in the night, but I will give you the floor.
Mr. Speaker, you know, somebody called me from his constituency the last time and said, you said something and people misunderstood you. And he said, I swear to you, I'm now a graduate because I grew up and saw my father carrying leaves for sale. I grew up, and as a student, I work on it, and it has helped me, and I'm a student. I'm a graduate from his constituency. But this is not the kind of 24-hour economy we are talking about. We are talking about every enterprise that will require work to produce. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it's one of the key areas under negotiation right now, and I will be able to respond to it when I get into the ministry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, I won't ask any third question except to say that we wish you well, and we know you continue to guide us as you guide us. You always show leadership. Even coming back to the 9th Parliament, I was surprised because my sister GHOne put a very spirited fight to take you off. But at the end of the day, you still show that you are a leader. But we beg you, don't come back again. Let GHOne come back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Under the same provision in our standing order, I recognize Jerry Shaib.
Thank you very much, my very respected chairman. Mr. Chairman, just a follow-up on Honorable Ritana Odolesowa's issue on child labor. So we have about 160 million children involved in child labor globally. In Ghana, as we speak now, the percentage for child population between 5 to 17 years, it's about 21%, which is alarming. I recently watched a documentary on CNN, and it was somewhere in the Volta region, and it was specifically about fishing. I want to know, first of all, what accounts for this problem of child labor, in your view? And how do you practically intend to provide some solid solutions to child labor? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, a few years ago, Mensa Bonsu was still our majority leader. Mensa was asked to lead a group. Key areas was that they won't buy our cocoa because we use child labor. We are transferring money into the European Union illegally, and etc., etc. So I went with the two plus plus 3 other members of parliament, and we went to the European Union. Their key concern was with the issue of child labor. One of the solutions, one of the explanations we gave was that in Ghana, when a man is going to farm, they take their children and they go to work. When you go to see them, you don't say they are engaged in child labor. If a man is a blacksmith and then he goes, or let me say, a plumber and he's going to work, sometimes he gets the child to carry his things if he's on holidays, and they go and work and then come back. Now it is a work culture, and that has progressed into present work conditions where people take their children to work. But beyond that is the fact that sometimes people particularly go for children and take them to rivers and sea to go and look for fish in very, very traumatic conditions. And tragic conditions, because sometimes they die and sometimes they beat them. Growing up becomes a problem. So it is part of the labor law, 2003 labor law 651, that we need to eliminate child labor in our workforce, and we need to make it a criminal offense so that nobody can do it and go free without reason, any reason at all. That will be given by the violator of using child labor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So definitely I will make sure it becomes a priority area in my commitment to create any value at the ministry. Thank you.
Honourable members, I was part of that delegation, and it was interesting to note that from the European Union Parliament to visit our ambassador, we saw a child and a father on a tractor plowing at Brussels. Thank you very much. Do you have any other question?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I should have mentioned you because you were a key member of that group of people.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My very respected Honorable Minister-designate, do you have a government land? Have you acquired a government land?
Mr. Chairman, whilst I was the ranking member for lands and forestry, at the end of, during the 4 years, we were informed that every single time the land committee was operating, at the end of the period, the Lands Commission would salute you, thank you by giving you a piece of land. So they offered us a piece of land. I have not acquired it yet. It's about some 4 years now. I have made attempts to acquire it. They are saying they will do the papers for me. I haven't got the papers yet. But I hope that if I make the necessary effort, I would acquire it. Thank you.
And I agree with you. I don't think it's a problem to have it least engrossed in your name for the period you served on whichever committee you claim. Just my last question. We've had issues of foreigners in our workspace, and the complaints that we numerously get is the maltreatment to the Ghanaian people who are working for most of these foreigners. One of which is harassing them, another is beating them, another is underpaying them, and all manner of maltreatment. Is there any assurance from you that these people, under your watch, are going to be safer and better off wherever they are finding themselves? Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, human rights is one of the areas I particularly show direct interest. In fact, when I even watch television and I see people suffering elsewhere, it hurts me. And right in my own country, it is something I will want to enforce, that people must have rights to work, they must have right to safety, workplace abuses must not happen. It's against the law and should not happen. So in whatever way I can do to make sure we eliminate it, I will do it. So I have a personal attachment to safetyness and, and the rights of people, wherever they are. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I then proceed to give the floor to Honorable Alasan Umar.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Alhaji, congratulations. I know with your demeanor and gentility, the Labor Ministry is going to be very calm, even though you're going to see a lot of agitations. My question to you is in relation to our manifesto, the resetting agenda. If you look at, I think, pages 26, it talks about National Employment Trust. And this National Employment Trust will fund SMEs operating 24-hour in the following sectors. All what I want to know is, are you prepared to help His Excellency implement this? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, His Excellency has great vision for this country, and I'm prepared, definitely, to be part of it, and I'm happy I'm being considered to be part of it. So the answer is yes.
Thank you, and I wish you well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Bahama Shaibu.
Chairman, let me thank you for the opportunity. Honorable Dr. Alhaj, my senior bro, congratulations. A well-deserved nomination. Many on this table have recounted your very good attributes. Indeed, trust that I want to ask a question about your integrity and your competence that you have earned and you have bagged it. What many don't know, and indeed the NDC needs to celebrate you, is that today, just like religion, elect under you as an executive when you were forming 10 on the campus of University of Cape Coast. Thank you so much for that. We have said a lot. My learned friend Patrick took it through Act 651 on the harmonizing and then harassment. Let me move away from there briefly. My other learned colleague brought it to the labor front in terms of harassment by foreign entrepreneurs. Now let's go back to the external. In recent times, you will have companies advertising for labor for people to be sent abroad for greener pastures. Indeed, there are many of them dotted on the internet. Some you cannot even trace to their offices. Now, innocent Ghanaians will normally apply, pay huge sums of money. Now, for some, apart from being duped or defrauded, the unfortunate ones who will find their way out to these so-called greener pastures are subjected to horrifying conditions. And footages on social media for the past 3 years would show horrifying accounts of some Ghanaians who in the name of labor, going for greener pastures. People take them there, they don't know what to do. They get there, their passports are confiscated, and they are subjected to various forms of
dignified question, please.
Honorable Minister nominee, I know this has been brought to your attention, or you have stated. Please tell us what you will do, what policy you would put in place to curb or curtail this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have already indicated that Act 651, 2003, labor law is very categorical in pointing out that child labor is unacceptable within the province and working environment in this country is not allowed. So the policy you are asking for will be defined in accordance with the principle of law stated very clearly in that respect. And I will want to make sure we enforce it to the letter, to a logical conclusion where people who are cited doing so will be punished in accordance with the law. So it will serve as warning to any other person who would be thinking of doing so, or who would be involved in doing in such a practice. Thank you.
Any further questions? Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Nominee, organized labor in recent times has not been that organized. Agitations here and there. Not sure whether it is a legislative problem or a question of practicality. You have studied the labor law. I know you have gone through it. What areas do you think are worth noting and looking at in response to organized labor? Thank you.
I think that it's normal in the stream of things to find people agitating for more, because society is dynamic. Changes occur all the time. The wealth of the city fluctuates. So as we go along, people are found not to be getting the worth of their input. So there are agitations and requests to increase and all that. So these things are normal. They will happen all the time. What we would do is to understand this trend of affairs, first of all, and then to now tackle the issues as and when they present themselves. It will not be easy to give any firm response to it at this particular instance. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, let me wish the honorable nominee Allah's blessings and Allah's guidance in your new role. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, I proceed to give the floor to Honorable George Kwaku Ricketts Hagan, Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to add my voice in congratulating my brother, Dr. Rashid Purple. Doc, congratulations. I'm going to just take you back just one question, and then maybe there'll be a follow-up if there need be. And I want to take you back to where Patrick left off in terms of the Act 766, which is that established the National Pensions Regulatory Authority. Now, I'm talking about the supervisory role of MPRA. You know, MPRA is supposed to be the supervisor of all the pension, schemes and institutions, including SNIT. SNIT was actually set up before the MPRA. Recent events that we are all aware that happened, at SNIT, which is quite unfortunate, in our attempt to offload some of its assets. And it looks as if the regulator hasn't really got the muscle to provide its, supervisory role. Would you tell us what you will do to make sure that MPRA assume its rightful role of being the regulator of the pensions industry, including SNIT, which has obviously been around since inception and seems to be the bigger player in the industry? Thank you.
Well, the law has given MPRA a complete power of regulation of the operations of pensions, the scheme, at all levels, tier 1, 2, 3. And so I don't know what I can say beyond the law that function that provides it to produce those functions that it operates with. So I will only say that when I get in there with your approval, I'm going to study further the issues to see whether it's exercising its full role or not, and if there are any lapses, whatever can be done to help us, repair those lapses, I will definitely help to do it. It has to function as a regulator, and that function cannot be undermined and should not be undermined by anybody. Thank you.
Okay, then my other question, I was going to make it a follow-up, but I think I should make it a second question. And that is to do, again, with the Act. Since the new Pensions Act actually started, and because of the ratios that were done, SNIT now gets less money than it used to when it was dominant, the only and the dominant player in the industry. As a result of that, the contributions that come to SNIT looks like it's actually not adequate to pay for pensions, though it gets invested, to pay for people who are on retirement today. And that figure seems to be going down. And I think there had been, ILO had said that if care is not taken in the next 5 to 10 years, the payment of pension will become a difficult area for people who have gone on retirement. What is your view on that? I don't want to say opinion. What is your view on that? And what would you try and do when you get to the ministry to make sure that that issue is addressed? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, even before I take office, this thing was brought to my attention. I have investigated. I invited somebody to discuss it with me. He disputed the fact that the Senate is going down. He explained to me that at this very moment, Senate is beginning, payments of pensioners have matured and they are spending money. So the overall cash element of Senate is coming down. But also that because of the reducing value of the CD, it has an effect on the totality of the money that is available, the worth of it. But he said as they're paying and retiring people, more people are getting in, so Senate will not go down. But unfortunately, it does appear to me Senate is no longer part of the Ministry of Labor, Jobs and Employment. And so I will maybe work with the Minister for Finance so we can ensure that no lapses occur in that. Thank you.
follow up on that. So let's get it clear. MPRA is still under Labor, Jobs and Employment, and SNIT is under Finance. Is that your understanding?
Yes, that is it.
No further question. I'm sure you will find out when you get there what the situation with our pension is. And I know and I trust that you will be able to resolve the problem. You have the demeanor, the calmness, the diplomacy, the temperament and everything that we, earlier people who asked you questions have mentioned. We all know that. And I have no doubt in my mind that you'll be able to deal with labor issues and all the things that come with it. I wish you well, and congratulations again, my brother. Thank you.
Thank you.
I will now give the floor to the Deputy Minority Leader, Deputy Ranking Member, and now available ranking.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm taking this opportunity to congratulate I'll call him my mentor. If anybody has been interested in my progress and my work in Parliament, I will name one person, that is Honorable Pepper, who has always been encouraging me, dragging me to committees, especially with the population census. We started together, and he was always encouraging me to do what is right and encouraging me to take up certain path. And I'm very grateful for that kind of encouragement. But we'll just have some few conversations as we move ahead. Because there are aspects of your life that people must know over there. Then I'm looking at your CV. And looking at your CV, I have one very interesting question for you. Honorable, you are a Muslim. Should I confirm that from you? Are you a Muslim?
Yes, I am.
Yes. Since this is a house of record, I just saw on your CV that you are married without telling me whether it's 1, 2, or 3, or whether you're going to add me to the bunch that are already out there. And so you are married. And how many wives do you have? Please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two wives in my life.
Thank you very much. And you are sure the 6 children are all the declared properties you have? Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I have 5 from one very committed, dedicated woman, a lawyer, and the second one from another one who is also a very committed, dedicated lady.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nomni. Honorable Nomni, I also noticed that you can speak so many languages, about 4 languages, about 4, and you have rightly described them, because I don't think I've ever heard you speak French, but you indicated it's a fair spoken, but you also wrote that you can read and write, but you use the word fair. How fair is your French in terms of writing, the writing of French and then the speaking of it?
Yeah, I studied French in secondary school up to a point. But when I was reading my master's for international affairs, I chose French as a language of study. So I have fair knowledge of French, just fair.
This is on the lighter side. I'm looking at your publications. You have written very interesting books. The first one is The True Meaning of Life, and the second one is a review of the George Orwell's Animal Farm and Chinua Achebe's Man of the People. I'm sure most of us here have gone through the phase of reading these books. Would you like to share the import of all these publications? I think it will be a very interesting thing for us all to know. Thank you very much, each of them. Thank you.
Well, True Meaning of Life is a collection of poems. I write a lot of poems. It's my first publication on the poetry I write. I pick it from the political life of Ghanaians, political life of the people I meet. Poetry is about inspiration and recount of the inspiration in manners that you believe will be comported, but if read, can be expanded in the minds of people. So I have written about philosophy, the philosophy of life in the book, poems on that, about love, about Africa, and the challenges we face as a people. Those are all captured in poetry and are in that book. I can give. The book has been studied, has been reviewed and approved for the GES. I sent it to them, they reviewed it, and it's been approved for GES. Just that I haven't gone ahead to get it published and spread in that direction. Then the next one you mentioned is about the George Orwell and then Chinua Achebe's Man of the People. If you look at it, you say you write is Rashid Pelpo et al., meaning with others, with somebody else. Because of my deep love of poetry, or the arts, I've read a lot. And in those books, you will find that each of them treats a life of society from the political perspective, and how that, when you read it, it shapes up in defining how society looks like. So I picked it out from there, and then got the political sphere they point to. And then this other guy who I worked with also put the artistic value in it. And so you have an article published in one of the best journals in the world.
Thank you for sharing that. Yeah. On page 2 of your CV, I would say the third item, which is the international appointments and positions. I noticed that you are still holding the position of the African Parliamentarian Forum on Population and Development. And then you are still also holding on the Global Climate Alliance position. What does that mean in terms of your current appointment? Does it mean you are going to step down, or you still hold the position, or you are going to make a recommendation for some members of Parliament to continue the good works which you have done? Thank you.
Yeah, on the African Parliamentarians Forum on Population and Development, I was elected in Ethiopia in 2022. It's an elective position, and it involved almost all African countries involved who sent their representatives, and I presented myself, first elected as the West African president, and then I got onto the African scene and was elected as the president for African Parliamentarians Forum. But it's a 3-year term and ends this year. I don't hope to continue. I don't hope to contest again. I will encourage somebody else to contest. In fact, I won it for the rest of West Africa, not just for Ghana. I was elected as presented by West Africa. I contested the elections and won. So if I'm not the president now, possibly the president is going to come from South Africa, because at a point they stepped down for me. They could have challenged me, but after presentations and all the others, they decided not to contest me. So possibly they will come on board. The president will come from South Africa, possibly. So, but the other one, I was appointed an envoy for Africa for climate change in Egypt at the climate change festival or conference, and it was just for 2 years. So, but I have to appoint. Yeah, so I've given up that one. It's no longer going to be a bother to me at all.
Thank you for your explanation. And Honorable, let's go on to the substantive issues. Can you recollect that we have passed the affirmative action bill into law?
Yes, I affirm.
Honorable nominee, have you had a second look at that bill, or have you critically examined that law? Sorry.
Well, I was part of the making of that law. I contributed in making it. But after it has been passed, I haven't laid hands on it yet, so I haven't looked at it critically.
The reason why I'm asking you this question is that I want to create the awareness that you have a critical role to play in the implementation of the law. So, my humble advice, I don't think I'm going to further ask you any question. Some of the questions have already been put by but my humble advice is to take up the law again and then try and study it, because one of the things that we are pursuing to do is not to see the law as a mere document we will be lying on the shelves following. I think as early as this year, we should start the implementation, because the implementation has all kinds of... A question was put to you earlier on about how you can ensure that we have a balance in terms of employment, that we can have a balance in that. If you don't put on your gender lens, I don't think that particular question in which you answered will be achieved as we are today. So that is what I want. So what can you assure this House? How you're going to ensure that the affirmative action law is widely implemented? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have already stated very clearly that I'm a pro-gender person. I like to see equity in all aspects of our lives. I like to see the youth, women, men, the adults, and the young person all viewed within a space where none is discriminated against unfairly. And by the dictates of the law, the labor law, it is stated very, very clearly that we need to work to eliminate any kind of discrimination in the practice of engaging our labor force. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure her that as far as my ability can go, I'm going to make sure that equity is projected very high. Thank you.
Thank Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, there is one aspect of this assurance that I want you to re-emphasize. You agree with me that maybe it's because you haven't gone through the law again, but you agree with me that implementing ministry will be the gender ministry. So it will require some collaboration. So I want to bring to your attention that there should always be the eye to collaborate with the gender ministry to ensure it's fully implemented. And I don't have any doubt at all that you are going to be the pillar behind the good implementation of the affirmative action law. But let's come to child labor again. Child labor across the country, street hawking in the cities, farming with kids in rural areas, minors engaging in mining communities are some of the instances where kids are being exploited. UNICEF's 2023 report shows that nearly 28% of children aged between 5 and 17 are involved in the child labor. Around 21% of child laborers are engaged in hazardous working conditions. Subsequently, Ghana launched Ghana Accelerated Action Plan Against Child Labor in for 2023 to 2027 to address the issue. Honorable nominee, are you aware of this Ghana Accelerated Action Plan Against Child Labor? If yes, what strategies do you have to ensure the country attains the plan's objectives? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the ministry has already got an approach, a policy approach to it, and I understand it coincides with our overall perspective of how to fight child labor and how to ensure that we liberate our children from the evil of dragging them into a workspace that they don't belong. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to examine that policy. I'm not going to reinvent the wheel. I'll look at that policy, and then if there's a need for review, we review it and make sure we implement it to the letter. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Honorable nominee, according to the National Labour Commission, there were 27 industrial actions. 27 industrial actions were recorded in 2024. Out of the 27 industrial actions, 21 of these actions occurred in the public sector, with 14 specifically from the tertiary education sector, representing 66% of the industrial actions recorded or threatened by workers in the public sector. How do you intend to mitigate this frequent labor strikes actions in the country?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I've indicated, there are already laid down rules that you follow to tackle these challenges with organized labor. And we are going to follow those existing rules. We have key individuals who are well baked in these things. I'm going to work with them. I'm going to ensure that we understand ourselves. A key and major factor in addressing labor issues is to listen to them and to appreciate what they are asking for. And I think I have the composure to do so, to listen to them, to empathize with them, to go along with them, and to let them understand the realities of the times. And as Ghanaians, I know they understand that with the key reality of the kind of public sector we are running, and the fact that we assume, and by the existing laws in the Labor Act, and especially the Wages and Salaries Commission, we need to ensure that there is a match, as my honorable friend talked about. There's a match between production and then productivity. Sorry, what you produce and what you earn, there must be concordance. And so we are going to look at that. That's why I cherish the proposal that the Wages and Salaries Commission, the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission, should not just be called Fair Wages and Salaries Commission. I have a very seasoned labor activist, Mr. Gami, who proposed, and I do accept it, that rather than just calling it Fair Wages and Salaries Commission, we should talk about it as a bureau of productivity and enumeration and productivity. When you capture it in that sense, in accordance with the true concept of it, then you know that when you are going in for negotiation, you should be thinking about the fact that, yes, I have produced, but I must earn something. How much have I produced? How much am I going to earn? So that concordance is very important. That idea to match the two is critical. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, you know, I'm raising this issue again because on this floor, you are being put down as assuring us to deal with the issues. And you need to understand, that's why I came with that dimension, that you should look at the different dimensions of the issues that are at stake. You can relate it, work as against output and the revenues, but you have given an assurance. So I just want to draw your attention to the fact that it is very important that, as you have already indicated, you are going to have a very close working relationship with the Fair Wages. Honorable nominee, the Ghanaian job market is rapidly changing. It is now being driven by technological advancement and shifting business demands. Climate change and digital transformation will create new needs for the labor market. To remain competitive, workers need to continuously improve their skills, while technical, vocational, educational, and training institutions need to align their training offer with the demands of their employers. Unfortunately, young people often still lack the required skills to find meaningful work. Honorable nominee, if given the nod, how will you collaborate with the Education Minister to ensure that graduates from tertiary institutions have the required skills for the job market? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it is true that technology has changed the face and structure of our workspace. Today, people are talking about the gig or gig, GIG, or working in absentia, which means that you are working and producing without necessarily being present in a particular space. Technology has produced all that. Various types of works are emerging. You see delivery, people doing delivery just by a phone call, you can get your food at your table and all that. So changes are occurring in the context and composition of the work we do. And so it demands that new changes will also have to be made in our laws. And that's why I agree on the possibility of having an employment deal that will recapture all these things that are emerging. The changes in our workspace, the technology that is emerging, AI technology and all other technologies, and the kinds of job situations, big data systems that are being run by new thinking, the new skills and all that. So it will demand a comprehensive view of it, and that will have a direct consequence on a law, a legal frame that will redefine our labor law. And it's something we are advocating for, to have an employment law. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I realize that you have very much interest in the employment and the labor setting. You've been looking at your background. I don't have any doubt at all why you were chosen as the minister. You have all the right exposure to do that. Honorable nominee, I have in my hand a letter of termination of employment from Passion Air without any good reason. And I believe this is happening in so many institutions in the country at the moment. Honorable Minister, I'm just asking if you will be interested, because you see, already we don't have jobs and people are being dismissed unwantedly. And it is very important that you also show some level of interest in ensuring that these people are not laid off without no compensation or any payment of some what do you call it, gratuity of any kind. Thank you.
Honorable member, before you answer the question, our labor law has a provision for fair termination and unfair termination. So in the circumstances, looking at this letter, how would one be able to determine whether the termination in the circumstances is fair or is not fair under our own Labor Act?
Honorable Chair, I think I was only trying to indulge in. If you would be interested, it's a question of yes or no. Yes, it's not.
Honorable nominee,
thank
will you be interested?
Honorable Chairman, I'll be very interested. Thank you.
Honorable nominee, there are a number of questions that I can put up to you, but you know that as we speak now, you have to, I know your capabilities and I don't want to, but you know all the labor issues. So I'd like to congratulate you for successfully attending to the House and answering your questions appropriately. So I wish you the best of luck and I wish you well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Deputy Minority Leader. Honorable Pelpo, it's now my turn to ask you a question. And my question is, if there is one thing from you that I want to be part of me, it's your patience. Congratulations. I will proceed to recognize and acknowledge our revered chiefs and opinion leaders who are here to give you moral support. First on my list is Abdullah Kasim Pelpo, Kupahi na Hashim Yakubu, Kunjihi na Alhaji Kabori, Zongo Chief Representative, Chairman Abdul Nasir Sani Bunas, Regional Chairman, Alhaji Nuras Isa Dawana, Deputy Regional Secretary, Alhaji Isaku Sadiq Famina, WA Central Chairman, Honorable Salifu Tama, Constituency Secretary, Hajia Rama Pelpo, spouse of the nominee, Madam Gloria Botele North, Acting Chief Director, Labor Ministry, Madam Fusena Mata, former WAS Central Women Organizer, Alhaji Ali Wunwana, businessman, Alhaji Moro Sadiq Kotia, businessman. You are welcome. Our honorable nominee, you surely hear from the committee. You are hereby discharged. Thank you for attending upon the committee. Our next nominee should take the seat.
Thank you.
We are impressed with the responses he gave to the various answers. I mean, and everybody knows that if he goes to that ministry, he will perform. And we are happy about that.
All right. Yeah. Yes. Of course, I have. When it comes to labor, you are live on GHOne TV. Mr. Osengami is here. Let's engage him briefly. First of all, what do you make of the showing of the nominee?
Oh, great. He's, like was said by many people, is somebody who can be relied upon, and I have no reason to doubt why His Excellency the President chose him. So he will have the support of all of us to enable him discharge his duties appropriately. I think that Labour has a good friend. We expect them to collaborate with him so he will discharge his duties.
How enormous is the task ahead? Labor issues. In fact, I can't remember a week going by without us engaging you in our studios over one labor agitation issue or the other. CITAC has been on strike for God knows how long. Fortunately, that has ended. How enormous is the task?
Yeah, it's challenging, but it's not a big deal. It can always be done, and fortunately, we have somebody who is capable. So we look forward to having him in the ministry.
Finally, your advice to him?
He should collaborate with the players in the field. Collaboration is all that he needs.
How does it feel to be back in Parliament?
Well, just as a visitor now. Just to come and support my colleagues.
Thank you very much. And that's Mr. Austin Gambi. The second nominee, Murtala Mohammed Ibrahim, who is headed to the Science, Innovation and Environment Portfolio Ministry, has taken his seat. So what we're going to do is that let's still engage a few people. Let's still engage a few people here to find out about the performance of Dr. Rashid Pelpo. You are live on GHOne TV, Alhaj.
Yes.
First of all, your assessment of the performance of Dr. Rashid Pelpo.
Oh, you know, when you make the vulture your delegate, you don't show the villages again. The competence is already there. I'm sure you heard even our colleagues from the other side vouching for his competence. And this is a very, very experienced personality. And I believe that the president could not have made a better choice. And his performance speaks volumes. But more importantly, the experience that he brings into the job. This is, I think, a 5th or 6th time member of parliament. He served on the committee on employment on this number of times. He's been a minister of state, a minister of a substantive ministry, and he's gathered a wide array of experience. And in academia, he's also widely read, having even attained his doctorate. So this is a man who is solid, and I have no doubt in my mind that given the turbulence on our labor front, he will discharge to public expectation. I'm very, very confident.
What would you advise to him? Like you mentioned, the labor front can be a landmine. Yeah, sure. One miscalculation and everything comes crumbling down. What would be your advice to him?
You know, they say the man who needs to solve problem is not the one who is swift, but is the one who is calculated and well composed. This is a very well composed man. I believe even under very extreme conditions, he can stand the ground.
Thank you very much. And so we will defer to the committee.
Honourable members, let's have order. Honourable nominee, kindly tell us briefly about yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Comrade Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed. I was born in Tamale, but my parents actually hailed from Zhang. I attended Methodist Primary School, Methodist JHS. Then I went to Ghana Secondary School and then proceeded to Tamale Teacher Training College, where I was trained as a teacher. Then I moved to University of Ghana, where I did my first degree. Then moved to KNUST and did my second degree in planning. And then I moved to University of Ghana again to do another second degree in international relations. I then proceeded to Mount Crest to do LLB. And then I just finished my PhD in political science. Inshallah, I shall be graduating on the 11th of February. I was appointed the Deputy National Coordinator for the National Youth Employment Program between 2009 to 2012. Between that time too, I was also once the Secretary General of the All Africa Students Union. Office I occupied for 4 years.
Honourable members, let's have some order. Do we have the marshal around? Do we have the marshal? Please tell the marshal. Honourable member, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know whether I have to start again or I should continue from where I stopped.
Please continue.
Okay. So I was a student leader. I have been a student leader for 10 years directly, and it is pleasing to state that I serve as a student leader at the same time my good friend Honorable Onodompre, and I was the Secretary General of the All Africa Students Union. I was also the MP for Nantong, and I had the privileged opportunity to be appointed by His Excellency President Mahama in his first term as the Deputy Minister for Information, and subsequently I was moved to Trade and Industry, where I served for 3 years. Unfortunately, I lost my seat and I had to come back, so I'm one of the returnees. Then I came back in the 9th Parliament. In fact, I came back in the 8th Parliament and again also in the 9th Parliament. I served in the Finance Committee in my first term in Parliament, but this time round I came back not as the MP for Nantong, but MP for Tamale Central. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Without wasting time, honourable members, order. Let there be order outside. I will proceed to give the floor to Honourable John Dako.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honourable nominee, with the announced plan of the United States to withdraw from the Paris Agreement to the UNFCCC, on the basis that the agreement undermines its economy and also puts its economy in disadvantage. That's what the United States has said as a reason for announcing their withdrawal from the Paris Agreement. And then China's seemingly unwillingness to go by the Paris Agreement. Do you think Ghana, which is near zero emitter, should continue to honor its NDCs? And if you think so, how do you think we can do that in the face of the many challenges we face as a country?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is a worrying development, considering the fact that United States of America is one of the biggest funders of, if you like, donor support that is given to many countries, particularly LDCs, in terms of their fight to ensure that there is some environmental sustainability. It is worrying, and more so taking into consideration the lackadaisical attitude that indeed have been shown by many of the countries that are engaged in the highest emission of distance. And so I think that what we need to do as a state is to see how we can continue with the bilateral relations we have with America. I do know that EPA has a lot of their funding coming from United States of America. I do also know that CSIR, they've gotten a lot of funding to execute some of their programs and projects. So it is worrying. So I think it's a diplomatic issue. I will not be able to find out why America thinks that they should withdraw. But I think that our leadership can find a diplomatic solution to it, because this particular action is something that would affect our determination to ensure that the pace at which we move in as a state in terms of environmental sustainability is not the best, but it is encouraging, and this will be a setback. So I would suggest, and maybe perhaps suggest to His Excellency the President, that we need to take advantage of the diplomatic channels, see how best we can continuously get some of this assistance from the United States of America.
Thank you very much. Any further question?
Mr. Chairman, I have a follow-up.
Please proceed with your question.
Now, Mr. Nominee, my question really was about whether you think Ghana should continue to honor its NDCs. I mean, that is our nationally determined contributions. That was my question. And so, if we can really expatiate on what our NDCs are and whether you think that we should continue to honor them in the face of the withdrawal of the major emitters from the Paris Agreement. That is my question, Mr. Nominee.
Well, if you ask me as an individual, I'm yet to take up that responsibility at the ministry. What I can say is that there will be some further consultation with the various stakeholders and technical people to see how best we can. But my personal view is that we need to continue honoring it. But whether we honor or not, the global emission is something that won't stop. In your question, you indicated that the LDCs contribute about 3% or less than 4%. So it is like a tea in a spoon in a teacup. So I think that we should continue honoring, because if you refuse to, some of the donor funding we are getting, we may not be able to get it. So I think that we should continue honoring it.
Any further question?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. My next question, Mr. Nominee, as I look at how long it takes for plastic to degrade and how most countries are encouraging non-plastic reusable bags from shopping malls, would you consider a ban first on importation of all forms of plastic bags, and then encourage Ghanaian companies to produce non-plastic reusable carry-on bags to help with the problem of plastic usages? And if you can give timelines to this so that the people of Ghana can hold you to it when the time comes.
Well, first and foremost, I don't think that I would suggest.
Honorable members, it is settled at the committee that he is even yet to take his position. As to whether he will be approved or not, he doesn't know. So I find it very strange asking him to give you timeline, so he can proceed to answer the question without necessarily relating to the timeline.
Chairman, I think you are leading the...
No, you see, nominee.
They're not major. But yes.
He's capable. But he should be able to...
Mr. Chairman, I beg to deplore that. Please.
Honorable members, order. Please proceed to answer the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think that if I'm approved by this committee, I think we need to do a comprehensive feasibility study to ascertain the socio-economic impact of such a ban on the people of this country, and also take into consideration whether there are alternatives, and as to whether those alternatives are available and cheaper. I think that is what we need to look at. So if you ask me whether there should be a ban, I think it will be very difficult to answer that. What I can say is that in response to the question, the last aspects of your question, whether we should support Ghanaian domestic, businesses and investors to get into biodiversity. Exactly. I think that would be one thing that I may encourage. But to ban it outright, when we are not certain whether we have the capacity to produce the alternatives and how cheaper the alternative will be, and I think that will be a very difficult to do. But one thing I can say is that to support our Ghanaian industries and businessmen to get into investment of such is something that I would encourage. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any further question?
Yes, I have a follow-up.
Very well.
Mr. Chairman.
On the plastic?
Yes,
very well.
On the plastic. Now, Mr. Nominee, have you realized that in this country, when people even buy a bottle of water, a plastic bag is given to them, and in most cases, once they take the bottle of water, they drop the plastic bag. I don't know whether you are aware, it is the reason why we have a lot of plastic waste in our country. And so if you are saying that when it comes to the importation, you consider it later. But what will be your policy on the use of plastics in this country? That you should be able to tell us that it should be something that we should ban in the country, the use of plastic in the country. Because there are other countries around the world that have either banned the use of plastic or they've made it so expensive that people want to reuse plastic when they buy it. Here it is so cheap that people are able to buy like 10 of them a day. And so, would you allow me, my brother?
But will you address the chair and proceed to ask the question?
Yes. So my question is whether, apart from the importation, you suggest to His Excellency the President to ban the use of plastics in the country.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like I answered earlier,
but I think you asked this question on the ban on the plastic bags, and he has provided the answer. You even tagged your question that will he provide a timeline for doing so. So,
Mr. Chairman, with respect, there were two aspects. One was importation. One was importation. And he answered that correctly. This one is the use. So
will he consider a ban?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Very well. Will you consider a ban on the use of plastic bags?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think in response to this, just like I responded to your earlier question, you don't just ban because there is a challenge. You need to be looking for alternatives. So if you don't have the alternative and you go ahead to ban, the consequences will be dire. So what I think I will do is that let's have a comprehensive, study on the issue and find out the alternatives. How do we support our domestic industry to come out with, if you like, reusable containers, biodegradable packaging, and these are things that other countries have done. Rwanda didn't just ban, they came out with some of those things to be able to stabilize the system before they went ahead to impose such bans. So I think that is what I would do.
Well, I recognize a follow-up question from the minority whip.
Okay, Chairman, thank you. My friend, Honorable Mutala, or should I address you as Dr. Mutala? Comrade Mutala. Congratulations in the first place. I find your answer to the plastic waste quite interesting, and I want to pry further. As you do know, the separation of waste is one fundamental need of our country now. I mean, in other jurisdictions, you find that even from the outset, the waste is separated, which helps in the management or disposal. What is your thinking going into the ministry? And I know this plastic waste is a huge concern, environmental, the effect of the environment and all that. Is it, and I heard your answer when you said that you have to get there to probably look at the stakes to be able to take a decision whether to ban or not to ban. But you are going to be, inshallah, by the grace of the Almighty, you are going to be our Minister for the Environment. I'm curious to know what your thinking is in the face of this challenge that plastic waste poses to the environment and the economy. What is your thinking? What should be the approach?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In other jurisdictions, the segregation starts at home and in the communities. That is not what we experience in our part of the country. What do we then need to do to ensure that there is some proper education and sensitization of domestic users and disposal of waste, such that within homes, if the state needs to intervene to provide the needed dustbins, more or less, liquid waste where you dump them, solid waste where you dump them, it all helps. And I think that is what I'll be looking at. If there is the possibility for the state to intervene, perhaps taking advantage of other, if you like, private entities who are interested in some of these things, then we have some education, some sensitization, so that people would be able to segregate liquid waste and solid waste. It helps even at the, the receiving point where the waste is even dumped. But when you mix them, it creates a lot of problems for sanitation and some of the disposal facilities. So that's what I would do.
Honourable Member, your last question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honourable nominee, when it comes to environmental pollution, we talk more about air and water. But there's another one which we seem to have forgotten, and that is noise pollution, which is generally caused by the traffic noise, air noise, construction sites, catering, and nightlife, and even especially religious bodies. Do you mind sharing in detail your specific plans to combat all these forms of pollution, but especially for today on noise pollution?
I think if we have, ministries and agencies are not supposed to be working in isolation. What I will do is to deepen the collaboration between ministries to ministry, agency to agency. If you look at noise, for example, you may see it entirely as a responsibility of MESTI. But to be able to have a policy that would regulate the noise that people engage in our communities, you cannot do that without engaging traditional authorities, without engaging local governance level. In this case, the Minister of Local Government and Chief Sansi will be so much important in it. So I think what I would do is to have some consultation with some of these ministries and agencies and see how best we can all help to stem the tide. If you check the EPA law, it seems to me that there isn't any aspects of noise, if you like, pollution in it. That is something I would want to take a second look at. If there can be some amendments just in the new law so that we can incorporate noise pollution into that act, and I think that is also something that will go a long way to help.
Thank you. I'll proceed to give the floor to
Mr. Chairman, with respect,
Honourable.
I'll have follow-up if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman.
Very well. The follow-up on the noise.
In answering the question, you mentioned the new law which is in the offing. I'm sure you've seen it. And so, are you able to share with us the specific provisions in the law which you believe can help with the noise pollution? Or if there are none, are you able to tell us the lacuna, what you think should be done regarding the new bill to be able to combat this noise pollution?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess when I was responding to your question, I said that is what seemed to be missing in the new law, the aspects of the noise pollution, and that is what I will be taking up.
I recognize Honourable Adolf Limpong.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Comrade Mutala, congratulations. And you did not run away from Nanton for nothing. You came to Tamale and you are now a king there. Once again, congratulations. Honorable, I'm coming home. We know the ministry you are going plays a pivotal role in economic development in this country. I know your capabilities, but I want to find out from you, what are the main environmental issues confronting this country? Can you list some of these?
Well, you look, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Galamsey is one classical example. I mean, the environment is destroyed, and I must also add that, Mr. Chairman, the responsibility of protecting and ensuring that we sustain the environment is a religious one, maybe unknown to many people. If you read Genesis 2:15, there is ample statement that demonstrate that we must all do everything possible to protect the environment. And if you come and read the Quran chapter 2 verse 30 in Surah Al-Baqarah, Allah himself admonished us. There are hadiths, and when I say hadiths, these were the sayings and the practices of the whole Prophet, where he insisted that even in war, do not cut down trees. So there is some reasons why everybody, and I believe that in African traditional religions, they tell you that when the last tree is cut, the last man dies. If you read other religious groupings, Judaism, Zoroastrianism, Buddhism, you see that they all have aspects of the need to protect the environment. So if you ask me, I think that is one major challenge, and it encapsulates a lot of things, because they cut down trees, they destroy water bodies, they destroy livelihood, they destroy the habitat that lives in them. So if I say Galamsey, I think that it encapsulates a lot of aspects of the examples that I may be given as one of the things that affects our environment. Thank you.
Chairman, a follow-up. I'm happy you mentioned about cutting down trees. Can you tell us the percentage of forest cover about 50 years ago in Ghana?
Mr. Chairman, I will not be able to. What I can say is that I know that the World Bank financed a project undertaken by EP and the ministry to determine the destruction of water bodies and the forests. And the report was shocking. When they quantified it, it constituted about 10% of our GDP. So what I even intend to do is to take an audit of the environmental degradation that we have had in this country. Because if you have an audit that is done, then you have something, in hand that you can work with. But it seems to me that we are engaged in firefighting. You cannot specifically say this is the level of destruction of the activities of Galamsey and other human activities to our environment. So the first thing I intend to do is to see if we can have a national audit to be able to determine the percentage of the environment that is destroyed, taking into consideration the work that was funded to be done by the World Bank and EP and the MSC. So that's what I intend to do.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I still want to bring my brother down to that same. This is a follow-up, Chairman. I want to know presently if you have an idea the percentage of forest cover in this country.
I don't have that in hand presently. I don't.
Okay, what I can tell you is that a substantial amount of deforestation has taken place. You are going to...
Honorable, my very good friend, you are to ask question. A preamble. But you say what you can tell him.
Thank you, Chairman. That a substantial amount of deforestation has taken place to the level that if care is not taken, Ghana will be swallowed up by the Sahel. And you go into that ministry, what measures are you going to put in place to grow our forest?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do know that there was a policy of planting trees in this country, I guess by the Minister of... the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources. I was surprised that Mesty was not involved in that. And I was surprised also that if you look at the Interministerial Committee on Galamsey, Minister of Environment, Science and Technology is not a member. The reason why Galamsey and the destruction of the environment is an issue because it affects the environment. So if you have a committee that is to see to it that we stem the tide, I think that the Minister of Environment should play the leading role in terms of that. Now, I think we can have every child per tree policy, every child. And children are engaged in competition and they love that. So if you have a policy that every child should plant a tree and nurture that tree, it is tailored into President Mohammed's vision as captured in the NDC's manifesto, that every man per tree. So I'll take it further. Apart from every man per tree, every child should plant a tree and nurture it. We should also have aspects to look at how we can, work in hand with the Minister of Agriculture to support farmers to reclaim some of the degraded lands. There are several ways by which people who are engaged in agricultural activities can do that. That is environmental friendly, and these are some of the issues I will be taking up with other ministries such as Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Chairman, my second question. I'm coming from the Agriculture Ministry, and one major problem that that farmers face is post-harvest losses. You are going to a ministry where you are going to be in control of science, technology, and all that. What plans do you have to use technology, especially nuclear energy, to preserve agricultural produce so we can reduce these post-harvest losses?
First and foremost, I'll be looking at increasing the funding sources of some of these state institutions. The Ghana, Ghana Atomic Energy, Commission, and you have EPA, you have CSIR. They all have the capacity to come out with new innovative ways by which we can assist to protect our environment. Unfortunately, if you look at budgetary allocation to them, are not encouraging. One, I would insist that we increase budgetary allocations to them. So what I have done, I've had engagement with heads of the various institutions, and I insist that they all present to me a paper determining the challenges they are facing within the agencies, challenges which prevents them, unfortunately, from executing to their fullest capacity, and means by which we can find solutions to them. So that if I am discussing that with the government, I should discuss with the government having something that is concrete. So I think that once we get to, we'll be able to engage stakeholders. Now, Mr. Chairman, the issue of post-harvest loss, it is not only limited just to the environment. It has something also to do with motorability, access to farmlands. Though I'm a farmer myself, and I have seen people who engage in small-scale farming, that they can harvest their farm produce, but they find it extremely difficult to cut them to market centers to sell. And they all contribute to the post-harvest loss. How do we work in tandem with Ministry of Roads so that that linkage that ought to exist between ministries is deepened? And I think that these are some of the issues I want to look at. So in as much as I'll look at the aspects of the environment and what we intend to do, I'll look at the aspects of other ministries can do in line with the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology to reduce this post-harvest loss and increase agricultural yield. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you. In your answer, you've given indication that you work in collaboration with other ministries and agencies to resolve some of these problems. There's a key policy, government policy in education, that's the STEM education. They say charity begins at home, and you know that. How when giving the nod, Honorable Member of Parliament, when giving the nod, what are you going to do to bridge the gap between your ministry and the STEM policy, if you want it expanded for the benefit of this country? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think STEM is not only important but essential in our drive towards innovation, industrializing, first and foremost in conjunction or in collaboration with the Ministry of Education. If we can add STEM education in our educational curricula at all levels, it seems to me that it is only limited to those who want to study in the area of science, innovation and others. People should have basic knowledge in all aspects of science and mathematics. So if we can add that in our educational curriculum at all levels, I think it's something that will help. One, also to come out with a comprehensive policy to build the capacity of young people, particularly in the area of technology and IT. If we do so, it will help. Another thing is, I know Ministry of Communication is doing something in the area of ICT, where they can help young people across the country through the provision of the fiber optic, cable, so that we can have access to internet everywhere. I will work in collaboration with the Ministry of Communication, Ministry of Education, to see how best we can assist. I do know there are a lot of donor-funded, funding that is available. How do we access that? Even if our capacity as a state is difficult to get it, we can get some donor funding. You take there are a lot of UNDP. They have a funding facility where they build the capacity of people who are engaged in such activities. We take advantage of them to be able to find a solution to some of these problems. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
is there a follow-up question on the STEM?
No.
Because you've asked your third question.
This is my third one. The other one was a follow-up.
No, you asked the first question. Your second question was on post-harvest loss. The third one was on STEM education. So if you want to ask a follow-up question on STEM education, I would allow you. But if it is not a follow-up question, then you have exhausted your questions.
Mr. Chairman, I'll take a cue. Honorable nominee, the STEM education that you spoke about is leading me to something else. All the agencies under you, some are more endowed, others are not. So how are you going to ensure that those that are not endowed, like CSR, like Ghana Atomic, you come to their rescue in terms of budgetary allocation, so they can also be up and doing? Because without those agencies working in full capacity, there's no way any of the plans that you have can come to fruition. So I want to know what plans you have, because this is a budget issue. How are you going to influence the Minister of Finance?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know that some of the agency heads will not be happy if you say they are endowed, because when I engage them, they're all complaining. But it's true. Even in the eyes of these challenges and difficulty they all go through, there are some that are better. I think that we can have an internal arrangement within the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology. For example, if you have EPA, that has the capacity to conduct research. CSIR also has the capacity to conduct. Ghana Atomic Energy Commission, they also have the capacity to conduct researches. So if EPA is better in terms of their financial standing than, let's say, CSIR, and EPA has a research to conduct, we can cede that research to CSIR to conduct. Because once they conduct, there will be some financial assistance they will get. So instead of EPA doing it, you can cede it to CSIR. That will facilitate the work. In fact, in my engagement with them, one of the agencies, which name I wouldn't mention, the head of that agency is driving an old car, a car that the two previous heads, in fact, actually drove, and he's also driving the same car. And I think that if we do this, at least the funding sources can be channeled to those agencies, and it would help, shore up their financial standing. That is one thing I want to do. Another for us to increase the budgetary allocation for these agencies. Research is sunk unknown to our growth and development as a state. Unfortunately, the percentage of GDP that is allocated to research in this country is discouraging. If you read the NDC's manifesto, President Mahama intends to up that so that we have enough money that is given to research. Another way I think we can do that is to see how...
Honorable nominee, please be brief.
Another way, and my last one, another way I think we can do that is to see how we link up these research institutions to the private sector, particularly industry players, so that let them understand that research is important to their success. If we're able to do that, it will help them to be financially viable so that they can execute the projects they intend to. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, yes, Honorable nominee, I like your zeal in improving the budgetary allocation to those agencies, and you meeting them, at least you got to know the real situation over there. One key issue that is affecting some of these agencies is the capping policy, because a lot of them, maybe through IGF, may raise enough funds to prosecute their programs. I want to find out if you would tell the Minister of Finance that, or what he would do about the capping, so that your agencies will have the needed funding to prosecute the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an outstanding working relationship and personal relationship with the Minister. And for me, that is a plus. And two, like I indicated earlier, I have asked all the agencies to present a paper to me. The challenges, the possible outcomes, if those challenges, are able to be solved, and the financial, impact it would have on the activities of those agencies. Once they do that, I'll study it, I'll constitute a technical team within the ministry so that we can make a stronger case to His Excellency the President. One other thing I will do, like I said, engage private people, private businesses to be interested in research and see how we can commercialize research output. I think commercialization of research output is also very, very important. So that could also be a source of maybe generating some funds for some of the agencies. So these are some of the things that I think I intend to do.
Thank you, honourable members. I give the floor to Honourable Minister Telabi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honourable Mutala, congratulations. I like the way you answered all the questions. And, I must say that I was going to go on that tangent, but my colleague has asked all the questions and you've answered them appropriately. But then your last comment about commercialization. When it comes to funding of the research institutions, because we are unable to get money locally for them, there's a tendency for adequate funding, yes. You know, some of them don't even get research. You see, there's a difference between paying salaries and giving them money for research. That's the problem. Because of that, this idea of research institutions going commercial is being floated around. What is your take on that? Do you believe that they should go commercial? And if they go commercial, is it not going to affect their core business of doing R&D? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I read the act of the CSIR, I got the sense that there's a commercial aspect of the work that unfortunately that is not being done. That's one. Two, we are not commercializing the entire research institutions under government. We are commercializing the output so that they can still perform their core functions as state institutions, but they also be engaged in conducting some research for commercial purposes so that they can generate some revenue to be able to execute that which the state demands them to do. Because I have realized one thing with my engagement and some of the information I've gathered, that you have a lot of scientists and experts under various agencies, you know, under the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology. No money comes to the state. I think it ought to stop. Even if there is a percentage of what they earn, that comes to the institution that they engage, because they are employees of the state. The state pays them. We are not saying that they shouldn't engage in having some private researches that they conduct for international organizations. One thing we have noticed, that some of them, they ask them to conduct the research. When they get the information they need, even before the conclusion of the research, they stop. And with the excuse that funding is no longer coming. They would have gotten what they need. So it's a form of a brain drain. Unfortunately, that brain is drained within Ghana. It is not taken out there. I think that is something that we need to look at.
Honorable, I'm doing a follow-up. Honorable nominee, don't you think it may require the setting up of a special center that should be looking at this commercialization of this research outputs out there? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's a very good idea and it's something that I certainly would consider. More so engaging various stakeholders in that industry.
Thank you, Chair. Honestly, Honorable nominee.
Honorable, yes. Is that a follow-up?
Yes, another question.
Another question. So that will be your second question.
Yes. And
okay. All right.
Not necessarily a question, but
all right. Go ahead,
Mr. Nominee. If you go back to CSI, realize that we have, as you said, we have capable scientists, and sometimes they are forced to look for funding outside because we don't give them enough funding. On the aspect of commercialization, in fact, I hold the view seriously that the research institutions must not go commercial. In fact, that is my view.
Honourable Member.
Yes.
Question.
Yes, I'll ask the question.
Please.
I hold the view that they should not go commercial. However, as you said, this must be subjected to further discussion. But may I ask again, when you go to the research institutions, particularly animal research at close to Adenta, they have a problem with their land issues. Their lands are being encroached, and I know you are aware, because the last year it came up, it was a topical issue. How are we going to navigate this issue? How are we going to do it to get people, stop encroaching lands that have been acquired for these various institutions? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a very known fact that they have complaint time without number. The incessant nature by which people encroach on their land. When I had interactions with some of the agencies, particularly CSIR, that they had about 181 acres of land, I think around the airport. They didn't have leases. By the time they finished with the leases, it was reduced from 81 to 51. So 30 acres gone. I would insist to find out where those lands have gone to. Because I made it very clear to them that if they are telling me that it was 81, and by the time they finish with the lease, it reduced from 81 to 51, we need to find out where the 30 acres of land have gone to. One other thing is to work in collaboration, one with the Minister or Minister of Interior, to see how best they can protect some of this. If we can have a fast-track court on environment, it's an idea that I'm thinking through to see if we can have that, so that through, in conjunction with the Minister for Justice and Attorney General and the Chief Justice, if we can have a fast-track court to deal with environmental issues. Taking land that belong to some of these institutions can't even be added as part of the issues. It will help, because one of the agencies told me that they have spent almost 50% of their time going to court and chasing those who have encroached on their land. When in actual fact they'll be spending the time doing things that will aid the effective work of the institution.
Hold on. It's a follow-up. You don't have a third question? No. All right. Okay. Please go ahead and then.
Thank you. Honorable nominee.
Again, please, Honorable, make it sure.
Will you suggest that ORA assist in investigating those behind this land? Because, why? Legal authority, that's ORA. Why? Because information I have is that some of the staff themselves are complicit when it comes to Chairman issues. Thank you very much.
Chairman, what legal basis does ORA have to assist?
Sorry, Honorable.
And he made a categorical statement that
Honorable, you haven't got my eye. Please, let's
complicit.
Please. Done? Okay. Nominee, please.
Mr. Chairman, I think this is a new information he's given to me as to the complicity of employees of those institutions. I think that if it is so, he's an honorable member, and I do know that he can't just make a statement without evidence. I would have further engagement with him so that we can involve appropriate state institutions to investigate the matter. Thank you.
Yes, I will let you in quickly, please.
Honorable Acting Chair, Honorable Nominee, you've made a categorical statement over here about the dwindling size of the lands for research and other purposes. Have you actually done an intensive inquisition into why it is happening so? Because I believe there's a school of thought that where the research centers are at the moment, it's not serving the purposes for which they were established. And it will be advisable if they are relocated beyond, because you are talking about animal research center and some of the lands that are required by that. So I just want to find out from you whether you have actually made a deep inquisition into why these lands are being reallocated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I indicated in my response that this was something that came up when I engaged the various agencies under the ministry. I think that with the investigation that will be done into it and further inquisition as you're suggesting, we'll be able to know what happened to those lands. Because if I'm told that 81 acres, and by the time they got the lease, it reduced to 50, we need to know. So I would, your advice is something that is very important. I know you've been a deputy minister at the ministry before. I've had interactions with you, and I told you that after the vetting, I will engage you further. I think you'll be a very important person to give me some of this information. Thank you.
Oh, hold on. You come in later and give us the information. I would like to call on Professor Hamza. It's your turn. Please go ahead.
Honorable Dr. Mohammed Mutala, congratulations. I have no doubt about your capabilities to be able to drive the ministry. But then I have just a few questions. Well, under the Paris Agreement, countries are allowed to collaborate in order to be able to meet their climate targets. Subsequent to this, Ghana has entered into a bilateral agreement with about a number of countries, Switzerland, Singapore, Sweden, and the rest. This is supposed to bring to the country millions of dollars. However, the process is so slow. If you get into the ministry, how do you intend to speed up the process so that this huge opportunity can be realized by the country? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll first and foremost find out why the process is slow. And if you're able to identify why the process is slow, I believe we can get a remedy. Of course, like I said earlier, if ministries are working together, you'll be able to identify some of the solutions to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will be a critical ministry that I would engage, having identified why the process is slow. And I believe that we'll be able to find a solution to it. Thank you.
Thank you for the answer. My second question is, funding research in Ghana is a perennial problem which everybody is grumbling with. We took a bold decision as a country somewhere around 2020, and we passed a law, the Ghana National Research Fund. And in the passage of the law, the president the president is supposed to allocate a seed money of 50 million Ghana cedi. Then subsequently, at least up to about 1% of our total revenue is supposed to accrue for this fund. Till date, over 5 years down the lane, no action has taken place. What steps will you take to ensure that as soon as you get to the office, you work towards the implementation of this?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The information I got is that when the law was passed, I think in 2020 by Parliament, there was a difficulty as to which ministry handles it. I think the debate was between MESTI and Ministry of Education as to which ministry should handle it. Unfortunately, this debate or argument, ran for 4 years as to which ministry handles it. Yes, 50 million Ghana cedis as the seed capital. The information I got as of this morning is that because of that debate as to which ministry handles it, it was only in 2024, I think that by the end of 2024, that the president directed that Ministry of Education should handle that particular fund. So what I would do is that, of course, I'll sit with the Minister for Education, who happened to be my senior brother, and see how we can tailor the funding of it to meet the vision and the policy position of His Excellency the President. As a matter of fact, I don't mind much which ministry handles it if we are to work together. For me, it doesn't matter which ministry handles that facility. But if we are to work together, I think that is what I will be interested in. Thank you.
My last question, Honorable Dr. Mame Mutal, you are going into a ministry where you have a lot of technical men. It's a technical ministry with a lot of technical men. What steps do you intend to take in order to ensure that there is that kind of smooth working relationship between you and the technical men to ensure that the process of ensuring total development of this country is ensured?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me quickly say that I don't know why repeatedly you address me doctor. I haven't graduated yet. I'll be graduating, God's willing, on the 11th of next month. Don't do that, and University of Ghana says that we are not awarding you the PhD again. Just besides the point. When I had my first engagement with the heads of institutions, I got the sense that every head there is a professor. When we were to do, self-introduction, and at a point, I even addressed someone as professor. I said, no, I'm not a professor. And I said, I thought every, head of an institution and Minister of Environment, Science and Technology is a professor. I do understand that it's a purely technical ministry. I do understand that it is full of scientists. I would give them the absolute freedom to operate, as long as what they do is in sync with the vision and policy direction of President Mahama. I wouldn't have any problem. And I indicated that to them, that I would allow them to operate. Whatever they think that we should do that will near to the benefit of the people of this country, and in line with the vision and policy position of President Mahama, I'm good to go with them. So I respect academia. I respect people with such intellect, and I wouldn't have any problem working with them.
Thank you. Congratulations once again. Wish you all the best in the ministry.
Thank you very much. Ajia, Honorable, please, it's your turn now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Do you want me to congratulate you? Anyway, congratulations. And all those there, congratulations. You see, I'm congratulating my husband. What's wrong with that? Congratulations and well done. I am not surprised about your appointment. I will make sure I will always be by your side to urge you on, and then also to make sure that at least, if anything at all, you will deliver. And inshallah, I know you will deliver. The only thing I am praying for is good health, long life, happiness, and the energy to work. And inshallah, I know it shall be done. So I congratulate you. And the only thing I want to ask is, if you go to most of our villages, you will find these plastics. I know there is a whole chunk of things that can be done with the plastics. And mostly, both the rural folk and especially the women, they have no jobs. Will you consider finding a way to ensure that these individuals are employed so that they can collect these plastics for us to put into good use, which would also be a job for everyone, notwithstanding whether you are saying it or you are not saying it, whether you are NDC or you are MPP. Will you consider that? That apart, I will say, comrade, bravo.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I think that it's important. My view of waste management in this country is anchored on competition, is anchored on value for money, is anchored on delivery. I intend to demonopolize the management of waste in this country. And by engaging local government authority and SMEs. I believe if you do so, that will be an opportunity to create more jobs for people. In the last parliament, I was a member of the Public Accounts Committee. And when we went around the country, we realized that local authorities can also have a capacity to be able to do some of these things. That is not to say that those who are already engaged in it must be discouraged or targeted. But I think that if we involve SMEs at the local level, we'll be able to do it effectively and efficiently and get the value for money we're looking for. Thank you.
Are you done? Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. Now I will come to my left. And
Honorable Mutala, you have a very pretty wife.
Hey, be careful. That's haram.
Thank you.
Honorable, congratulations.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this is an observation before the question. I was trying to indicate to you earlier. Yes. So on the CSIR, I heard you indicate that it was about 81 acres and now it's about 50. But I know Honorable and Kofi did some work with reference to protecting some of these areas. Maybe you should check with him and ensure if some of the lands have been reclaimed and some Ramsar sites as well. Mr. Chair, now my question.
Okay, go ahead.
So I've also observed, and I'm sure some Ghanaians have also done same, the issuance of permits, especially environmental impact assessment permits for some manufacturing industries, and to the extent where they operate. One of which is in my constituency. The company is called Empire Cement, and a lot of filling stations. Another example is the one closer to Medina, the one that was gutted with fire. I just want to ask you, how do we get these permits issued in the first place? And when they are wrongly issued, what are you going to do to ensure that such further permits are not issued? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's true. There have been some serious debate over the operation of some of these facilities. And I guess the debate only comes up when there is a disaster. But in the absence of the disaster, we seem to be very comfortable as to the statu quo. I do know that with the new EPA law, which Parliament passed, EPA permit or certificate is now precondition for any other permit you are supposed to get. If you want to operate, for example, in the mining industry, you need to have the EPA certificate first before you can get any other certificate or permit to be able to operate. Once again, I think that various ministries do not need to work in isolation, and agencies. If you look at the EPA law, it has given EPA so much powers.
And I listened to that.
But the minister has a supervisory role to ensure that the powers given to that agency is used effectively, efficiently, transparently, without any difficulty. The Empire Cement example you gave, I've had some interactions with, leadership of the various agents, particularly EPA, and we will look into that. It is something that I will take up seriously. The good thing is that the permit, my understanding is that it's given every 2 years. So there are some preconditions. If you issue the permit, these are the things you need to do. EPA sat on the matter, then refused to issue the permit. Now, if you look at the law, you can then petition the minister. And the company petitioned the minister. The minister constituted a team to sit into it. And I think that there were some changes thereof. So it's a matter I want to look at. It's not only Empire Cement. Many other entities that are operating that do not meet the standard. And EPA, once again, will not have a carte blanche. The fact that the law permits you to do that, it doesn't mean that you can do anything. I have a responsibility to monitor and supervise the permits they issue. And as much as I wouldn't get involved in the legal aspects of the issuance of permits, because if there is any problem, it's the minister who will be blamed. And I don't want to be blamed. I want things to be done in accordance with law. And that is what I will insist. Thank you.
You may ask, is a follow-up? Yes. All right, okay.
Yes, so I think your answer is not a bad one at all. The only thing for me is that, are you in the position to revoke when permits have already been granted, and then you find that for whatever reasons you granted the permit are not in sync with the permit you actually granted?
I think that the legal processes and the procedure leading to the granting of permit will not even occasion the idea of you wanting to revoke or not. I think that the processes, there should be some processes that must be met before permit is issued by the appropriate agency, in this case, EPA. And that is why, if you look at the law, that when there is a person who is aggrieved, either by the actions or inactions of EPA, that person can petition, if you like, an appellate body, in this case, the ministry. The minister cannot just say, I agree with EPA's decision or I do not agree. He will constitute a committee to look further into the matter. And I think that as technical people and people clothed with the powers and expertise to do that, when they submit their report, we'll look at it and see whether we need to go ahead with the permit or not.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, I have my second question, and that has to do with the popular Restore Ghana initiative. And this seeks to address very significant environmental and developmental challenges in Ghana. Do you want to expatiate on that, since it's in your manifesto?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It borders on reclaiming our lands, and we, like I said, we all know the havoc of Galamsey. And when I answered the earlier question, I said Galamsey is enough to talk about all aspects of environmental destruction. They destroy water bodies, they destroy farmlands, they destroy habitats that live in them, they destroy the livelihood of people. I think that deepening collaborative effort among ministries is important. If you ask me, my personal view, I think the issue of fighting Galamsey, it should be the Minister of Environment that should take the lead. I don't think it should be the Minister of Lands. Minister of Lands is accused, rightly or wrongly, as having been a participant in the Galamsey menace we have. So it shouldn't be the minister that should be taking the lead in fighting Galamsey. Unfortunately, the interministerial committee that was constituted, Minister of Environment was not even on that committee. And I guess my mother, would certainly lament on some of those things, because I think that the reason why Galamsey is an issue is because of the destruction of the environment and the consequences that such destructions bring to our livelihood. So it was mind-boggling that the Minister of Environment, Science and Technology was not even on that committee. I think that the ministry should take a lead role in fighting against this Galamsey menace.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Just by way of information, I recollect Professor Frimpong Batin was, and he was then the Minister of Environment, Science and Technology. So he was a member. I think he was even the chair also.
No, but briefly, you remember there were some issues. You remember? Oh, I don't want to get into that.
It was,
and ever since, Mesty was not even involved again.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
This should be your third question.
Yes, that's my third question.
Okay.
Yes. There could always be a follow-up depending on the answer. I just want you to avert your mind to electric waste and the hazard it's causing. And when you go to the Agbogloshi area, and what is currently happening to electric waste, I do not know if you have any strategies or plans to ensure that electronic waste, thank you very much, Yakwe. Electronic waste, I do not know if you have any plans to ensure that electronic waste is rather waste that would bring money rather than cost more waste. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's actually an act of Parliament, the Hazardous and Electronic Waste Control Management Act of 2016, Act 917. And again, we have what we call the e-waste recycling center at Agboblushi. There is one that the ministry has, but for proximity, they realized that the young men who are engaged in this act were unwilling to transport those items to the, if like, the holding center at Ajinkotoku. So the ministry then decided, and thank God, my mother, she was there. They then decided to have that at Agboblushi. The disturbing information I'm getting is that the people are getting back there. Maybe the question is it a case that the monies that were given to them based on what they were virtually selling was not encouraging? That is one thing I want to look at. If it has to do with money, do we need to up it a little so that will encourage them? When they bring it, they can easily take it without they trying to bend, taking into consideration the health hazards that may occasion as a result of their activities. So it's one thing I want to look at. If it has to do with the money, maybe we can up a little. I know there are a lot of funding, grants available that we can access to be able to do some of those things. I want to be looking at that. But you see, when there was a reduction, it wasn't because there was a reduction in the emission. It was because they were no longer operating there because of the actions taken by the then Greater Accra Regional Minister. So they were having other places, they were emitting the same, if you like, carbon dioxide. But we felt that, this thing is now doing well. So I would engage various stakeholders. I would engage the communities, those young men who are doing that. I've been to Agbobulushi a couple of times when I was the MP for Nantong. I would engage them to see the need for them to sell it to the center that is there, taking into consideration the effects or the consequences of their actions on their health. And I believe once we do that, it will help.
Well, Chair, just a follow-up, and it's to the effect that the one, I'm also aware of another one, and it is very close to the Kolebu Teaching Hospital. Is there any plans to consider dealing with that one first, and even if there can be a closure?
I would have a discussion with the Minister for Local Government, who happened to be my leader in Parliament, and the Greater Accra Regional Minister, and then the MPs of the area. I mean, the MP is a senior comrade of mine. I share the same floor with him, so I would have further discussions with him. I don't want to rush to say that we will do this when I don't have proper understanding of the reasons, and that is what I will do. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, sorry, Mr. Chair, I wish my brother a very good one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's now the turn of Honorable Patrick Bwamo. Please take the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair and Member for Cape Coast South. Congratulations, my good friend. From the 6th Parliament to the 9th Parliament. Kaola.
Alafi.
Andre.
Nah.
Good. Minister, congratulations again, my good friend.
Thank you.
Are you familiar with the Biosafety Act of Ghana 2011?
Yes.
There was a recent High Court decision by some human rights group that threw out some proposals or the quest for government to introduce GMOs or genetically modified organisms. What is your take on GMOs in Ghana as a matter of policy, and whether you are going to have a second look at it, taking into consideration the resources that went into the formulation and enactment of this law, and how it stands to benefit the country? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's a global debate as to whether we should continuously consuming GMO. One, and I think that the debate is also occasioned by food scarcity, particularly in many developing countries. And the contending view is that we should ban it. But the question people ask is that If we ban GMO, what will be the effect on us? Would we have enough food? I think that the Biosafety Act and the National Biosafety Authority is clothed with the capacity to be able to determine the processes through which certain organisms, GMO, genetically modified organisms, some say genetically modified food, certain organisms can be used in our domestic market. And I have no doubt whatsoever the capacity of the National Biosafety Authority to be able to assess and advise government, either through the Ministry of Agric, through Ministry of Health, and the ministry as to which could be consumed domestically. Because if we ban, what will be the effect on us? And as far as they certify that this particular food is healthy to be consumed, I would have no problem at all with that.
That's assuring, and I think you must take a very good look at that. And you being an environmentalist, what do you know of the terminology called other environmental trends? Have you heard about them? Before I proceed to ask my question.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
What are some of them? Let me agitate your mind or thinking on other environmental trends. It's a global lingua. Let me put it that way.
Yeah, my understanding is that it involves a lot. The challenges that the environment is posed with, either directly or indirectly, the consequences of those actions humanly and some that are natural to our basic survival. Because if the environment is protected and sustained, we can survive and live well in it. But if it is not, we all, suffer the consequences.
Thank you.
Honorable Pasubama, I take it that you are on your second question now. You gave a preamble to your second question, so you are on your second question. All right, thank you.
Cool. So I was looking at areas like wildfires, coastal flooding, inland flooding, rising sea levels, and what have you. So let me go to my second question before Honorable Ricketts jumps on my case. I got a question from some industry players on the ban of PPs. Polypropylene. They are not environmentally friendly, used in bagging cement. They've been banned by the EPA. But its enforcement has become a challenge because companies are able to pay and get their way out because they don't care. They will bring them from Nigeria and other places, use them in bagging the cement here. Whilst we have local companies who have set up and are able to produce and meet market demands. They want to find out from you whether you'll be able to have the steel as it requires of a minister to ensure that the enforcement is carried through to promote local industry, create more jobs and taxes for government. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Patrick Buama knows me very well, and I don't joke with principles. Anything that it will take legally to ensure that people conduct their businesses in accordance with law, I will do it, regardless who will be affected. So that's one thing I can assure you. But what I will say is that I will engage industry players, and it will be good, I believe, if you give me the opportunity to serve the people of this country by approving me, I would have some engagement and interactions, not just with agencies, but business players within the environmental space. And I believe that there are several other issues that may not even come up that will come up, so that together we see how best we can find solution to it. But you can't do this once again without engaging other ministries and agencies. Because the issue of importing into this country borders on several ministries. Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Agro-Businesses, the Ministry of Finances, through their agencies. If we have such interactions and engagement, we can all find solutions to it. And of course, the Ministry of Justice and Attorney General, it borders on illegality. They would also have a role to play, and that is what I will do first. in order to find solution permanently to some of these problems. We may not be able to stop it entirely, but we should make it absolutely inconvenient for anybody to want to engage in such.
As a follow-up, there's actually a law in place banning its importation. That is what the industry players in Ghana wants the ministry to enforce. So you are clothed with all the powers to ensure its enforceability. Let me go to my third and final question, Chairman. President Donald Trump, your good friend, the 47th President of America, for the second time, has signed an executive order taking out the United States from the Paris Climate Accord. It has a lot of global implications. Ghana is a signatory to that convention or treaty. What are some of the effects, in your view, that Ghana stands to suffer from the withdrawal of the U.S. from this all-important climate change, given the fact that in the west coast of America, we saw the fires there, in California, even in Ghana, a lot has happened. It rains even in November, December, what have you. So some of us do believe in climate change. And a big power like the U.S. taking this stance, especially in this very important period. I want to hear from you, and the country wants to hear from you. And I wish you the very best. Mutala.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I guess there was an earlier question that was not even direct as did, but in my response, I did indicate that it is a worrying development, considering the fact that the U.S. is the second largest emitter of the green gas, and also taking into consideration the amount of money that Ghana as a state gets from the United States of America to support, the work and our effort for environmental sustainability in this country. So the question is, U.S. withdrawn from it, is it going to affect the funding sources that we get from the United States of America? My prayer is that it wouldn't affect those funding sources. And we have an outstanding, relationship with America as a state. Ghana is a beacon of democracy. And I think that through the diplomatic balance, we'll be able to have some bilateral, arrangement with the U.S. government to see how we can maintain such funding sources, hoping that President Donald Trump may change his mind, and hoping and praying. So if he changes his mind, that will be good for the entire global community. But if he doesn't, we must find a way, innovative way of ensuring that such support financially we get from America continues.
Thank you very much. It's now the turn of Honorable Umar. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yes. Now come up.
My brother, Comrade Muntala, congratulations.
Thank you.
And you've been a role model to a lot of youth, not only from the northern region, but the entire country. And we count on you to be one of the ministers that Ministry of Environment never got. I've been worried about solid waste and disposal in urban areas and communities. And I was wondering, or want to suggest, how will you link up with I know it is in the area of local government. And I want to find out how will you work out with the local government to ensure that solid waste, because it is part of environmental pollution, is properly disposed. Thank you.
With the local government to ensure that solid waste, because it is part of environmental pollution, is properly disposed. Thank you. And once again, I wish you well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I remember when my senior brother was the deputy minister for local government, they instituted, environmental cleanliness day, I think once every month. For me, it was a novelty that we ought to have continued. Environmental or solid waste disposal is not only the responsibility of the state, it is also the responsibility of the citizenry. How do we get citizens to speed so that they understand that that responsibility is not only limited to the state? What do they all have?
And I don't see it to be a work between Ministry of Environment, Science and Tech and only local government. Even Ministry of Health. Ministry of Health has a role to play because the consequences of this affects our Ministry of Works and Housing. They all have a role to play. So I think that I will be engaging my other colleagues to see how together we can fashion out something. One on education. Ministry of Communication also has a role to play in there so that we can sensitize the people of this country. The need for them to dispose such waste in a manner that is environmental friendly. I also said that we need to have a segregation of waste at home. Does the state needs to come in to provide 2 separate dustbins for every household so that solid waste is put here and liquid waste is put here? These are things that we all need to think through, and I believe that with the support of certain individuals and entities, we can find a solution to this, and that is what I will do. Thank you.
Honorable, are you done? Okay, all right. So now I'll go to Leader.
Chairman, thank you for the opportunity, and let me commend my friend and a colleague. I see him, he's well composed. Honorable Murtala, congratulations. I don't know how you would take this question, but give me your honest view. The previous government did not assign a deputy minister to your ministry. I appreciate the enormousness of work in the face of the transition of the world. Would you say that you will subscribe to that, where you will be without a deputy, or you think the president should assign a deputy to your ministry?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have the capacity to determine what President Mahama wants to do. I am only working in accordance with the dictates of His Excellency President Mahama, and I have no doubt whatsoever about his sense of judgment. He knows why he wants whether we should have a deputy or not. So, Mr. Chairman, I can't be answering your question. I don't have the capacity to answer. One thing I can say is that President Mahama has proven beyond any doubt that he's visionary. He has some well thought through in terms of decisions he takes and policy formulation, and that is why his track record is outstandingly superb. So I don't think that I'll be able to determine to him what he wants to do or not. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I hear his eloquent recitals. However, he should remember that we are not on the campaign trail. So he should put the brakes on that a bit. My next question, however, my friend, is on Ransia side. And especially areas at Osu has been encroached upon. In the face of the relevance and how important these sites are into biodiversity conservation, many more, I don't know if you'll be clothed with the powers to track down on these people who continuously encroach on such environmentally sensitive site. What's your thinking going into this ministry?
Well, like I said, I'm not going to work in isolation. I'm going to work with people who are clothed with enormous capacity and abilities to be able to fashion out policies that would stem the tide of what we're all concerned about. But if you ask me, I would say that we could have a task force that will have a responsibility of monitoring compliance, environmental compliance,
and Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology cannot do it alone. Once again, we'll do it with other ministries. If you get a sense, I'm always talking about the interlinkages. Become a development planner by profession. And I know how important working together can yield the results. If you work in isolations, as ministries and agencies, you continuously having some of the problems we have. So once again, I would engage further. I will engage the experts at the ministry and various stakeholders, including, the private sector. They all have a role to play. And most importantly, other ministries and agencies to see how we can all find solution to this unfortunate incident here.
Follow up on that. Sometimes it is easier said than done. And I hear you when you said you are going to consult stakeholders, even the private sector. Sometimes your stakeholders may be thinking differently from what your thinking lines are. When you're having situations, you're having difficulties in ensuring what you believe in, what your defined functionalities are as defined by law, and you're having difficulties. Sometimes even your own colleague, sometimes your stakeholders may be thinking differently from what your thinking lines are. When you're having situations, you're having difficulties in ensuring what you believe in, what your defined functionalities are as defined by law, and you're having difficulties. Sometimes even your own colleague ministers may not agree with you. I know you are one passionate person that you want things done. If you encounter such situation, what are you going to do?
Whatever my views and my positions are, they certainly must be in sync with the views and position of His Excellency the President. So whatever view I have on any issue will be secondary, as long as that view is not in sync with the vision and policy position of the appointing authority, in this case His Excellency the President. And I have no doubt whatsoever, because his views have been espoused time beyond number. Some are captured in the NDC's manifesto. And I believe that any other minister or any other heads of agency must work in line with that. Like I said earlier, if you look at the ministry, I'm dealing with distinguished citizens of this country, professors, experts. I'll give them that free role to operate, as long as their operations are in line with the vision and policy position of His Excellency the President. I will have no problem whatsoever with them.
Honorable nominee, the CSR, as you do know, I know it's one of your agencies, right?
Yes, it is.
You know how important the CSR...
Sorry, Honorable Leader, I consider this to be your third and the last question.
Chairman,
we're trying to manage time here. I'm just asking you.
Well,
just trying to manage
Chairman, if it is the case, you don't want me to proceed. Honorable Mutala, he is eager to answer my questions. The decline in biodiversity has come up strongly, as one of the red flags issues in terms of our environmental conservation. I don't know what your thinking is going into the ministry. The endangered species, i.e. flora or fauna. What will be your strategy to deal with this concern?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know, maybe this will be the umpteenth times I'm going to answer the same question and answer a question with the same,
It's been asked before.
No, I'm saying that yes, a similar question, and I'm providing an answer that will be a repetition of the previous answers that I've provided.
Let me drop that. If it's been answered already, let me drop that and ask a different question, if that is fair. Honorable nominee, we amended the Bui Power Act, and amongst the reason was to input the need for renewable energy. So the Bui Power Act was amended. We have the usage of renewable energy in there. And so that's how come we have the Bui Power Authority and all that. However, we are still stuck with a 10% of renewable energy when you look at the energy mix. And we appear to be proud about it. For almost a decade now, we are still hovering around the 10%. What is your own assessment of this? And what do you think we can do to facilitate the adoption and the usage of renewable energy in our country?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's the way to go. We have solar in abundance. Wind, maybe there could be some difficulty. There's some hope. If you take Melcom, is it ice cool? There is this water. I'm told that they're all using solar now. So if we can have a single solar used, starting with ministries and agencies and educational institutions. Of course, the concerns have always been the initial capital that will be, invested into it. But I think that as a state, you must begin somewhere. I remember when we were in Legon, my understanding was that the main street lines to Commonwealth Hall, they were all solar. Even when there was light out, you still have, some visibility. I think that if the state can look at starting with state institutions, Parliament, for example, we can decide that Parliament which use solar. The initial capital injection is huge. There have been instances where ministries are indebted to ECG. The former Minister for Finance is here. He had a lot of difficulty dealing with ECG over the indebtedness of some state institutions. If we begin with that, I think that for me is one way that can help. Renewable energy, in fact, tidal waves is one thing that we can harness the sea to generate some energy. If you go to Kalio, somewhere in Upper West, Laura, the intention was to generate about 10%. But unfortunately, they are generating below 4%. How do we speed up? I mean, even if you have 10%, maybe 15, 20%, that will help in our energy mix.
Chairman, I'm happy he mentioned the Kalio solar farm. But he failed to add that the Kalio solar farm was thought through, initiated, and implemented by the SWAL MPP administration. He should have added that at least. Anyway, my next question, Honorable Mutala, it's about quite controversial, but I know you are capable. Germany is shutting down its coal plants. All over the world, the European world, developed countries are gravitating towards clean energy. However, there are experts who say that Africa should pick and choose. We should pick and choose, and we should know our priority in terms of our unique stage of development. The fact that Germany is shutting down and they are gravitating towards clean energy doesn't mean we should necessarily do that, because the developed world, for want of a better expression, have polluted to be where they are in terms of industrialization. I know how patriotic you are. Would you sparingly, or will you suggest that as a country we should sparingly adopt renewable energy and also focus on building our industry? We should also pollute a bit. Are you for that school of thought?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I remember when I was in SHS2, I read Arrow of God. Arrow of God. I think that those who are interested in literature, and there's a phrase in it that we are all men. When we open our mouths, we know the men from the boys. We can't, and I see in your question, I see you speaking as a former NOX president, the student leadership. We are all, patriotic, we demand. But when you get into the field of global geopolitics engagement, it is completely different. If you ask me, my gut feeling is that we should not agree, because what percentage of the total emission are we contributing? Those countries indeed are where they are because they had a carte blanche of industrializing. And once you industrialize, you will also be emitting. Because if you look at the countries that are China, United States of America, Europe, the Russian Republic, Brazil, India, they are industrializing. So if you ask me, that's what I would say. But the point is that what will be the consequences Because when you have your food or your mouth in another man's kitchen, you certainly won't have, they say, we do so, they cut funding sources. It affects not only our, desire to sustain the environment, but it also affects other developmental activities. So, if you ask me, yes, as a patriot, as a former student leader like my brother, yes, we should do that. But in reality, it will be extremely difficult.
Okay. You mentioned China. Just to follow up, most people tend to criticize China about the pollution and the extent of it. However, ironically, what people don't know is that last year alone, China invested more than 2 billion in the area of renewable energy. I mean, better, arguably better than even the Netherlands and some other countries that are noted for investing more in renewable energy. It's a very interesting topic, and I just wanted to tease your mind about it. My penultimate, just the final question I want to ask is on the EPA Act, the new EPA Act. We're all passionate about it. We passed it. What do you think this EPA, the new EPA law, would cure necessarily?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is now an authority, and naturally, authority gives it some powers. I think that the new law gives EPA now the prosecutorial powers now to prosecute. And for me, that is also something that is extremely good. I said we may have environmental fast-track courts to deal with people who violate, certain environmental laws. Now, if you now have EPA, which is now an authority and has prosecutorial powers, I mean, you played a significant role in crafting this particular law. I think that it will go a long way to help. And even if you look at funding sources, it's something that is encouraging.
The carbon credits, and maybe this may be my last question. If I'm an afterthought, I think about another question I'll ask you. And that is not being fair to you. I'm being very fair to you. The carbon credit concept and the Red Plus concept has come to stay. And the difficulty with developing countries is capacity. Because we have a challenge, Prof is here, you can confirm. Because we have a challenge with capacity, we are unable to buy into the concept and rake in the necessary millions of dollars that as a country we can have because of the advantage we have in terms of afforestation. And anywhere in this country where you plant, it will grow. I see that as a huge potential, and it's as an avenue we can raise a lot of IGF, for want of a better expression, IGF. What would be your style or strategy for us to enhance our ability to buy into the carbon trade, and Ghana becomes a very important destination in terms of we taking advantage of the Red Plus concept and the carbon trade?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In everything you do, you need some level of stability. And so we are at advantage. May God forbid, assuming we're embroiled in conflict, like we can say many or some African countries, I don't think that they would have been interested in. And we seem to be doing very well. Professor Hamza's question, he enumerated some of the issues. We have that with Sweden, Switzerland, and Singapore, and many other countries. And it is yielding some. Maybe we need to deepen that and engage such relations with other countries because financially it helps. And it is one of the surest ways we can generate enough resources to support some of the agencies that are engaged in that without necessarily, financing the activities through budgetary allocations of government.
Mr. Chair, let me wish my friend who we've been engaging ever since his name came out officially. We've been talking and hoping that things will go well. Just to end on a note that what will you want to be remembered for after your stint of stay in the ministry? Honorable Mutala, once our Minister for Environment. What is the new designation now? Environment and what? Science and Technology. What would you want to be remembered for?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Results-oriented, instilling discipline in the activities of not just the ministry, but agencies within the ministry, and doing everything possible to stamp up corruption.
I thank you, and I wish my colleague the best of luck.
Thank you very much, Honorable Leader. I will now come to my right again, and then... No, he's going to... Yeah. So, you have the floor.
He has only 2 questions.
Chairman, thank you very much. My brother, my twin brother, I should say, in Parliament, and we do nearly everything together. If you see me in Tamale, yes. So, comrade, congratulations.
Thank you.
We knew this would come, and it has come. And I have no doubt that you will deliver. And the youth, especially the thousands of young people in Tamale and its environs, are looking up to you. I wish you all the best. You are in leadership, I'm in leadership. Hard work brought us here. So the youth should know that if you work hard, positive hard work, not any other hard work, but positive hard work, you will always be recognized. So I wish you all the best. My question to you is, cottage industry used to be the backbone of our recovery, and there are a lot of small, medium enterprises who do well in this regard. For instance, if you take the corn mill, there are a lot of metallurgists who are doing well. And as a sector minister, for which technology is an added aspect to your industry, will you consider prioritizing promoting cottage industry amongst our young men who go into metallurgy but don't get support to establish? That's metal works. They build containers, they build small machines. Will you consider prioritizing support for them so they can establish in our rural areas?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. I think that there are a lot. If you go to Abusokai, in Tamale, there is a place we call industrial area. Kumasi, I think Mayankar, and you find a lot of people who are designing a lot of things. I am a farmer, and I can tell you that some of the things we use in our farms are designed and built by Ghanaians. The only difficulty is that they don't have enough capital to be able to build more. That's one problem. The second problem is, will they have market for what they do? So it should be a multifaceted approach. The state can come in, that, okay, we provide the resources for you to build ABCD for farmers. In this country, we import tractors from Brazil and other places for farmers. Even planters. It's a simple technology. Planters, we import them. Can we give resources to our domestic investors or entrepreneurs to be able to develop something like that, so that the state gives it out to farmers, those who are engaged in agro-business? And I think that is one surest way. The technology is here, the expertise, we have it. The difficulty is just the financial means to be able to put it to use. And that is one thing I would encourage we do.
Chairman, thank you for the opportunity. Comrade, all the best.
Thank you very much. It's now the turn of... it's now your turn. If you are ready, you can go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Honorable.
Thank you.
Yes, I can see my beautiful daughter-in-law supporting you very well at the back over there. He's very much impressed with your answers so far, and he wants you to listen. But I have a problem. I have picked your CV, and there's no indication that you are married. There's no indication, unless maybe you have to take me through and let me. So, do you have, this is a house of record. Are you seeking the permission of the I have a colleague who is indicating that you have disowned your wife and your children, for that matter. But do you want to seek the permission of the chair to amend accordingly?
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. What actually happened is that this CV, I have been using that. So I was supposed, in fact, if you ask the clerk, I had to send the CV to them yesterday. And that is the reason. My original CV, I'm married. My beautiful wife is seated behind me, very supportive. And I have 4 kids, actually.
But, Mr. Chair, very interesting.
I have 1 wife.
I'm quite curious. I know my brother very well. On the floor, if he has a strong feeling about something that he has to correct, he will correct. Why is it the case that on this occasion you never sought the permission of the chair to amend your CV?
Mr. Chairman, I agreed. I said yes, I would love to amend the CV. Thank you. Accordingly amended.
Honorable, thank you very much, Mr. Chair and Honorable nominee. I've noted that you have undertaken a number of education. In your master's for planning, you had a thesis which read good governance and the execution of development projects at the local governance level. Would you like to share with us some of the best observation and recommendation that you made in that thesis? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is important to state that I have had some invitation from my supervisor who insisted that I needed to publish with her, Madam Teresa, I think Dr. Teresa. One of the recommendations I made in the work I did when I presented my thesis was to recommend the elections of district assemblies long before the Constitution Commission review came with that particular position. I had done that, which was captured in my CV. And that for me, it was telling. So that was one very important recommendation. And the Constitution Review Commission actually in their report also agreed with the position I took. However, there were some difficulties. With the engagement and interactions I had with players, one of the skeptics, the views they have is that if you have the regional minister who is the RECSEC chairman, or you have the DC who is the DISEC chairman, the District Security Committee. Now if you have a district chief executive who belongs to a different political party, in this case, the NDC is in government, and then if it is going to be elected, I mean, you can tell your guess is as good as mine, depending on the strength of each political party in each district. So the possibility of you having an MPP winning in an MPP stronghold, the elections in terms of the DC they elect is very high. Now, if the president is visiting that particular district, his security and safety will be guaranteed by someone who belongs to a different political party. These were some of the views, but I still think that it can happen. I mean, if our institutions are strengthened and we have confidence in the independence of the institutions, it doesn't matter who is the DC or who is the regional minister, we can still go ahead to ensure the safety and the security. And maybe the suggestion is that regional police commanders and district police commanders should be the leaders of securities within the districts and the region and not the political appointees. So these were some of the recommendations I made. in my thesis.
Very well. You have a follow-up? Are you giving them?
I commend you highly, not just for the idea, but to also publicly stand by it. I think it's a point of commendation for me. However, you do know that I think a while ago your party took a position against that. If I'm wrong, you may correct me, but your party took a position against that when the president, former president, was pushing for the election. You can put matters in context. Would you still stand by that at this time, that we should go ahead as a country and elect our MMDCs?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My party never took a position against it. My party's position was informed by the position your party took in Parliament on the matter. Because I remember at that time.
Wrong, you may correct me, but your party took a position against that when the president, former president, was pushing for the election. You can put matters in context. Would you still stand by that at this time, that we should go ahead as a country and elect our MMDCs?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My party never took a position against it. My party's position was informed by the position your party took in Parliament on the matter. Because I remember at that time, we had no problem going ahead, but you were demanding certain things to be done. I can't specifically remember, but I remember in Parliament, I stand to be corrected. I remember in Parliament, I wasn't in the 7th Parliament, and those who are there can confirm this. But whatever the case is, Mr. Chairman, whatever the case is, Mr. Chairman, you asked me what I added to knowledge, the recommendations I made. And I said that my academic work, some of the recommendations I made was ABCD. It is completely insulated from the position my party take. Granted that was even the position my party take. So if you are now asking me my view, I'm saying that I subscribe to the view that we can have it elected. But there are some conditions that must be met. And I did indicate the concerns certain people raise. And I'm saying that when we reach a stage where we can all have confidence in the independence of the institutions, and agree that the DC and the regional minister should not be the head of either the district security or the regional security, we have confidence in the security agencies, maybe from that time we can be looking at its feasibility or its viability, if you like. So that is my position.
Not to litigate further on this matter. It's not to litigate further. But Chief Whip, be tolerant a bit. This is a conversation with our own brother. I'm just to put on record. The SYL MPP government did everything, Mr. Chair, that the election of MMDCs will be done. And my colleague can confirm that. However, he says there were some conditions. I don't want this matter to take the shine out of you. You have performed so well. You've performed so well. However, this matter of there were conditions and we didn't fulfill those conditions is not a statement of fact. And I just want to put that on record. It is not a statement of fact. We did our part. You failed to help us.
Chairman, I was in Parliament with him, and we were all part of the processes leading to the proposed referendum. The position of the NDC was that we will support the government of the day's agenda for the election of MMDCs, but on non-partisan basis. The government's position was that the election which will allow political parties participation. This was the dichotomy between the MPP government's position and the NDC minority, the MPP government position and the NDC minority position. And the government refused to converge with us. So we declined. to support the referendum. So the election, yes. Non-partisan, yes. But you said the election with the participation of political parties. So these are the facts.
Please, nominee, I think let's make progress. Honorable Patricia,
Chairman, it's in our manifesto, so we implement it.
Yes. Please, Honorable, go ahead.
Thank you very much for the direction, but it's a very good and interesting topic, and we need to be very clear in our minds in pursuing that agenda, what it's going to do. Now you've realized that we had some level of differences. Anyway, on your CV, page 1, there's an observation that the BA Psychology, you have 2 dates on. I don't know what the 2003 means and then the 2011. If you can help us correct the difference in name. I don't know whether you started pursuing in 2003 and finished in 2011. If we want that clarity. So if you can help us achieve that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's just a typo. Yeah. I finished 2003. I went to Legon 1999-2000 academic year, the Mobroa struggle years, and my good friend, the Honorable
So do we have
Minority Leader.
Do we have your consent to delete the 20?
Yes. I ended 2003. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, is well done.
No. Please go ahead.
Okay. Honorable.
Various agencies financially independent. That's one. 2, build the capacity of people who are working, not just the ministry, but the agencies. And I say this because there are a lot of funding sources. The UNDP I talked about, they have funding that helps to build capacity of agencies and ministries who are working in the area of environmental sustainability. And 2, to work in collaborative fashion with my other colleagues to stem the tide of the havoc caused by Galamsey. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that answer. And then Mr. Nominee, or Mr. Chairman, I heard you rightly say that the implementation of the environmental laws and regulations should rather be the responsibility of your ministry. And especially when it comes to lands and natural resources, they are not the ministry that should be responsible for that. May I know from you, you will be, one of your agencies is the EPA. Do they have the required personnel and the right monitoring systems to undertake this regulatory function appropriately? And if not, what would you do to ensure?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. From the outside, I can say they do, but I'll begin to have a proper appreciation of what they do once I get in there. After I had an interactions with the agencies, but I've indicated to the Chief Director that after you approve me and I'm sworn into office, I would have a detailed presentation of each of the agencies, department by department, so that I will do a proper assessment of the capacity of the agencies and the projects they have. From that time, I'll be able to have a proper appreciation of their capacity, and then we'll take it from there.
Right, and a follow-up, Honorable Nominee, don't you think, by your answer, you shouldn't have said that they do, but rather you are not in the know, and that you will find an appropriate way of learning and finding out whether they have the right personnel, the right number of personnel to execute those projects.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I laid my answer with the condition. I said from the outset, I get the impression that they do, because I see that EPA is working. Of course, we would want them to do more, but I'm saying that I have proper appreciation once I get in there. But from the outset, based on what I have seen, the documents I have seen, they seem to be doing very well. But at least they need to do more.
Very well, Honorable Nominee. There's something that is really, I need to seek some clarity on that. I'm asking if your ministry, the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology, does not overlap with the new Ministry of Climate Change and what is that second one? I'm not too sure. Yes, there is a ministry. Minister of State responsible, which would, so it is not a ministry.
Climate change and sustainability.
Yes.
Just an executive officer.
It's just an executive. Okay, then I will, and then I will drop my question on that, because I felt strongly that there was going to be an overlapping, and it is very important that we look at that one. I've heard you severally mention about funding. Funding is a very critical need in the ministry of which you are going to be responsible for. And one area that I believe that we need to look at is to define and ensure that we set aside a certain percentage of our funds for research. I want to find out from you if you agree with this assertion, and if not, what will be your alternative plan? Because work still has to be undertaken by that ministry. Thank you.
I think that the demand that is entirely requested by experts, research institutions, is that if we can devote even 1% of our GDP, if I stand to be corrected, for research funding. I believe that research is not only important, but essential, is very critical. And I think that the state must take issues of research very, very serious. I'm a research student myself, and I know how impactful research is to our complete, if you like, socioeconomic developments as a state. When proper research is done, it helps even in planning, because you have something, at hand that you can work towards or work on. But when you have research institutions that are bereft of the basic resource funding that is supposed to be given to them to be able to execute their project, you have a problem. So I think that we need to take the issue of research serious, and President Mahama is committed. If you read the NDC manifesto and statements he even made when he engaged some of research institutions, that he's more than willing to give them the needed funding for the purposes of their research work.
My direct question was whether we are setting a research fund, we're setting that fund aside to
Mr. Chair, there is already a fund for research. In fact, the act was passed in 2020. And like I said, the government was committed or promised to put a seed capital of 50 million Ghana cedis. Unfortunately, for 4 years, my understanding is that not a dime was put in it, because there was a debate, or if you like, a conflict between Ministry of Education and Minister of Health, Minister of Environment, Science and Technology, as to which ministry handles it. So I'm saying that if the monies were put in it as a seed capital, maybe by now we would have generated more than the 50 million. Yes, I would support any decision or move to put in the necessary money into that seed capital. I would support that.
Yes, and you think there will still not be that kind of controversy between the ministries? And I want you to also tell us what percentage of research funding per year GDP should we apply into this particular? I want to if it's possible, and when you are giving the nod.
Currently, we are doing less than 1%. Less than 1%. I mean, currently. I'm saying a beggar has no choice. But at least let's start somewhere. I'm happy my senior brother is the former Minister for Finance. If I had the opportunity, I would have asked him why they didn't give the 1% which was requested. I mean, if we have more than 1%, that would be encouraging.
Honorable, the follow-up
Mr. Chairman,
we are relating it to...
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
I came to solidarize with him, but it appears he's inviting me into the discussion.
You're nominating,
and
inviting...
I do not want to accept that invitation.
You are not
unfortunately.
Invited. You are not invited.
Thank you very much. There's also another aspect of your job which I want us to. What plans do you have to promote the use of natural resources such as minerals, forests, and water bodies if given the nod?
Thank you, Mr. I want to say the use, if you could expatiate on that.
Yes, you know, we have a very big challenge. We have a very big challenge when it comes to the promotion of our natural resources. You are in charge of technology. You are also in charge of science. And you're also in charge of the environment. And you have to factor all these aspects of our life to ensure that in trying to promote the use of our natural resources, there is a very responsible way of doing it. So that is where I am looking at. That is where my question relates to. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Initially, in one of my responses, I talked about the already laws that we have enacted to preserve the environment, if you like, to conserve and sustain the environment. And the Hazardous and Electronic Waste Control and Management Act I talked about. And the fact that we now have the e-waste recycling, at Agbogbuloshi. Reclamation and of degraded lands. If we have agriculture smart technology, we'll be able to help in this direction. And we can only do so if research institutions are given the needed resources to come out with that, of course, in collaboration with the Ministry of Agric, because we know the effects of our agriculture activities on our environment. Again, we fight galamsey. I see that as a moral duty and a responsibility. I don't know what I mean. My earlier, answers, I said, look, the idea of helping to sustain the environment is anchored on scripture. And I made reference to Genesis 2:15. I also made reference to Quran chapter 2, verse 30, where the Lord, in this case I'm referring to God, entreat all of us to do everything possible to take care of the environment. It's a moral duty. Maybe perhaps our religious groupings, the pastors, the imams, should incorporate in their sermons, their preachings, the need for us all to play a role in sustaining the environment in which we live. And I think that is one way. So there will be so much education and sensitization that will go a long way to help. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. My sister Aja Ladi touched on how you can deploy our women to assist with waste management. But I see a much broader area. You recollect that our women are often disproportionately impacted by climate change, especially in low-income countries where they may be more susceptible to harm due to poverty, lack of education, and limited decision-making power. Women may have limited access to resources such as land, credit, and technology, which can limit their ability to adapt to climate change and mitigate its impact. Honorable nominee, what specific policies does government plan to implement to address the climate change and environmental sustainability, especially as regards to women? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. His Excellency President Mahama made history by nominating a running mate as a woman of substance, a woman, I say, who is more than 1,000 men in terms of her achievement. And I think that it is not for nothing that she was made a running mate. And the good people of this country actually, endorse that. Women have a significant role to play in all aspects of our life, whether environment or agriculture. And I can tell you that I'll do everything possible as far as the ministry is concerned to give women a lead role. You were a deputy minister there, and the information I get there, you perform outstandingly. So when women are given the chance, they deliver. And we would ensure that we make women play a lead role in this journey. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, I have a challenge. And the challenge situates directly in my constituency. You know, in Accra and Kumasi, but in Kumasi, my constituency is where we have the abattoir. Responsible disposal of waste is very much required when you have abattoirs situated in the middle of the town. You know, there is a technology that can be used, and at the same time, the output will be commercially useful as a society, if given the nod. Honorable Minister, how are you going to ensure that the abattoirs in Accra and Kumasi will embark on this responsible waste disposal? As I speak now, if you go around my constituency where the abattoir is at this point in time, I don't think you can breathe well because of the stench that comes out. What would you recommend as a solution or a technological solution to address that particular issue? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable, you indicated that there is a technology.
Yes.
I indicated to you yesterday that I shall be engaging you. As a matter of fact, I've engaged several other, players in the industry. The former minister, I spoke with him on phone. I had a discussion with you. You are my mother. I'll come and sit with you to see how we can all together exploit that technology for Mother Ghana. I know you are a patriotic citizen, so we'll do that. But self-discipline is also very important. There are laws and regulations governing the conduct of anybody in this country, including those who operate the abattoirs. We must ensure that they adhere to those regulations. But we'll look further into some of the technologies and see how we can harness it to be able to solve some of these problems. Thank you.
Right. Much, Mr. Chairman. Women in science is something that is very much required if we want to achieve our sustainable development goals. and ensure the inclusion of women in addressing climate actions and all other actions. What would be your best approach to ensure that we have equal numbers of women? Maybe I shouldn't use equity, I should use equality, but equity. We have an appreciable number of women and girls undertaking science in school. Thank you.
I think that the STEM, like I said earlier, is not only important but essential. And my earlier suggestion is that if we can incorporate STEM education at all levels of education, curricula of all levels of education. One thing I've observed as a trained teacher, at the lower primary you may have the numbers of girls and boys the same. Sometimes the girls are more than the boys, particularly in rural Ghana. But as they progress, the number of girls, reduce, and then the boys will have that. And in some communities, unfortunately, they feel that girls are not supposed to go to school. There's a profound socio-cultural, aspects of our life that hinders the growth of girls, particularly in the area of science. I have 2 boys, 2 daughters, and they are wonderful girls. And I will do everything possible to assist them, just like I will assist the boys, to be able to unearth their enormous potentials. So if we introduce or incorporate STEM education at all levels, and maybe emphasize the need for girls to be able to bridge the gap between boys who excel in the sciences and mathematics and engineering, so that the girls can catch up with. I think that is one thing that will help. We have an affirmative law in Ghana now. How do we harness that law to ensure that the implementation or enforcement of it yield the needed intended results? Unfortunately, we may have laws, but the ability to enforce the laws for the purpose for which they were crafted, for me, has always been the challenge. Maybe that is one thing we need to look at, and we need everybody to be engaged, particularly Parliament.
Right. Thank you very much. That you brought the issue of affirmative action. And I don't think anybody has to implement that, apart from you, the sector ministries that are being put in place to do that. And it will require special funding to be able to also implement these things effectively. But one of the areas that I want us to look at in the promotion of science, I don't know, Honorable Nominee, whether you are aware that UNESCO has a special project to ensure the enhancement of women in sciences. I'm not sure. I'm asking, do you have any such idea?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not only science, even in cultural education, I know UNESCO, and UNESCO have had that for a very long time. When I was the Secretary General of the All Africa Students Union, I had the opportunity to have attended UNESCO conferences, and that bordered so much on how we could bring women to equal par, if you like, with men, in terms of science education, in terms of culture, in terms of many other things. So I do have some understanding of what UNESCO does with regards to women.
Thank you. Then I am going to engage you so that we'll find ways of ensuring that we can enhance the women or girls' participation in science subjects, and also be able to apply technology to the common things that we do on an everyday basis. You realize that women are managers of the home, even the food that we eat. If there are scientific way to prove that certain food will inure to a good health, that one can be promoted. So I believe with that. I'm not preaching. I'm preaching to the converted. That's what I'm saying. I'm preaching to the converted. So I want you to take a cue from that. Honorable Nominee, I know if I have to go on and ask you questions, you talk, you speak till we all go to sleep. So I'm going to end here because you love speaking and you are always articulate. So I'm going to end here and wish you well in your future endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I will give the floor to Honorable Kwaku Riketegan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Comrade, congratulations.
Presido.
Thank you. Just a quick, I want to follow up. Well, it's a question, but it's something that came out of what Honorable Patrick Boama said, and then something you yourself said, which I think was very important, and that is to take you back to this carbon trade business. One thing you said, which is something that President John Dramani Mahama has already said about this every man, planting a tree, which you have now taken it further to be every child also planting a tree. I mean, there's a lot to get from this carbon trade. And if we have the capacity and build out what you are talking about and what President Mahama has said earlier on, then we can be able to build that capacity to get that carbon credit, which will obviously become some of the monies that you can call it IGF, to fund, your ministry at least. But for me, the most important part, and I want your opinion on this, and I'm happy that the finance minister, former finance minister, is also here, that we have a revenue target. You can contribute from your ministry more than for just your ministry, but you can actually contribute nationally to basically in driving up our revenues. We have all these oil companies and mining companies and all that. I want to know your view about how we can actually sort of get people to pay, or get institutions to pay for their carbon footprints, so that we will use that to raise revenue for the Ministry, of Finance, and by that I mean for the nation. Just your view on that, because you made a very, very, very important point on the credit, carbon credit. But looking at the other side of the carbon footprint, which is basically some kind of a tax that will be earned by the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that stakeholder engagement is very, very important. And particularly Parliament has a role, because you are talking about enacting a law. We first and foremost must have the buy-in of Parliament. We must have the buy-in of various agencies and ministries who will be working in that area. And I think that maybe it's one thing I need to think through. I may have further, discussions with you. If we can start something at the ministry, I think it's a laudable idea.
Thank you very much. Comrade, congratulations. Thank you.
Honorable Muntala.
Mr. Speaker.
Katuma Biola.
Nah.
Zaplaga Avilpam.
You have to translate.
Honorable Muntala, they said I should go 2 more sentences. And you know what I'm likely to say?
You should say it.
I shouldn't say it, eh?
No.
Okay. I recognize Patrick Nomo, Chief Director, Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology. Hajia Hadiatu Muntala, wife of the nominee. Bawa Fuseni Tamale Dakpema. For Idrisu Abdul Jabbar Gambihin Dana, Mohammed Yusuf Salambi Lana, Mahama Idrisu Sintaro Sakoya Lana, Abdul Rahman Mohammed, Rep of Yana, Idrisu Mohammed Bobrina, Sheikh Abdul Salam Ahmed, Northern Regional Chief Imam, Alhaji Alasan Dandawa, Dukcho Yakub Isa Abaria Sunni Community Tamale. Abaria, okay. Sheikh Mashood Ahmed Yakubu Abaria Sunni Community Tamale. Alhaji Baba Ibrahim, brother of Honorable Muntala Mohammed, the nominee. Ishaku Umar Farouk, constituency chairman. Abdul Mumin Al-Hassan, Northern Regional Vice Chairman, NDC. Alhaji Bewa, Northern Regional Vice Chairman, NDC. Alhaji Michel, Northern Regional Imam of NDC. Chief Dudu Sufo Azoka, Vice Chairman, National Vice Chairman, NDC. You are all welcome. Honourable member, thank you for attending upon the committee and taking your time to express your views about questions asked. You will hear from the judge. The next nominee,
thank you, Mr. Chairman,
should be ready to take the chair.
There's it for the second nominee. Let me engage Honorable John Darko briefly. You had a number of questions for the nominee. That's camera. How did it go for you?
Well, I mean, I think that he managed to answer the question as he could. I believe he's also expressed some good knowledge about the area. And so for me, I think the test will be on the job. In the next 12 months to 24 months, we will see whether the things he said here he's going to have implemented. It's a very important area of the environment. If you put the whole we're able to well and utilize the ministry and its resources, it will help us. For me, I can say that it's been okay. It wasn't an excellent presentation, but I'm not sure I will get any excellent presentation from anywhere. It's been okay, and honestly, I wish him well.
You are an MP in the Ashanti region, so to be specific, the issue of Galamsey, are you satisfied with his answers and the commitment that he says he will work with other agencies to nip it in the bud?
It's okay that he said that timelines are added to this. When I tried that, the chairman actually did not allow him to answer. You see, because it looks like all you have to do is to say something. You can say anything. When you won't even ask proper follow-ups, you are not allowed because of the rules. And so once he said he's going to collaborate, you can't do much. But I think that going forward, all the right things because they know that they'll be held accountable. So I'll do my best, but I hope that the media will list all the promises and the ideas they have shared with us, will list them and hold them to it. I mean, if we are going to do that every 6 months or every 1 year, let's hold these ministers to account. Look, that's the only way we can develop our country. Otherwise, the appointment committee becomes a talk shop, and so long as the party in government has majority at the house, the person will be approved, and the person is not held accountable anymore. So we have to look at what they say at any point in time and then begin to question the implementation from time to time.
Thank you very much, Honorable John Darko, Member of Parliament for Aswami. I've seen the Ningo Pram MP and the Minister-designate for Communication, Samuel Nartey George, who in a jiffy will be taking his seat because he's the next in line. 2 nominees dispatched already, 1 more to go. Let me find out whether I can. Let me find out whether I can engage Doc briefly. You are live on GHOne TV. First of all, the agreement that has just been signed. I'm talking about the official creditors agreement. Just a brief one. I know it started from your government. How does that make you feel that finally you find
no agreement has been signed? Yes, the agreement was reached in June 2024. So it is not as if the agreement has just been reached. Yes, we reached the agreement between the Official Creditor Committee of Ghana and the government of Ghana on the 11th of June 2024.
What happened yesterday?
Then the various countries who are members of OCC were to take it through their internal country processes of signing. And a number of them signed. It was about 3 or 6 who just signed, and that ended the process.
What does it mean
so it is being presented as if it has just been signed. There's nothing like that. It was signed, the agreement was reached in June, on the 11th of June 2024.
What has happened? If the agreement was reached, were signatures appended?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, that the various members of the OCC, which negotiated on behalf of the members, needed to now take it through their country processes to sign. A lot of the country, there are 25 members. It was never around between 3 or 6 who had not signed because they were still taking it through their country processes. And now that they have, signed, then it brought the signing process to an end. But it is not as if this has just been negotiated and agreed and signed. That is not the case.
Anything outstanding for the new administration to undertake?
There was nothing outstanding. The MOU was agreed, and the terms of the MOU were actually initially agreed on the 12th of January, and the terms were then transferred into an MOU, which we reached an agreement on the 11th of June 2024. So it's not a new thing, and nothing has changed since we reached the agreement. It was just a signing by the members of the Official Creditor Committee, because they had to take it through their country processes. Just like in Ghana, when the government reaches an agreement, it has to come to Parliament. So they also had to take it through their country processes and sign. And a lot of them, 25 members, they did it, except about 3 or 4, 5, 6, if I'm not mistaken, who just concluded their country processes and signed to formally bring to a close the process of restructuring the debts involving the official creditors of Ghana. So it is not a new thing. I have heard some people trying to take credit. The new government, how can you negotiate and reach an agreement and sign an agreement in 3 weeks? 3 weeks of being in government. This agreement has been negotiated over the last 2 years. And so maybe the statement issued by the Minister of Finance will have misinformed the public about the processes that we've gone through to this point. So we reached the agreement. I negotiated parts of the agreement, and Ghana is not going to pay to service our debt. There is debt suspension between 2023 and 2026. And in addition to this, we have savings in debt service relief of $2.8 billion United States dollars. This new government didn't negotiate it, and they didn't reach any agreement. The agreement was reached on the 11th of June 2024.
What does it mean for the economic recovery process? Briefly.
First of all, as I indicated, we are going to suspend debt service, for our official bilateral creditors from 2023 to 2026. So the money we would have used to service the debt will certainly be used for other purposes in the country. And so that is one significant contribution that it will make for our country. And secondly, we have savings in debt service relief, as I said, of 2.8 billion United States dollars. This money would have paid, but we will no longer pay. And so we have these savings that we would have actually paid to them, but now it will be used to support our budget and the development efforts of our country. So these are two significant contributions it will make, and I hope that the government will allocate resources to the right sectors of the economy so that we can build on the productive base of the economy.
And you believe you were denied your due credit?
Oh, we are all doing it for Ghana. But where it is presented as if the new government has done something, which in actual fact they did nothing as far as that process is concerned, then we need to put it in proper context.
Dr. Adam, the immediate past finance minister, talking about the official creditors agreement that we were told had been reached yesterday that gives the country savings in excess of $2.8 billion. His explanation is that the hard work, the heavy liftings had been done, and that what we are hearing is just a process that has just terminated. But of course, as I mentioned, that is a sidebar. The main attraction is the man you see here greeting the friends and families. And I'm talking about Samuel Nartey, George. He is the next in line to take the seat and answer questions about the sector that he's headed for. And here I'm talking about the communications ministry. The challenge here had always been about the inflow of individuals to the gallery here at the committee room 1 and 2. Earlier, there were directives from the committee that each and every nominee is entitled to come or be accompanied by 10 individuals. When it was the turn of Murtala Muhammad Ibrahim, the Member of Parliament for Tamale Central, and also Minister-designate for Science, Technology and Innovation, there was a near stampede at the main door, and that's because there were many people who wanted to access this particular facility to throw their weight and offer their support to the designate. But of course, the marshals were not allowing that, and that's exactly what's happening now. The marshals are careful as to how many people are allowed access to the committee room, and that's because this place is not that spacious, and sometimes it overflows with people. But of course, I can see Mrs. Jata or Mrs. Sam George, the wife, is taking the seat, the mother as well, the father as well, and then of course you can see the nominee equally ushering in some people, and that's to ensure that at least there is some sanity at the gate. I've seen engineer Dr. Kenashigbe of the Telecoms Chamber also assess and then take his seat, and then many other sector players who are here to offer their support. And as I mentioned, the committee as of now has taken a 30 minutes break, and the break is to ensure that at least whoever deserves to come here gets to take the seat. We've equally seen the NCA Director General who has equally been ushered in, Mr. Fianku, to go and then take his seat. And then of course there are still many people who are standing there behind the gate who are still trying to gain access here. Some are constituents from Ningo Pram Pram, others are party people, some are friends and family members who want to come and support the nominee and then the Minister-designate. But like I said, this particular auditorium has limited seating arrangement, and so every now and then it becomes a struggle when individuals attempt to access the facility to offer their support. Of course, many more people have been given access to this particular facility. But like I said,
that I will at all times well and truly serve the Republic of Ghana in the office of the Constitutional Review Committee, and that I will uphold, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana as by law established. So help me God. And then the oath of secrecy, and it follows the same pattern. You insert your name. So here we go. I, holding the office of member of the Constitutional Review Committee. Prempe, you say chairman. The others, you say member. Do in the name of the Almighty God swear that I will not directly or indirectly communicate or reveal to any person any matter which shall be brought under my consideration or shall come to my knowledge in the discharge of my official duties, except as may be required for the discharge of my official duties, or as may be specially permitted by law. So help me God. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. You may please resume your seat. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I'd now like to welcome the Attorney General and Minister of Justice, the Honorable Dominic Ayine, to give us some remarks. Please welcome him.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, the Honorable Chief of Staff, Chairman, National Chairman of the National Democratic Congress, Legal Counsel to the President and my former boss, Ministers of State present, Members of Parliament, Chairman and members of the Constitution Review Committee, my fellow countrymen and women, good evening. It is my pleasure and honor to welcome you all to the inauguration of the Constitution Review Committee. As the name of the committee suggests, its core duty is to review the Constitution of the Republic. To review something means to take a second look at that thing. That may seem like a simple task for the committee, but there is more to it than meets the eye. Reviewing the Constitution means more than simply taking a second look at the text of the Constitution. For instance, to cite His Excellency's favorite example, Article 71 of the Constitution, and to take account of how the letter and spirit of the Constitution has been put to use in the last 3 decades. That includes reviewing the statutes, regulations, judicial decisions, and public policies that have been designed to give effect to or to enable effect to be given to the provisions of the Constitution. My fellow countrymen and women, to paraphrase an American jurist, Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes, the life of the law has never been logic, but experience. Our collective experience over the last 32 years has taught us that certain aspects of the Constitution are not welfare enhancing, and those we must refashion to suit our purposes. The question, however, is, will we get it right this time? That is a question that none of us in this room can answer with mathematical certainty. The good thing is that we have the benefit of the mistakes we've made in the past in our attempts to put the Constitution to use to guide us in the current pursuit. But much as we must take account of the collective experience as a people, we cannot unravel the internal logic of the Constitution as a whole. Mr. President, sometimes, and I really mean this, sometimes I feel like Cassius in Shakespeare's Julius Caesar, when he observes that the fault, dear Brutus, is not in our stars, but in ourselves, that we are weaklings. At such times, I feel that the fault is not with the Constitution, but with us, because we have not had the strong will to do what it takes to make the Constitution work to enhance public welfare. And why do I say this? To answer this question, Mr. President, I want to provide a little bit of context by quoting extensively from the dictum of SOA CJ in Tufo and Attorney General. In that case, the learned Chief Justice said as follows, quote, "A written constitution such as ours is not an ordinary act of parliament. It embodies the will of the people. It also mirrors their history. Account therefore needs to be taken of it as a landmark in the people's search for progress. It contains within it their aspirations and their hopes for a better and fuller life. The Constitution has its letter of the law. Equally, the Constitution has its spirit. It is the fountainhead of the authority which each of the three arms of government possesses and exercises. It is a source of strength. It is a source of power. The executive, the legislature, and the judiciary are created by the Constitution. Their authority is derived from the Constitution. Their sustenance is derived from the Constitution. Its methods of alteration, and this is very important for the committee, its methods of alteration are specified. In our peculiar circumstances, these methods require the involvement of the whole body politic of Ghana. Its language, therefore, must be considered as if it were a living organism capable of growth and development, as the body politic of Ghana itself is capable of growth and development. End of quote. Our collective search for progress, Mr. President and my fellow countrymen and women, is a continuous process that requires debate, deliberation, and action. It requires a thoughtful application of the letter and spirit of the Constitution to all aspects of our national life. And that, in turn, requires a tenacious effort to breathe life into the Constitution as a living organism through legislative and policy measures that conform to its letter and spirit. As a country, we have been, I must say honestly, to a large extent, derelict in our duty in this respect. To give but one example, Mr. President, the Constitution guarantees the property rights of spouses in Article 22, Clause 1, and provides as follows. In Article 22, Clause 2, Parliament shall, as soon as practicable, after the coming into force of this Constitution, enact legislation regulating the property rights of spouses. It has been 32 years since the coming into force of the Constitution, and we are yet to pass legislation on the property rights of spouses. The nearest we came to fulfilling this obligation was under Mr. President's first term of office, when my boss, the Honorable Marietta Biru, tabled a motion in Parliament in 2016 to regulate the property rights of spouses. However, the bill was shot down due to a single provision relating to cohabitation. The Women's Caucus in Parliament at the time strongly opposed that provision, and they were louder than the voices of all the men put together. There were 20 women, and during the consideration stage, when I even proposed to take out the cohabitation clause, which basically provided that if a man and a woman, it didn't matter whether it was a married man or an unmarried man or a married man, stayed together for 5 years, and presented themselves to the country to their neighbors as husband and wife, the woman was entitled to inherit, the man's property. Now, the women took this to be an advantage to side chicks, and they shut it down, even though there were just 20 of them. Mr. Chairman and members of the Constitution Review Committee, the President and I have invested a lot of hope in your capabilities, experience, and your commitment to the service of our nation. Mr. President was very specific that he wanted a committee consisting of our compatriots who not only represented our country, but who will inspire confidence in our people. He was also clear in his mind that he did not want a partisan committee. So, you have been carefully selected to do this job for our country. The easiest part of the job is to follow the specified methods of alteration of the Constitution. The toughest, and I can say this without any fear of contradiction, is to recommend substantive provisions to add to or replace the current provisions of the Constitution that will conform with the welfare principle of Article 1, Clause 1 of the Constitution, which provides as follows. Quote, the sovereignty of Ghana resides in the people of Ghana, in whose name and emphasis and for whose welfare the powers of government are to be exercised in the manner and within the limits laid down in this Constitution. I will be working closely with you, Chairman and members of the committee, in the next 6 months to produce a result that is satisfactory to Mr. President and to our countrymen and women. Notwithstanding that, I wish to thank all of you on behalf of the President and the people of Ghana for accepting to do this labor of love, as the chairman described it on social media, for our country. So God bless you all. God bless our homeland Ghana. May your work make Ghana great and strong. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Attorney General and Minister of Justice, the Honorable Dominic Ayine. It's now my honor to invite His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to give his speech. Please, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon. Distinguished guests, members of the Constitutional Review Committee, Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, staff of the Presidency, my fellow Ghanaians. Today we gather for a solemn and hopeful purpose. That's the inauguration of the Constitutional Review Committee. This is not just another event on our national calendar. It is a moment of deep reflection on how far we have come as a nation and a reaffirmation of our collective commitment to shaping a future that truly reflects the aspirations of the Ghanaian people. For over 3 decades, the 1992 Constitution has been the foundation of our democracy. It has guided us through periods of growth and challenge, securing our rights and freedoms while ensuring peaceful transitions of power. It has given us stability, resilience, and hope. Those who framed this document can look back with pride, knowing that their vision has not only endured, but has become the backbone of our nation's progress. And I say kudos to all the ordinary men and women who gathered at that time to produce this document. Yet, as with all living things, our Constitution must evolve. Former Chief Justice Sowa, and I'm taking from the same quote as the AG, in the landmark 2-4 vs. Attorney General case, described our Constitution as a living organism, a sentiment that reminds us that the strength of any democracy lies in its ability to adapt. Over the years, we've seen gaps, ambiguities, and challenges that demand attention. The world has changed, and so too must the legal framework that governs us. The call for constitutional reform is not an admission of failure, but an acknowledgement of the progress, a recognition that our democracy must be dynamic, responsive, and ever attuned to the needs of our people. This is not the first time we have sought to refine our Constitution. On this day, we honor the foresight of His Excellency John Evans Atta Mills, who in 2010 established the Constitutional Review Commission, led by Professor Albert Fiajo. The comprehensive work of that commission, along with the efforts of the Constitution Review Implementation Committee, chaired by Professor Evio Dankwa, laid a solid foundation. More recently, in 2023, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo established the Constitution Review Consultative Committee, chaired by Mrs. Clara Berry Kasati, whose findings were submitted last year in December 2024. These initiatives reflect a long-standing national desire to refine our governance structures, and today we must take the next bold step on that journey. The task before you is critical. You are not just reviewing reports and proposing amendments. You are helping to shape the future of our dear nation, Ghana. Your mandate is to carefully examine past recommendations, identify necessary changes, and create a clear roadmap that will finally lead to meaningful constitutional amendments. This process must not become another chapter in the history of unfulfilled reform efforts. It must be a turning point, a moment when Ghana moves decisively from discussion to action. I understand the weight of responsibility that comes with this task, and I assure you that your work will not be in vain. This will not be an exercise in futility. We are determined to see this process through, and I have every confidence in your ability to deliver results that will serve both the present and future generation of Ghanaians. I take great pride in the composition of this committee. You have not been chosen out of political consideration, but for your integrity, expertise, and commitment to Ghana's progress. This exercise is not about any political party. It is about Ghana. It is about ensuring that our constitution reflects the values, hopes, and dreams of every Ghanaian, regardless of their background or affiliation. Your diverse perspectives will enrich this process, and I urge you to engage widely with citizens from all walks of life in this process. This constitution must belong to all of us. It must inspire trust, it must unite us, and it must provide a framework for a more just, inclusive, and prosperous Ghana. On behalf of the people of Ghana, I express my profound gratitude to each of you for taking up this national duty, especially at such short notice. Your willingness to serve is a testament of your love for country and your dedication to Ghana's future. We stand at the threshold of a new chapter in our democratic journey. Let us approach it with wisdom, urgency, and a shared commitment to building a Ghana that will continue to stand as a beacon of democracy and hope, not only in Africa, but in the world. I thank you. May God bless our homeland Ghana and make our nation great and strong. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We would now invite for his own remarks the chair of the committee, Professor H. Kwesi Prempeh. Please.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic, Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic, the Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice, Honorable members of the Presidential Staff, fellow members of the Constitutional Review Committee, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the members of the committee and on my own behalf, I would like to convey to you, Mr. President, our most profound gratitude for trusting us enough, individually and collectively, to ask us to shoulder this very awesome burden and responsibility of reviewing and proposing suitable amendments to the 1992 Constitution. Your naming and inauguration of this committee in the very early weeks of your assumption of office as president signals to us, the members of this committee, as well as to the nation, the sincerity and seriousness of your commitment to prosecute to the end the constitutional reform agenda as a critical component of your pledge to reset governance in this, our fourth republic. On our part, my members and I also pledge that we will return the trust with equal sincerity and seriousness, and will pursue our task with the sole aim of bettering the fortunes of our people, setting us on a course of progress and development, and helping you, Mr. President, to fulfill the pledge that you have made. Once again, thank you very much for the trust that you have reposed in us. We commit to work diligently within the next 6 months to produce a report that is fitting and suitable for our country and our dear nation. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and that will bring to an end the speeches. So now we do some photos, and I'd like to invite Your Excellency and all members of the committee to come up to where the flags are, I suppose, for a group photo, please. Yes, please. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your company. And the President and Vice President will now take leave, followed by senior government officials. And committee members, you may take photos with your family members as well afterwards. Thank you.
Almighty God swear
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you, nominee. Can you state your name for the records and tell us something about you briefly, about 2 minutes, please? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. My name is Samuel Nartey George. I am a native of Ahuam in the Old Ningo, part of the Ningo Prampram Municipal Assembly. I was born in Somanya in the eastern region of Ghana. Both my mother and father hail from Old Ningo. I had my basic education in Nigeria and finished my secondary education as well there. I returned to Ghana to pursue a Bachelor of Science in Agricultural Engineering from the prestigious Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. And I happen to be a fellow affiliated to the University Hall, so I'm a Katangi. After completing that, I did my national service, which was at the Office of the Vice President. Proceeded to then work on my own for a while before I gained employment in the Office of the Head of Civil Service, where I was assigned as an Assistant Director 2B to the Ministry of Employment and Labor Relations at the time. After a year and a half there, I was moved to the Ministry of Water Resources, Works and Housing. In 2014, I was appointed Communication Specialist to then President John Dramani Mahama. Earlier, or preceding that in 2013, I was appointed to the board of the National IT Agency, NITA, where I served also for 3 years. And then in 2016, I contested to be the Member of Parliament for the people of Ningo Prampram on the ticket of the Great National Democratic Congress, the NDC. I won that election and represented the people of Ningo Prampram in the 7th Parliament. In the 7th Parliament, I was a member of both the Public Accounts Committee and the Communication Committee of Parliament. I once again stood for re-election in the 8th Parliament in 2020 and won that election for the great NDC Ningo Prampram, and returned to the 8th Parliament, where I still remained on the Public Accounts Committee and later became the Deputy Ranking Member on the Communication Select Committee. In 2024, I once again ran for office as on the ticket of the NDC as Member of Parliament for Ningo Prampram, and was returned to Parliament to join this 9th Parliament. I'm married to my lovely wife, Vera. We have 3 kids, 2 boys and a girl. I'm a charismatic Christian. I worship at Parish Chapel International, and I happen to be an elder of the church. And for me, technology, cars, and computers are my hobbies, are the things I love the most. And in my spare time, I play FIFA 24 on my PS4. I'm a lifelong Hearts of Oak fan and Arsenal Football Club supporter. Mr. Chairman, I think that the last thing I'll say is that until my nomination by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, a day to my 40th birthday, I used to be the Secretary General of the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance, which is a network of parliamentarians across the African continent pursuing internet governance. And so I sit before you because I got the honor and privilege of a fantastic 40th birthday gift from His Excellency the President of Ghana as a nominee, or his nominee, to the Ministry of Communications, Digital Technology and Innovations. I thank you.
Thank you very much. We are going to start with a question, obviously, from the subject matter area, Order 2175. So we'll start with, from my left, I'll start with Honorable Isaac Boamanyaku. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations, nominee. I've known you for quite a while when we both undertook the University of Law LLB program. So is University of London Law. Yes, we did the LLB together. So, nominee, my first question to you, if you look at the cost of calling in Ghana on our mobile networks, when you compare the cost to other West African countries and other jurisdictions like Europe, you find out that the cost of calls in Ghana is very, very high. What are you going to do as the Minister of Communication to bring down the cost of calling in Ghana? Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. When it comes to voice calls, I believe that is a part of the market that is in decline, has been in decline over the past decade with the rise of data calls and voice over IP calls. However, still call volumes make a critical mass of the revenue for MNOs. It's important to place it in perspective that when you talk about the cost of calls and you equate it to the European market or the North American market, those markets are very well matured, and the infrastructure that supports the core business of running an MNO are in a position to support lower prices. However, when you look across the African continent, it is safe to say that prices of voice calls in Ghana are competitive relative to other African countries. And so we'll continue to work with stakeholders and the regulator to see how well we can continue to drive prices down using regulation in a way that makes the businesses sustainable and does not kill the investments of MNOs in the sector. I thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, a follow-up on this particular one, yes. Ghanaians have had concerns in terms of, again, the cost and the treatment that they receive from the telephony group. You make a call and they tell you the call is out of coverage area, the number you are calling cannot be reached when the person is right in distance with you. When you put all of these together and the cost that one needs to pay for such services, what are you going to do as a minister to assure Ghanaians that whatever cost we incur in these service areas receive the needed benefits of those calls?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Once again, on the issue of voice calls, I think that the real issue with voice calls is not necessarily the cost, if I understand the market. It's what you've just pointed out in your follow-up, the quality of service. That's where consumers and customers have a problem, and that's where we all face the challenge, where you're making calls and the rate of call drops and call failures are extreme, that we ensure strict adherence to it. If you set the KPIs low, every MNO is going to pass it. But the question is, are we having the real consumer experience that deserve the best quality of service? And we would crack the whip where necessary, but we would also support the MNOs.
Please, Chairman, I want to draw your attention that this committee, members of this committee originally, we don't have a quorum to continue with this vetting. And I want to bring that to your notice. And I'm raising quorum issues. Chairman, you should be able to establish that we have quorum under Order 64. Then we'll be able to make proceedings. We don't have quorum.
Chairman, with all due respect to the First Deputy Minority Chief Whip, with all due respect to him, this shouldn't happen again. Why? If you want to invoke the rules, please do so properly. Do not interrupt the proceedings in such a disorderly manner. You have failed to invoke the rules properly. This is a committee proceedings that is ongoing. You have not established the number of committee members sitting around the table for which will warrant your interruption in such a manner. With all due respect, let me offer some education. This committee is constituted pursuant to Order 217, Rules 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. in accordance with Rule 2172, there are standing members of the that I'm not a member of for its work. In any case, we are not speaking of a commencement quorum. There's a difference between a commencement quorum and a decision-making quorum. You have not demonstrated the distinction. This, please, Chairman, with all due respect, this is very serious business of state. So the leader should comport himself. And if he wants to come in, okay, I withdraw that. I withdraw that.
Chairman,
I withdraw. It's withdrawn.
Please withdraw.
Now you just jumped in to raise an issue of quorum, and I'm saying this is the third nominee that we are listening to, we are interrogating. The point where you could raise a commencement quorum is long past in the morning. We are in progress, we are in flight. When it comes to a decision making, then you could decide, you could raise the issue of quorum that we are about to take a decision as a committee. We are not properly constituted. Now, may I refer you to Article 102 of the Constitution and 104 of the Constitution, and in reading that, marry it with the decision of the Supreme Court in Abdullah versus Attorney General, that the rules of Parliament are applicable mutatis mutandis to the procedure before a committee's work, and that where the committee has begun proceedings, quorum was established, and the proceedings is ongoing. So you cannot raise the issue of commencement. Now let me establish this point. It's provided under 2177, and it says a member of the leadership of the House is entitled to participate in the proceedings of the committee during the consideration of the quorum. And Mr. Chairman, to invoke Order 64. Let me refer the House to Order 64. This agenda to disrupt these proceedings, it won't work. So let me address, Chairman, let me address this matter and we make progress. Now quorum in Parliament. Chairman, Order 64.1. A quorum of Parliament apart from the person presiding is 1/3 of all the members of Parliament. Now where the person presiding is a deputy speaker or a member, that person shall be counted as part of the quorum. Now, I agree that the orders will apply to the work of the committee. Without establishing the number around the table, you just said that we don't have a quorum. Meanwhile, as we speak, the standing membership of the committee is 11. And we have myself, we have the vice chairperson, we have the Honorable Ajia represented, we have the Honorable Rita Odole represented, we have the Honorable Mahama Shaibu represented, and we have Honorable Uma. He has just stepped out. We have just stepped out. So this attitude, Chairman, with all due respect, Chairman, let me conclude by saying, let me conclude. Chairman, the honorable member is completely out of order. He's completely out of order. We must make progress with our nominee. I so submit. I thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, Honorable Abujinapo, please, let's do this orderly.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, if you allow me, let me congratulate the nominee and to say that I sympathize with him. That he's caught up in this litigation. But indeed, it's his chief whip. It's his chief whip who is. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, I want to submit that the application and procedure invoked by the first deputy minority chief whip, is properly grounded, is properly construed, and is properly laid before you, the chairman of this committee. Let me establish 2 preliminary points. The first one is that the majority, Mr. Chairman, the first one is that the majority, the learned majority chief whip, who is a senior lawyer, whom I respect a lot, himself makes the point that at the commencement of the proceedings of a committee, one can raise the issue of quorum. In the same vein, he makes a strenuous effort to establish the fact that this committee is properly constituted and this committee has quorum. And he goes ahead to try and even name members of the committee to establish that there is quorum. Meanwhile, he has said that, Mr. Chairman, he has said that you can only raise the issue of quorum at the beginning or the commencement of the proceedings of the committee. That's the first point, the first preliminary point. The second preliminary point, Mr. Chairman, the second preliminary point, don't wait. The second, Mr. Chairman, the country, Chief Whip, Mr. Chairman, the country is listening to us. The majority Chief Whip has made a very comprehensive legal submission. Members on this side, the minority, we are making our submission. I think we owe it to the nominee, we owe it to the country to get to the bottom of this matter in an orderly manner based on the rules of the House. Mr. Chairman, the second point I make is that what the deputy minority chief whip sought to do was to raise an application pursuant to Order 64 of the Standing Orders of Parliament to the chairman of the committee. And Mr. Chairman, when that application is laid, it is only and only when the application is laid before the chairman will the chairman go through the processes and the proceedings pursuant to Order 64 of the Standing Orders to make a determination whether or not this committee, this Appointments Committee of Parliament, is properly constituted and that it has quorum. Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I want to quote Order 64. Order 64. Order 64 says, Mr. Chairman, the quorum of Parliament, apart from the person presiding, is 1/3 of all the members of Parliament. Mr. Chairman, please. Where the person presiding is a deputy speaker or a member, part of the quorum. Please. 3. A member may draw the attention of the person presiding at any time during a sitting that members. Mr. Chairman, can I be listening in silence? We are live on national television. I mean, can we please? Now, look. No, can we? And so, Mr. Chairman. Honorable. Please. Honorable. Honorable member. Not a member. No, he is not. Can you put that thing off? Okay. All right. Honorable member, I believe you are done. Mr. Chairman, now just a few more minutes. Yeah. 1 or 2 more points. Relax. And so, Mr. Chairman, what is the point I seek to make? Mr. Chairman, the submission I make is that pursuant to Order 64 of our rules, when a member makes an application to the chairman, and indeed the majority chief whip himself, and I will always refer to him as the learned majority chief whip, has submitted that the rules of the parliament as a plenary, the parliament as a whole, is applicable to the proceedings of a committee of parliament. And therefore, Order 64 is applicable to this appointments committee. And so what is my conclusion and what is my contention? And of course, Article 102 and Article 101 buttresses this point. First, Minority Chief Whip made the application to you. The correct and proper procedure pursuant to Order 64, which is Order 64 applicable to the House of Parliament, and which the Majority Chief Whip himself has submitted, applies to the committee of the House, and therefore the committee, the appointments committee. Mr. Chairman, I conclude by saying that you then would have gone through the processes of establishing whether or not this committee is properly constituted and has quorum to conduct business. Mr. Chairman, as we speak, the NDC members of this committee have now all run into the committee. They run here. They rush here. So, Mr. Chairman, on that basis, let me conclude by saying that the first Deputy Minority Chief Whip has withdrawn his application. It was properly grounded, and therefore let us proceed.
Thank you very much. Please. Let's continue the meeting. Well, we have the commencement quorum, so we'll continue the meeting. And then you are overruled, actually. Can we continue? Yeah, you on the floor. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Before you go on, just to bring to your attention, I was given this piece of paper before we started, and Honorable Abu Jinapo is a subject matter person on this table. So you help us form a quorum.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I was on my second question to the nominee, and that's my second. I hope. Okay, so my question was that cyber security has been a national concern, and I was indicating that the country has experienced some couple of cyber attacks. And then when you consider the cost of establishing cyber security in institutions, it is on a very high side. When you look at the NDC manifesto, you talked about enhancing support to cyber security establishment and initiatives. I want to know first from the nominee, what is he going to do as a minister to fund cyber security initiatives to ensure that the country's systems and networks are adequately protected? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the cybersecurity of our country is a critical one that sits and straddles the Ministry of Communications, Digital Technologies and Innovation, and our national security apparatus. In fact, when you read the National Security Strategy document that was prepared in 2020, I believe that paragraph 3.4 on page 41 speaks about our cybersecurity preparedness as a nation. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, in 2020, we passed Act 1038, which is the Cybersecurity Act. As a member of the committee at the time, I played a key role in the formulation of that legislation. And when you speak about funding cybersecurity, I'm sure that the outgone minister will bear witness, and the members of the committee, that when the bill came to Parliament from Cabinet, it did not have anything about funding cybersecurity. It was my personal intervention and amendments to the bill that introduced Section 23 of the bill, which is the funds of the bill. I would say that it is just sheer providence that 4 years after the bill came into law, the outgone government was unable to operationalize the fund. And I, who brought it into the bill, today sits here as a nominee of the president to superintend this bill. I give you the assurance that the brain and thinking behind me introducing funding for the bill, and if you read it, I identify a number of sources to fund cybersecurity. One of them is grants from the government, Another is allocations from government or grants from individual donor agencies like the Mastercard Foundation and Rockefeller Foundation. Another one is actually the establishment of the Cyber Fund, which will be a dedicated fund for beneficiaries of cybersecurity. So I think I just share Providence that when approved by this House, and I assume office as Minister for Communications, the thoughts that came through my mind in September 2020, when I introduced this as an amendment, will see the light of day under President John Dramani Mahama. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My last point has to do with the fintech space. It has to do with this fintech space. So you realize that a lot of Ghanaian enterprises or young Ghanaians have built capacity within the fintech industry. Yet when you look at support from donor enterprises like the World Bank, most of their support in these areas are for Ghanaians to buy software, or they buy softwares for Ghanaian companies, which limits the development of our fintech industries. Now, there's also a call from your NDC and during your manifesto that you were going to establish a $50 million fund to support the fintech industry. My question is, how are you going to protect the young Ghanaians who have built up their capacity in this fintech space? How are we going to make sure that they get the needed support and leverage to build their capacities and growth? And also, how is this fund going to be disbursed? Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as subcommittee chairman for the NDC's Manifesto Drafting Committee on Digital Economy and ICT, we put in place that policy plank with the approval of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to set up a 50 million fintech fund. The 50 million fintech fund, that 50 million is supposed to be a seed funding that we're going to use to attract funds from other multilateral and bilateral donor agencies. Our target is to build a $300 million fund. That's not going to be disbursed like confetti, but that's going to be used as seed funding to attract major funding from venture capitalists and angel investors. Another thing we're going to be doing to support the fintech industry in Ghana is the setting up of business advisory supports and regulatory sandboxes to ensure that our young startups survive. In fact, the statistics show that most startups die before their 5th anniversary, and that's because most of these startups are started by young innovators who don't have all it takes to run a business. It's one thing being an innovator, it's a completely different business running and managing a business enterprise. And so that's where this fund is going to come in, to offer them the business advisory support, to give them what it takes to run a business profitably, whilst the innovative juices of young Ghanaians, the creative minds that God has blessed this country with, will continue to explode. But one last thing we're going to do for the fintechs is that we're going to redefine the entire regulatory framework. As we see today, the President has issued an executive instrument that redesignates the Ministry of Communications to the Ministry for Communications, Digital Technology and Innovation. Fintechs are digital technology. It's because of them. They are at the heart of President Mahama's government, because he wants to have a truly financially inclusive government by the time he's leaving office in 2028. And so we're going to set up an independent subsidiary of the Bank of Ghana, along the lines of the FCA in the UK, and along the lines of GIPS, 100% owned by the Bank of Ghana, but that's going to be agile in its regulatory framework and allow for innovation, things like agri-tech, edu-tech, insurance technology in the fintech space to take off. So this is the golden era for fintechs under the next 4 years of John Dramani Mahama. Mr. Chairman, I thank you.
Any further questions? Or you are done? You've asked your 3 questions. Then I will proceed to give the floor to Honorable Abu Jinapo. Honorable members, what we do is that we want to exhaust the subject matter committee members first under Order 2172. And subject matter committee members is 2 from each side. So if you want me to give the floor to another person,
What is your pleasure? You want to go the other side? Oh, Manning, go the other side.
Just doing the list. The sergeant Honorable Abednego, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And congratulations, Senior. Your appointment does not surprise anybody because you have proven to be very, very, very astute in the communications industry. I wasn't here in the 7th Parliament, but I followed your exploits when you played a leading role in getting the cybersecurity law passed in 2020, Act 1038. There was a question on that, but let me pick your thoughts also on the same subject matter. There is two schools of thought. One believes that the Cybersecurity Authority should be under the remit of the national security. Others, they make the argument that it has to do with cross-border crime, talking about jurisdictional issues. Those who are in favor that it should remain with the Ministry of Communications make the argument that it is an IT-related, and therefore it should be with the Ministry of Communications. You have been with it from its inception. What is your thoughts on these two of thoughts?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. In my earlier response, I made reference to the National Security Strategy document of 2020 that recognizes cybersecurity as a key tool. I agree that there's the school of thought that thinks that cybersecurity should not sit, especially the Cybersecurity Authority, should not sit under the Ministry of Communications, but rather under the National Security Ministry. There is some merit to that, but I think that when you look at it holistically, you realize that that will not be the best architecture. When you look at best case situations across the world, like in India, like in Singapore and in Rwanda, you realize that you keep your Cybersecurity Authority under your Ministry for Communications or your ICT ministry, because cybersecurity plays 5 cardinal roles, or has 5 interfaces. There's the public interface, which deals with the citizens. Then there is the international interface, our engagements with multilateral and bilateral stakeholders. You've got the industry interface as well, where you talk about the cybersecurity professionals in the sector. You've got the policy formulation, which is largely what the ministry will lead. And then you've got the security and intelligence interface. So of 5 interfaces, 4 of them are civilian and 1 is security. If you move it under your National Security Ministry, it becomes difficult for you to have the full benefit of the 4 other interfaces, be it policy, be it industry, be it international or public interfaces. What we need to do is to have collaborations between the Ministry of Communications, Digital Technology and Innovation and our national security outfits to ensure that the synergies are built between both institutions. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I will not have further questions because Minister-designate, your competence and capabilities is unquestioned. Congratulations once again.
Any further questions? I then move to give the floor to Honorable Abu Jinapo.
I'm ready.
Honorable former Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me congratulate Honorable Sam George for his appointment as the Minister for Communication, and I do so very warmly. Congratulations, Minister. Mr. Nominee, I believe you'll be following the unfolding matter of intense interest to the world, which is a matter I refer to the Chinese AI app company DeepSeek, which is caused a major upset in the American Silicon Valley industry, which is resulted even in tech company, AI company giants such as NVIDIA losing $600 billion United States dollars of stock. This area has become a major area, artificial intelligence, and how other countries are leveraging on them to bring about progress and development. If you are recommended by this committee to Parliament and the Parliament were to approve you and you become the Minister for Communications, what plans or what is your thinking on how Ghana itself can tap into, or can plug into this artificial intelligence industry to bring about development in our country? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I mean, I saw a quote the other day that said AI in 2025 is like Bitcoin in 2013. Jump on the bandwagon now or you get left out. President Mahama has a clear vision on his AI policy. We're going to take the current AI strategy that was developed by the previous government, review it, make it fit for purpose by engaging industry and ensuring that Ghana becomes the hub for artificial intelligence on the African continent. We're going to do this by making sure that our innovation hubs, as promised in our manifesto, are executed, and then we will introduce AI on top of big data that we are taking. Ghana will become the center and the hub for artificial intelligence, machine learning, cybersecurity, data analytics, and data processing on the continent in the next 4 years. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the question has been asked already, but I think it's a very important matter.
Honorable Minister, your second question.
Yeah, my second question. And I think it's a very important matter which I believe the nominee will want to shed some more light on. Cybersecurity is a major area in the security framework of the world. I mean, it's probably, arguably, one of the most important areas of security concerns across the world, cybersecurity. Now, you've spoken to it, but there is obviously the big debate out there as to where the effort to clamp down on cybersecurity should be properly situated. Some of the pundits hold a school of thought that it's a national security issue, and therefore it should be situated within the ambit or the confines of the national security architecture, with the Ministry of Communication being more or less the expert or specialist wing which supports the national security to clamp down on cybersecurity. Of course, you cited the example of India, but there are other examples like America, like England, like Europe, and several other places where the framework is fundamentally different from some of the examples you cited. In Ghana today, it is situated under the Ministry of Communications largely. What is your position? Not so much as to how the country's efforts at fighting cybersecurity, where it should be situated, but how can we build a proper synergy between the national security apparatus holistically in its totality and your ministry to ensure that we come to full grips on the issue of cybersecurity in Ghana?
Thank you. Once again, I'll just reiterate for the purposes of this committee and for the betterment of the
elections. The honorable nominee, on several occasions, and I have various articles to that effect, dates and occasions on which the honorable nominee made the point I'm about to put to him. And one of them I quote, which was uttered on the 5th of December at the NDC's final rally. And I quote, Mr. Chairman, the nominee said, "Vote for candidate Mahama to sign the anti-LGBTQ bill," end quote. Mr. Chairman, by way of background, we are all very familiar with the interest, this, and rightly so, the interest the anti-LGBTQ bill generated following the firm promise and commitment he made to to the Ghanaian people on behalf of his party, the National Democratic Congress, and his candidate, President Mahama. When will the bill be signed? When will the bill be signed?
Thank you very much. But Honorable Sam George, be brief. Be brief.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know that this question, because you were chairman of Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs, you know my passion about this. His Excellency President Mahama spoke swearing in when he met with the Catholic Bishops' Conference. I wish to quote what he said, parts of what he said, with your permission. So the convention is that all bills that are not assented to before the expiration of the life of Parliament expires. And so that bill effectively is dead. It has expired. I don't know what the promoters of the bill intend to do, but I do think that we should have a conversation on it again. I repeat that again for emphasis. President Mahama said, I do think that we should have a conversation on it again, so that all of us, if we decide to move that bill forward, move it forward with a consensus. And Pram supported me in bringing that bill in the 8th Parliament. They've asked me to reintroduce it in the 9th Parliament. I will do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, I have a couple of follow-up questions. I have a couple of follow-up. I didn't ask follow-up questions in the first two questions.
No, you are entitled to a follow-up question on a substantive question. So once you don't exercise,
so I can't
three follow-up. You are now entitled.
And I quote, the Chief Justice is helping Akufo-Addo to support LGBTQ, end quote. I want to repeat. The nominee is on record to have said the Chief Justice is helping Akufo-Addo to support LGBTQ. Mr. Chairman, we are all very much aware of how strong a Christian the Chief Justice is. And indeed, the nominee came to this conclusion because in his view, the Chief Justice was not expediting action on the anti-LGBTQ case in the Supreme Court. Eventually, Mr. Chairman, the matter was determined, and indeed, the Supreme Court determined the matter in favor of the plaintiffs, that the bill be transmitted to the President for his assent. And therefore, my follow-up question is, will the nominee, given that the basis for his conclusion is obviously been proven wrong, will he apologize to the Chief Justice here? And further so, promised that President Mahama will sign the anti-LGBTQ if voted into office. The nominee was an intelligent, experienced legislator, knew very well that on the dissolution of the 8th Parliament, that bill will no longer stand, and that bill will also pass with the dissolution of the 8th Parliament, and there would therefore not be any bill for President Mahama to assent to. Will he agree that there was some element of dishonesty in making that commitment to the Ghanaian people? Will he apologize to the Chief Justice, and will he agree that he knew very well that the bill will not be available for President Mahama to sign onto if voted into office?
Thank you very much, but there is a bit of correction of the...
My integrity and honesty are key principles that I hold dear. My opinions about the actions and inactions of the Chief Justice remain. They are unchanged, and they have been vindicated by the actions of the Chief Justice post my demonstration against her. She could have taken action earlier. She held her own horses. My opinion of the Chief Justice remains my opinion today. It doesn't change.
Then proceed to give the floor to Honorable Lydia Akamvariba.
That I can proudly say that I'm the treasurer of West African Parliamentarian Network on Internet Governance. I know somebody will ask, he's your junior brother, but how come? He has the experience. No matter, experience is not about age. Experience is not about...
Honorable Lydia, if you don't have questions, let's make progress. Let's make progress.
I want to use the opportunity to thank the President very much for appointing you, and I wish you the best of luck in that committee and in that ministry. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I then recognize Honorable Hajia Ladi Ayamba.
Thank you, Chairman, for the opportunity. Congratulations. As for this, congratulations, it's worth it more than 1 million times. But we have to just which you spoke, worked, and did everything about was being put inside our books. That is in the schools for peoples to learn. And I'm using peoples because this is as far as the basic schools. Will you consider using your expertise as a communicator to continue to advocate and to work hand in hand with the Minister for the Minister for Education to ensure that our books are properly looked into, so that we don't buy the minds of our children when they are so innocent? Will you consider that? After answering that question, I say thanks to the Almighty Allah for putting you in that position, and may He guide and...
They had issues with the speed of the internet. Then 4G, and now you are ready to roll out the 5G.
Thank you very much. Order. Honorable members, government is continuous. Ghanaians are aware that they just power some 3 weeks ago. So please proceed to answer the question.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I was going to, following on your premise, the honorable member has just admitted the failings of the past government over the last 8 years, but we would fix it. President Mahama is here to reset the country, and in resetting it, we'll fix it. Fixing 3G, 4G, and rolling out 5G are not mutually exclusive. With the right and 4G penetration gets to all the hamlets and villages you've spoken about, and at the same time, roll out 5G. We will do it. We will do it. It is possible to reset Ghana.
My last question.
Possible to reset Ghana.
My last question.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Yes. Yeah. Your very last question.
Grateful that you said it's possible. Yeah.
Your very last question.
Grateful that you said it's possible. My last question, Mr. Nominee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This question is more like a trick question. I'm guided and minded that my brother, who has been vetted and approved by the House, Honorable Atufo Singh, is dealing with plugging a big, deep hole in our national purse. And so talking about taxes is pretty touchy. However, yes, if you look at the cost build-up for taxation, when you look at a network like Telecel, about 27.65% of the cost build-up is box on Facebook and offer you a job. It is a scam. Please beware. We've given this notice several times because cyber awareness is the key to this. So we beg, no minister or MP will come and offer you a job. When it comes to the money fraud, that's the more reason why we need to do the SIM re-registration. Because today when you ask the MNOs to identify for you who really uses that SIM, they are unable to do so because many of those SIMs were pre-registered SIMs. And if there's an instance I'm aware of last year where we pursued with the Cybersecurity Authority from Parliament here because it involved a member of Parliament. When we found out the card that was used to register the SIM, the individual whose card was used had never even gone to that MNO to register a SIM. So somebody had used his details to register that SIM. That's why we need to re-register the SIM. So we will work with the MNOs to clean up the sector using SIM re-registration and then ensure KPIs that will drop cybercrime using mobile money fraud. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I want to wish him the very...
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Nominee,
permit me to take you back a bit to the question of LGBTQ. Let me take you back to 2014 during a program on multi-TV, Joy News, Joy TV. That time it was Majority Caucus. And let me paraphrase. That is a direct quote, and I'm quoting in full. I believe that this matter has been overflogged and is being pushed just to suit a thing. Parochial political addition of this country enjoins that everybody has right, and their rights must be protected. It's actually one of the preambles to the Constitution of Ghana. We must speak issues which are of necessity to the Ghanaian people. The amount of airtime we have wasted, I call it wasted, not spent, wasted talking about gays when we have pertinent issues of changed. And if it has, what occasioned it?
Thank you very much. I would, if I had the opportunity, play the full recording of my submission for the purpose of the country, because what you have read is a 2 minutes 14 seconds transcript.
I have the video. Do you want us to play it?
You're layered the question. My answer needs to be layered as well. So I plead with you to give me some time.
My respected colleague, Chair, thank you for the opportunity. Sometimes the public misconstrue the engagement. You've been our colleague. When certain questions are being asked, we all realize that, well, maybe this one, it could have been this or that. So some, take it easy, relax. This vetting process can be as short as possible, depending on posture, approach. I recall, and I will say this with the leave of chair, I recall, in my early days in practice, here was a young barrister advocating for bail on behalf of my clients. And in the bail application, I was talking too much law. I recall the district magistrate, after court, called me into his office and asked me whether I know why my client was denied bail. He said, normally, when you are appearing before a court and you want bail, the approach is not all about the law, how you even extend courtesies to the courts. Situations where you think the court is erring, how you go about it will contribute. But saying this to get you to take a deep breath, to listen, so we can have a very good interaction. Don't be agitated at all. Is that okay? Is that fair? Is that okay?
Mr. Chairman, I am in no way agitated. I'm extremely calm. And Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, what I was saying was that it was a 14-minute submission. And in the quote, you hear that I spoke about irrespective of what my views are, those views remain the same. In that video, in that submission, I said that homosexuality, as far as I am concerned, is an aberration of the mind. It has been my position in 2014. It is my position today. In 2014, we did not have an advocacy office opened in Ghana to promote LGBTQ. We didn't have it on our screens and in our books like we did in 2020. So the exigencies in 2014 were completely different from the exigencies in 2020 or 2021.
So, Honorable Nominee, your views are the same. Yes. Please proceed to ask the second question.
Mr. Chairman, this is a follow-up. So it's not a second question, Mr. Chairman. It's a follow-up. Nominee, you spoke about almost a 14-minute video. But what I read, was a part of the 14-minute video? And if so, that's why I asked, if these words were part of the 14 directly, that's all. Then I'll go to my second question.
So please, direct response.
My views have not changed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My second question to the nominee. Data has become a gold mine in Ghana. Data. In fact, even when you are bored, what you resort to is data. And tech companies are in a race to mine data from consumers, CGs and all that. How do you hope to address this CGs and all that? How do you hope to address this major challenge? Because there are people that you wake up every morning and you don't even know where and how they got your data and your number. So how do you want to help us as a nation address this challenge? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Data indeed is a gold mine, and we would resource and retool the Data Protection Commission under the guidance and leadership of His Excellency GHOne Mahama to ensure that data protection is a priority in our country. Thank you.
I think last year, and this question, I'm just giving you the background, because so it can help us with can help you with your answers.
Honorable Samuel.
First of all, yes, Mr. Chairman, I will be. Totally, almost everybody could not send messages. That's why I'm situating that question in that. You know, because they said underground cable, something had happened to it, left, right, center. So now my question, Honorable Nominee, does Ghana have a national emergency plan to guide how the country deals with these national disasters, which incorporates telecommunication? Mr. Chairman, that's what they are heckling me. The honorable
honorable members, order. Please proceed to ask your last question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity again. In fact, that deals with national disasters, which incorporate telecommunication and meteorological data. The role of communication in such management of such telecommunication disasters, because we all experienced it at some point in time last year. If we don't have such a plan, do you think that the cost of bundle data and all that, do you think that it's expensive as compared to other places, or you think we are paying the right prices for it? Thank you.
Well, this is not a follow-up, but I'll allow the nominee to provide the answer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I hold the view respectfully that we could get more value for what we pay, or the 100 gig could drop to 75 cedis. There are different models. Could drop to 75 cedis. There are different models around it. But like I said in an earlier answer, we're working around what goes into the cost element, largely electricity, and some work has begun on that. So yes, we hope to see prices of data hopefully drop before the end of this year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll give the floor to Honorable Shabu Mama. And Honorable Roxanne Nelson Dapamoko should be in readiness to follow up.
Chairman, let me thank you very much. Honorable, my brother Sam George, congratulations. A well-deserved, congratulations. A well-deserved nomination. Sam, let me take you to rural telephony. And I do this for and on behalf of many legislators seated here and those who are not here, who represent rural communities. Indeed, rural telephony has become a big issue. All have no network at all. Sam, tell us what plans you have for rural telephony. Elaborate plans. The rural people are listening to you and have asked me to tell you that the people in the city are the ones who care about. But the rural people write exams, GHS exams. They have to travel to the towns to just use internet to access results. That tells the importance of telephony and network in the rural communities. Please tell the country and tell the rural people what plans you have for them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I crave your indulgence to give me 2 minutes to answer this question, because he's asked for an elaborate plan. My appointer, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the great-grandson of Indeo Rajapaksa.
Honorable nominee, try and do it in 1 minute 20 seconds.
Second and last, actually. 80.
By this house, I will be the CEO, chairman, and board of Airtel Tigo, 100% owned by government of Ghana.
I wish you very well in your new role. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, Airtel Tigo is a sorry example of what mismanagement of the telecom sector has been in 8 years. Because Airtel Tigo is the illicit love child of Airtel and Tigo. That was tried to be fused together to make it survive, but still, it has end-of-life equipment, debt in excess of 500 million. It's really unsustainable. But there is a roadmap under His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to find a way where we will have no job losses and to consolidate government's shareholdings into a viable enterprise in the sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Roxanne, you have the floor.
Chairman, thank you. The 7 boys, myself, you, Yusuf, Mutala, Ernest, Adongo, Suhini, and Jinapo. Today we are here. I have no doubt about your abilities and quality. I know you will succeed. About your abilities and quality. I know you will succeed. I wish you all the best. We are in this together. I wish you all the best. I wish you all the best. We are in this together. I wish you all the best. The question about rural telephony has been asked. And you know, we've been there together. How, as MPs, we are worried by our constituents to improve the networks in the various hinterlands for them. You are in charge now, and I know you are going to roll out good programs to improve that. Congratulations once more, my brother.
Thank you very much. I give the floor to Deputy Ranking, Honorable Patricia Apiaje.
Very congratulations, Honorable Sam George. I said congratulations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Sam George sitting. You have also said a piece of nonsense when Dr. Baumia just finished.
That be expunged from the record. I do not think we should revisit that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I'll take the common sense bit out. You've used such words as useless and gibberish. And many actually think you are very disrespectful. I want the Ghanaian people to be assured that whatever they are thinking is contrary to what...
Mr. Chairman, respectfully, opinions are like noses. Everyone is entitled to one. My mother and father who gave...
Chairman, Honorable Chairman, tutor taught me something. What you said, opinion is like noses. Is that correct? I just want... So what I'm saying, the literature, is this simile, yeah?
Yes.
Simile. Would you want to respond to his question in another form without the use of this simile?
Mr. Chairman, I have come to know the honorable member who asked the question recently. But if there's one person on this panel who has known me for years, and I believe could be a proper character reference, and attest to the fact that I am not abusive and disrespectful, it's the ranking member on the committee, Honorable Afenyo Markins. I am forcefully, but I am not disrespectful. Thank you.
Haven't you brought peace unto yourself with this beautiful? Because honorable nominee, before we got into this room, maybe you didn't follow, but Mr. Speaker admonished all of us and said that we have to be careful about the things that we say that to us makes us popular in the gallery. Our followers, that's what they want to hear. You remember the 7?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. So I just want to find out, in the midst of current dispensation, if Ghana Post is still a relevant institution with all these technological advancements, and if at all, what would you do to further equip it to play an active role in the courier services?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And partnering with GHOne on those to make them truly digital centers where you can get more than just delivery of parcels. So I'm adding them with you on that. We need to make it more than just receiving and sending parcels. Thank you.
Thank you. I do not have a follow-up on that. I just want to believe that one of the major or current problems we have, I don't know if you heard this terminologies, Sakawa, 419, internet fraud, cybersecurity really. And the fact that I heard you earlier mention people having some Facebook accounts, 10, 20, and it's only perhaps you have one, even when it's validated. I'm just wondering, cybersecurity authority that we have, we still have a lot of online impersonation and cyber fraud and mobile money fraud. I do not know what steps you have or you intend to bring on board to curb even national and active. You pay, the next thing you know is being received by the wrong person.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I believe that one of the challenges we've had is that we've not been able to grow our cybersecurity authority because of lack of capacity and funding. There's a GHOne project that was begun under the last government. It's stalled for almost 4 years. They need just about $5 million to kickstart the project. That's one of the things we'll be prioritizing, to make sure that the cybersecurity authority is fully tooled and equipped to be able to deliver. However, on the issues of mobile money fraud, we have to work collaboratively with the MNOs, and that's why we have to go back to the issue of SIM re-registration again, to properly register the SIMs so that the MNOs can identify who it is, because it's one thing blocking the SIMs, it's another thing tracking the persons, the cartels behind it, and being able to arrest them and prosecute them. You need to be able to identify
SIMs. What's going to happen to the ones we have already, or those who have taken time to have registered earlier? What happens to them? How much is that going to cost you to undertake such a project?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. All incurred, there will be cost, but will be borne by the MNOs, because it serves the MNOs' own. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable nominee. First, I thank you for making time. I thank you for making time to answer questions as part of the process of. Let me also commend you for availing yourself for this process. I've sent you a paper. I want you to read the content aloud, and we shall begin our journey for the engagement. Please. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. The paper, grant that I may not so much seek to be consoled as to console, to be understood
your career path. In the least, I should guide as your senior brother. Going through your CV, you are 85 born, I'm 78. I've seen a lot that you are yet to see. Now, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. My respected colleague, Honorable Abu Jinapo, had posed a question to you regarding views you had earlier expressed about the Chief Justice. One of it was to the effect that she was deliberately, it is your case for public records that Her Ladyship, the Chief Justice, deliberately delayed the suit that was before the Supreme Court. It is your case.
Mr. Chairman, faster than it was being done. And subsequent actions after the demonstration that I led have actually proved my position to be true. That when the Chief Justice gives a timeline, everybody, respondent or plaintiff, Attorney General inclusive, must abide by it. When she invoked her powers, everybody, Chairman, I thought she could have done better in the exercise of her public office.
Do you think that your commentary was fair to her?
Mr. Chairman, I believe...
In paneling, the process a case travels involving parties cannot be at the instance of the Chief Justice of the Republic. Do you agree to that?
The rules of procedure dictate who is responsible for empaneling of judges in cases.
Do you have evidence that my lady, the Chief Justice, delayed in empaneling justices for the case?
Why, when she chose to adjourn ruling on the matter indefinitely, I can't speak to her reasoning.
Were you a party in the case?
Not directly, sir.
Were you a party in the case? Were you a party in the suit?
Not on the record.
Had you filed as an interested party in the suit, Mr. Sam George?
Not on the record. 8 sponsors of the bill before the court.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I would want to respectfully crave the indulgence of my colleagues to allow us to have a good understanding of what we are doing. Have a smooth inquisition that will help democracy. Very uninterrupted. So, you have answered to a follow-up question that you had an interest in the case.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Yet you didn't deem it fit to get into the case through your lawyer or by yourself.
Mr. Chairman, I had absolute trust in the representation from Mr. Speaker, who was a plaintiff and who, in my opinion, represented the interest of the sponsors of the bill. Thank you.
You mean the defendant, because the Parliament was a defendant?
Correct.
So I'm asking you, which defendant you were not part of on record?
Not on record.
So you agree with me that when there's you not being a defendant, and you not being a party in the suit, having criticized the Chief Justice in the manner you did was unfair to her office. You would agree with me?
Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, no.
Very well. When Senate indefinite, adjourned, without a date, did you talk to the defendant's lawyers, that is the lawyers for Parliament, as to the reason?
Yes, I did, and they said no reason was given for the adjournment. The Chief Justice said she wanted to hear the substantive cases before the court, the substantive case and the case for injunction. Now, the decision not to give a ruling on the injunction case basically and technically stayed in the hand of Parliament indefinitely, because so long as there was no ruling, Parliament could not appeal, Parliament could not act. It held Parliament in abeyance for almost 5 months.
Is that what the lawyers told you? Because when
yeah. Okay, you can come in, please.
You just answered to a question that you made some comments after the court's adjournment.
Yes, please.
In the matter.
Yes.
By way of criticism.
Yes, please.
Can you confirm? Let me, Chairman, please. Can we have some order around the table, Chairman?
Please go ahead. Let's have one meeting, please. Please go ahead.
Mr. Nominee, let me avert your mind to the constitutional provision contained in Article 21, one of the Constitution. Now, may I put it to you, and by way of a yes and no, that whether your right as encapsulated in Article 21(1), which is to this effect, all persons shall have the right to freedom of speech and belief, which shall include academic freedom. Can you confirm to this committee, yes or no, whether the exercise of that right to criticism was...
Okay, leader, please continue.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
You had said that because of the decision of that day, Parliament could not proceed with its work, and that affected its work for some 5 months, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Did that information come from the lawyers to you?
Mr. Chairman, that information came to me from my reading of Article 106 of the Constitution, and with your leave, I would read.
Yes, please. Kindly take the leave of chair, not me.
Yes. Mr. Chair, do I have your permission? So I read Article 106(7) of the Constitution, and that's what I premised that submission on. Where a bill passed by Parliament is presented to the President for assent, he shall signify within 7 days after the presentation to the Speaker that he assents to the bill or that he refuses to assent to the bill, unless the bill has been referred by the President to the Council of State under Article 90 of this Constitution. Parliament was unable, in fact, there was a letter, a cease and desist letter, signed by then Executive Secretary to the President, Nana Asante Bediotwo, asking Parliament not to transmit the bill as passed by Parliament, premised on the fact that there was a pending court case. Even though I think it's important we take judicial notice that his letter to Parliament came a day before any lawsuit was filed before the courts. Thank you.
I am asking you, do you think that your attack on the Chief Justice of the Republic had any basis in the exercise of those your constitutional rights?
Mr. Chairman, respectfully, I did not attack the Chief Justice. I criticized her, and she's not above criticism. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I criticized her extensively. I can't remember all the words. Thank you.
Paraphrase in context your criticism of her, what you said.
I'm unable to repeat any of those here, Mr. Chairman, because it's being a The exigencies of time have overtaken it. If there is any specific reference you would like to make, I'm willing to respond to that. Thank you.
Did you write on your social media wall those criticisms? Did you write them?
I want to believe that I express my views on social media house. Yes.
We would give you an opportunity to refer to your social media wall and read aloud and in full those criticisms that you don't readily remember. So go to your social media wall, pick it, we'll give you time so that you can read it, then we can proceed.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know about the ranking member, but I'm extremely active on social media. In fact, one of the most active politicians in this country on social media. It will be an exercise for me to say that I am scrolling through the hundreds and thousands of posts to begin to scan and identify. If I had been given 4 notices of this, I could have gotten a team to do that. But I believe that if there's a particular case that is in question, I could be referred to it. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, our proceedings allow a member time to rely on an important document. Therefore, if the member will need time to go through the particular post, we would give him the time. He should be able to furnish us with that. So, Chairman, with the greatest respect, let him have the time to make that available.
Mr. Chairman, if there is the need for evidence of that, I can subsequently provide that to the committee. I can print out my entire timeline history for the purposes of the committee, because I will not be able to tell what would be of interest to the questioner. So I'll print out my entire timeline for the committee subsequent to this engagement. Thank you.
Honorable Roxon. Honorable Roxon, you have the floor.
Chairman, thank you very much. Honorable nominee, social media has been defined in our statutes. How many social media platforms do you have? And which one particularly is in question? We know of Facebook, we know of Twitter, which is now X, we know of WhatsApp pages, we know of TikTok. So Chairman, it will be prudent and for the ranking member to be specific, because social media refers to a plethora of other media platforms that are deployed in cyberspace. So if he can be specific, then I believe that the nominee can be properly guided and to also tailor his answers to those particular references. With all due respect, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Leader, would you like to be specific on the issue you've just raised?
Chairman, before I proceed, I want to suggest to you to kindly reiterate an earlier call by the chair of this committee, which call was to some of our colleagues who join us but are not members. I don't want to mention a name. I repeat, I don't want to mention a name. But I want to urge my colleagues who are joining us, you may say something not for the records, but when I hear I would respond to you. Let us ensure decorum. This exercise requires mutual respect. Some of you are knowing Sam George for the first time. The minority is supposed to do its work. So if you are a first timer and you are here by the grace of God, take this opportunity and learn, and not to call your leader names. If you attempt to act in a manner unbecoming of a backbencher who has just joined parliament, you will be schooled to know the courtesies that are accorded leaders, especially when a leader is on a firm ground in his duties. Honorable nominee, my respected colleague, in your own words, you have had the occasion to criticize the Chief Justice of the Republic in a matter that you were not a party to, correct?
Correct.
In your own words, these criticisms were written on your social media platform, correct?
Not exclusively. Other times I spoke about them on national media platforms.
For our purpose, let's deal with those that you wrote on your social media platforms, correct?
Very well, Mr. Chairman.
Very well. Now, my question to you is, do you remember the exact words that you used in describing the Chief Justice in your criticisms?
It will be difficult because, like the Majority Chief Whip had pointed out, I do not even know which specific platform you're referring to. Facebook and an official page. I have an X account. I've got an Instagram account. I've got a TikTok account. I've got a LinkedIn account. So it's like, once again, I repeat that out, Mr. Chairman, I'll be grateful if specifics could be applied to the issue here. Thank you.
So my question to you is, which of the platforms did you use in your supposed constructive criticism of the Chief Justice in a matter that you were not a party to?
Yes.
Please carry.
Yes. Chairman, with all due respect to ranking, we sat in law school classroom together. We graduated together. And we are both seasoned practitioners. And we've done...
Thank you. Thank you very much. Leader, just give me a second. Well, I am presiding over this vetting. And you are talking about matters of law. I think as a presiding chair, I have the right to give space for some of my team members to be able to defend matters of law, for me to be able to make an informed decision. And it is for that reason that I'm allowing Honorable Roxanne to come in, leader. And I hope that that is fine with you. Thank you. You may continue.
I don't have a problem at all. This exercise is good. Posterity will deal with this, and the jury is out there. Students, for many years to come, will refer to these proceedings. But since my respected colleague and classmate has taken us to the classroom, the classroom that we are, we have to do some exercise there. The issue that is being discussed has been attested to by the nominee. It isn't the case that he's denying knowledge of any criticism. He said he has done so. And he says he stands by it. In the media, some too, he posted them. So he should be able to tell us in an honest way where he posted them. If, as it were, he had said that, oh, he doesn't remember ever saying it, he hasn't said anything at all, then I would ask him to identify a document and speak to it and find out whether he is the one who authored it. But he says he has done something. And I'm asking him to now tell us where he did it. It's as simple as that, Chairman. So he's supposed to answer that question.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, once again, I reiterate my answer that I'm unable to know which of the platforms I have posted on that he is referring to. And let me state for the records, what was put to me was the fact that I had attacked the Chief Justice. I have not admitted to attacking the Chief Justice. I have stated that I have criticized the Chief Justice. It doesn't amount to an attack on her. It's a critique of her. But I'll be grateful and I'm willing to identify any documents that are available, and I'll speak to them with all integrity and honesty. Thank you.
You have your constitution with you?
Yes, please.
Earlier, the Honorable Roxanne spoke about your rights in the law, and you read the rights, that you had a right to freedom of speech, correct?
That's correct. The Honorable Roxanne read that.
Go to Article 41 of the same Constitution. Read the side notes.
Duties of a citizen.
Repeat it.
Duties of a citizen.
What? I didn't hear.
Duties of a citizen.
Go to Article 41D. Read 41D aloud.
The exercise and enjoyment of rights and freedoms is inseparable from the performance of duties and obligations, and accordingly, it shall be the duty of every citizen to respect the rights, freedoms, and legitimate interest of others, and generally to refrain from doing acts detrimental to the welfare of other persons.
Very well. Very well. I shall, Chairman, with your leave. Chairman, with your leave, I shall, through you, forward to the nominee a document for him to read aloud. I have a series of them. Read number 9. Number 9.
SB 1 series.
Must we be prompting you? What is this? We have agreed to do so. Honorable, order, Chairman, Honorable nominee, you have, I've turned to number 9. You've seen it labeled?
Yes, please, number 9.
Please read the content of that post of yours aloud.
There is absolutely no doubt in my mind that the current Chief Justice is engaged in judicial thuggery and poses an existential threat to the dispensation of justice in an equitable, fair, and just manner. Such partisan behavior at the apex court of our judiciary must not be entertained and must be condemned with all the force reasonable people can muster. Judicial gangsterism is a precursor for the breakdown in the dispensation of justice and the doctrine of the rule of law. Common sense ought to be an ingredient in the dispensation of justice.
My respected colleague, what you have just read, was it authored by you?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
What date was this authored?
On the 27th of March, 2024.
Now, on the 27th of March, 2024, you wrote this about the Chief Justice of the Republic, correct?
Yes, I did.
You have again read Article 41D. For the avoidance of doubt, read it at the risk of being repetitive. Read it one more time.
Mr. Chairman, I remember the content.
Read it one more time.
Well, I'm not going to read the heading again. I'll just read the 41D.
I am asking you a question, Honorable Nominee.
Yes.
Once the question is allowed, you cannot overrule it. I'm saying read 41. Yes, in full. Read 41D.
The exercise and enjoyment of rights and freedoms is inseparable from the performance of duties and obligations, and accordingly it shall be the duty of every citizen to respect the rights, freedoms, and legitimate interests of others, and generally to refrain from doing acts detrimental to the welfare of other persons.
My respected colleague, what you have just read as your constitutional duty, and what you have also read as your constitutional rights. If you recall, describe the Chief Justice were fair.
Mr. Chairman, that post was premised on my understanding and reading of Article 296 of the Constitution, and I will proceed to read with your leave.
That's okay. Please proceed.
The side note is exercise of discretionary power. Where in this Constitution or in any other law discretionary power is vested in any person or authority, A, that discretionary power shall be deemed to imply a duty to be fair and candid. B, the exercise of the discretionary power shall not be arbitrary, capricious, or biased based on resentment, prejudice, or personal dislike, and shall be in accordance with due process of law. And C, where the person or authority is not a judge or other judicial officer, there shall be published by constitutional instrument or statutory instrument regulations that are not inconsistent with the provision of this Constitution or that aid or that other law to govern the exercise of the discretionary power. Discretionary power is vested with the Chief Justice. She exercised same in the matter before her. My views were what I expressed in the post.
When did you say you...
6:34 a.m.
What occasioned this post?
Activities that had gone on the previous day in court.
Can you share with us the activities that had gone on in the previous day in court, and in which matter?
It was in the anti-LGBTQ case, the case you referenced earlier on. I don't really remember all the details, but I'm fully aware that my comments were in reference to the actions that had happened the day before in court.
You had earlier said that your criticism was premised on a July 28th disappointment. Now you are referring to a March post. So which is which? Just reconcile.
Chairman, at no point in my previous answer did I say that my displeasure with the Supreme Court and the Chief Justice was exclusive to the July 18th ruling. The case had started in court from the 5th of March. I made reference to the fact that the July 18th ruling is what led me to lead a national demonstration against the Chief Justice.
So what exactly did the Chief Justice do to you on the 5th of March 2024? 24, you said 23rd.
27th
so
of March.
This post was 27th of March. And you are saying that based on what happened in court on the 26th of March. And can you tell us exactly what happened on the 26th of March, which led to such description of the Chief Justice of the Republic?
Mr. Chairman, let me be clear that I have answered this already and stated that I don't really remember all the actions that happened there. But again, let me be very quick to add that post this social media post, the Chief Justice has had occasion to write to me on 2 occasions through the Judicial Secretary. The Chief Justice is clothed with the powers of contempt. If she thought and held the view that legally I had erred, the Supreme Court of Ghana is not one that has shied away from using its contempt powers. They have failed to hold me for contempt because I have not erred, and I'm sure that the Chief Justice herself and the Judicial Council and the Supreme Court recognize that constructive criticism is helpful for the dispensation of our justice system. Thank you.
So you hold a view that those words used in describing the Chief Justice of the Republic to you remain constructive and nothing less?
I hold that view, sir.
Clerk, kindly furnish me the document. Honorable nominee, please let's go to your CV. Please, where were you born?
I was born in Somanya in the eastern region of Ghana.
I'm not familiar with Somanya. Is it in the eastern region of the country?
Mr. Chairman, I just stated that I was born in Somanya in the eastern region of Ghana.
Now, Krobo, Odumase, and Somanya, are they the same?
I am unable to respond accurately to that. I'm not sure about that, but I believe that one of the MPs from the Krobo area is present in the committee. He can help us with the geography.
Honorable nominee, respectfully, are you familiar with Krobo Odumase?
Yes, I know the constituency, the Lower Manya Krobo, the Lower Manya Krobo constituency, and Upper Manya. Yes.
I'm not talking about constituency. I'm talking about a town called Krobo Odumase. Odumase Krobo.
Yes, I know a town like that exists, Mr. Chairman.
Very well. And I'm asking you whether that town and Somanya are the same or different.
I am unable to answer. I told you I'm not very conversant with the geography of the area.
Did you live in Somanya where you were born?
Chairman, before you came in, when I did the introductory part, I stated that I was born in Somanya, but I grew up in Nigeria. My mother is here, my birth mother is here, and if you want her to swear the oath, she will, to testify on at what age she took me. But I was taken to Nigeria at the age of 6 months. At that age, I don't think I would have been in a position to know what my surroundings were. Thank you.
Honorable nominee, are you currently in possession of a birth certificate?
I don't have my birth certificate here, but I own one.
Is it a very old one or the digital birth certificate?
Mr. Chairman, it's a very old one. My parents have done very well to preserve it.
And that has your place of birth as Somanya?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
You are in possession of a Ghanaian passport?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. 2, actually, but under the same name.
a regular passport, and a diplomatic passport, all under the name Samuel Nartey George. Thank you.
The Ghanaian passport you have, does the place of birth bear Somenya?
Both do, Mr. Chairman.
So you would disagree with anybody who would suggest that you were born in Odumasi Krobo? You would disagree?
My parents told me I was born in Somanya. They are the best to determine and tell me where I was born. Thank you.
Honorable nominee, on your CV, you have indicated that you have undertaken a number of courses.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
But before then, you have indicated that you speak English, Dangbe, and Tree.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Do you speak any language of Nigerian origin?
No, sorry, Yoruba, dear, sir.
You speak Yoruba?
Yes, I do, and a bit of Igbo. I can tell you my name, Ahambu Sam George.
Don't pay attention to my questions. Pay attention to my questions. And then answer my questions. Not for the gallery, but for me. All right? Do you speak Yoruba?
Fairly.
You speak a bit of Igbo?
Yes, please.
To take the leave of Mr. Chair to amend your CV to include Yoruba.
With the leave of Mr. Chairman, if it pleases the committee for me to have to, but I just put the Ghanaian languages I spoke on my CV.
But it is here you stated languages spoken. Languages spoken. So I'm asking, since you say you speak Yoruba, that would you want to take the leave of Mr. Chair to amend to reflect that?
Yes, Mr. Chair, it can be amended with the leave of Mr. Chair.
Leave granted, amendment accordingly carried out.
Now, you have stated hometown to mean to be Old Ningo. We've had different descriptions of hometown. So tell you how you come by hometown.
I believe on my CV it says Ahuyam, Old Ningo. And Ahuyam is where my father hails from, where my father comes from. So that's where my father's house is.
And mom too from there?
My mom is from Old Ningo town itself.
Your CV page 1. You have indicated that you have a BSc Agricultural Engineering, Soil and Water Engineering specialization from KNUST. May I know from you, at KNUST, were you a member of TESCOM?
Never.
Did you at any point join TESCOM outside of at any of the institutions that you studied?
Never, Mr. Chairman.
So you disagree with any report to the effect that you were once upon a time a member of TESCOM?
That would be an unfortunate lie. I disagree with it.
The state, as part of our vetting, you know that we request for due diligence reports from state security. So, as at January 27, 2025, state security has it that you were once upon a time a member of TESCOM?
This is part of the reason why I'm on record to have said that the new Mahama administration has to overhaul our entire state security apparatus, because it's woefully ineffective if it says I've ever been a member of TESCOM. Thank you.
Very well. And you would also disagree to the information given to us that you were not born in Odumasu Krobo. You disagree with them?
Absolutely.
Now, you have on page 2 of your CV. Let's go to page 2. You said you have executive masters in international strategy and diplomacy, London School of Economics and Political.
I would choose to get it certified from the university that issued the certificate for the purposes of this committee. I'll make the request to the LSE.
This perhaps is a legal question, so it's all right if you understand it, sir. Well, for the benefit of your supporters, we are here to also help you. I know you've done LLB. I know you've done LLB. You've not been called to the bar yet. You don't need to write to your school to give us a certified copy. Once you are in possession of the original, a notary public who cites the original can certify. That is the law which they should know. Now, would you be able...
This is the committee, Mr. Chairman.
When did you start the program? And when did you finish the program?
September 2021, and I submitted my dissertation in July 2022.
How did you pursue the program?
In person.
Now, at all material times, you were a member of parliament. September 2021. You said, when did you finish it in 2022?
In July 2022.
So between September...
And if the committee would want for me to show evidence of my travel record, I will show how I spent 10 days in London with the leave of Mr. Speaker sometimes, and when I returned to Ghana, to make sure that I stayed within the courses. June and July were not, you didn't need to be in person, because that was when we're working on our dissertation. Thank you.
Okay, so you are telling us that, so from September, every month, you were spending 10 days in the United Kingdom, every month?
Give or take, yes please.
No, let's be specific, because you say we can check that from your travel records and all. I just want us to be very specific in the answers. So September, when you started in September you went to UK for 10 days and came back, correct?
Mr. Chairman, that's why I said give or take. There were times when, because of travel periods, and that was at that time, there were still COVID travel restrictions. So there were times when I had to spend 14 days. There were times when I was able to do 12 days, because the regulations in the UK were very fluid at the time. For sometimes, at the early parts, you had to do a 2-day quarantine after entering the UK before you could make yourself available. So yes, I may have gone to school for 10 days, but my travel time included 2 days of quarantine when I entered the UK, so it could have been 12 days. So give or take, it was 10 days at every time.
So you were doing it month on month, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
So you can furnish us with evidence of September travel, October travel, November, December, all the way to May, as you said?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, with your leave, would the nominee has promised to furnish us? So
leave is hereby granted.
Very well. So, honorable nominee, we'll take that one.
Yes, a follow-up. I recognize a follow-up question from Honorable Roxanne.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Nominee.
Fully funded by myself.
Now,
it's an online component.
So in addition to traveling to London, you pursue some aspect of the coursework whilst here.
Sin has had his time. But anyway, I would tolerate him. It's fine. Okay, so
I believe it was in December. I attended my graduation, I think, either in December 2022, or January 2023. I need to refresh my memory, but I think it was in December 2022. It's a matter of public record.
I'm sure when we get the certificate, we'll get to know. Let's use that you fully funded yourself.
Yes, please.
How much did it cost you?
Mr. Chairman, are you asking me the cost of the course or the cost of the entire program? Because
okay, I'll break it down. Don't worry.
That would include travel.
Don't worry. I'll break it down for you. First, let's deal with your tuition fee. How much did it cost you in tuition?
A fee I paid about 4 years ago.
With the leave of chair, would want to have that. How much did it cost you in accommodation?
Again, I'll have to check with my residents at the time how much it cost me.
So with the leave of chair, you provide us with that. How much did you in travel?
Again, the tickets vary based on season, so I'll have to itemize each ticket and how much it costs.
Okay, so chair would give direction on all three, so you can provide that. So chair would give direction on all three, so you can provide
leave is hereby granted for you to bring the cost components.
But Mr. Chairman, respectfully, may I find out why personal expenditure of mine for my own personal development is now the subject of this committee's inquiry?
You should have said that as your answer.
No, Mr. Chairman, I was asked specific questions about whether I did them. Now, the question of providing same, I said I don't have that here, and it would take the leave of the chairman. So it's your leave that would make me, and I could get legal advice.
Chairman, as you've granted leave for those information to be provided, we'll rely on the nominee to make those available through the clerk. So we'll proceed. Thank you. Now, on the issue of Kofi Annan Training, International Peacekeeping and Training Center, it's on your CV that you have an executive.
Mr. Chairman, that program was a weekend program as an executive master's at the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center, and I attended with a few other. It was a one-year program. I completed in 2019, but did not graduate in 2019 because I was out of the country on the date of the graduation, and so I came back in 2020 to join the executive cohort 6. I was part of executive cohort 5. But I joined Executive Cohort 6 in 2020 to graduate. Thank you.
Honorable nominee, back to your CV, you indicate that you've had a certificate in leadership and managerial skills from NDPI.
That's correct.
Are you able to furnish us with a certificate?
I will do so with the leave of the chair.
Leave is accordingly granted.
Now, have you any registered company, a limited liability company, that you operate outside of your work as a parliamentarian?
I currently do not hold ownership of any company that I operate outside of Parliament.
Prior to this period, were you previously an owner of a limited liability company?
Yes, prior to coming into Parliament, yes, I was.
Can you furnish us with the name of this company?
The first company I think I registered was Events and Multimedia Ghana Limited.
When did you register this company?
Chairman, I don't readily remember.
What is the name of this company?
For emphasis, I will repeat it, Events and Multimedia Ghana Limited.
Who are the other shareholders apart from you?
I don't readily remember, and the company is defunct at the moment.
At what point did this company become defunct?
Mr. Chairman, it's not provided on my CV.
With the leave of
let's honorable leader, let's get this clear. Is it everything about the nominee that is supposed to be provided on a curriculum vitae? Because this is a defunct company which is no longer operating.
Chairman, respectfully, the nominee has provided us his own CV. The CV, he talks about personal data. He moves from there to profile. He has shared with us his educational background. He goes further to talk about professional experience. He has taken us through conferences he has attended. He has also told us that he is a member of certain boards and agencies. It is therefore proper, as part of the inquisition, to ask which boards he served on, where he's been a director. It is a regular question. And he himself has provided us information as to a company he has registered that he is a shareholder and a director. The issue of it being defunct is a different matter. So, honorable nominee, you have said that at the time you entered Parliament, you stopped running your business, correct?
That's correct, because I became politically exposed.
Very well. So, before entering Parliament, tell us, between which period to which period you operated your business? Tell us, between which period to which period you operated your business, that your company?
I believe that I stopped running I stopped getting any businesses after I was appointed communication specialist at the president in 2014. Because at the time, the clientele I had
told this committee that you only stopped operating your business when you were elected member of Parliament, because at that time you had become politically exposed. Do you still stand by that answer?
Yes, Chairman. You see, the nature of business I had long-term contracts. So even though I became a PEP in 2014, I had contracts that ran till sometime in 2016. And it was indicated to me that those contracts will not be renewed.
Now, share with us the period you became a member of Parliament. You were not doing any other business. You were solely dependent on your salary, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, as my primary source of income.
Did you have the benefit of any secondary source of income?
Mr. Chairman, I'm married to a very industrious woman.
I don't get it. Please explain.
I'm married to an industrious woman.
Okay, so please explain to her. If you say you are married to an industrious woman and that is the source of your secondary income. What exactly do you mean?
I mean, my wife takes care of me.
Very well. So, industrious woman, she takes care of you. Are you suggesting that she also paid your school fees for your UK program?
Mr. Chairman, I believe that this committee has asked me to furnish them records of my fees that were paid. I believe that I don't see where we're going with this. Thank you.
No, with the greatest respect, honorable nominee, I continue to treat you with respect. If you say you don't see, yours is to answer. If you need guidance, please seek guidance from the chair. If chair allows my question and you want to say you don't see, where I follow up based on what you say. I never asked you about your wife. I never asked you about her business. You said your wife takes care of you. These are your words. You say your wife is an industrious woman. These are your words. And that is your secondary source of income. These are your words. So, are you aware whether your wife, through her industry, has been paying her taxes? Have you become aware of it?
Mr. Chairman, those are my wife's
Please, please. That is personal to your wife. So, with all due respect,
the monies that your wife gives you, which monies you say that is your secondary source of income, do you pay taxes on them?
Mr. Chairman, I have at no point in time before this committee, and I'm on record, said that my wife gives me money. I have at no point in time made that claim. My claim before this committee is that my wife takes care of me. I didn't say she gives me money. Thank you.
Is that your secondary source of income?
I have not said so. Your words, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable nominee, would leave it there. Whether they are your words or my words, we'll leave it there. Let us proceed. How did you raise the funds to pay your fees? Because this is a matter of record that you provided.
Mr. Chairman, I had savings. Thank you.
Honorable nominee.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Please kindly read aloud that document you have in your possession.
Dear comrades, take positions at the airport and land borders. None of those who have raped our nation's resources should be allowed to skip town.
those who have stolen the public purse must, in capital letters, be made to account for every peswa. Operation Recover All Loot, in bracket, oral, must swing into full action for our children, for our nation. Let's go. And it has the lion emoji and the Ghana flag and the fire emoji.
Can you share with us those looters, the names of those looters you were referring to, who you were calling on comrades to protect our borders so that they don't escape? Can you share with us those you had in mind at the time you made this post?
All of that information, Mr. Chairman, has been shared with the oral team that was headed by my comrade Okudzeto Ablakwa, Member of Parliament for North Tongue. Thank you.
Honorable nominee, this is a public hearing. You have made this post, and I'm relying on it to ask you the question. I'm asking you, these individuals that you say they have looted the nation, they have raped us of whatever, can you share with us those individuals? Give us their names.
Honourable Member, with all due respect, we spoke yesterday about the Whistleblowers Act, and there are remedies available for such a thing under a Whistleblowers Act. So in a full public view, asking that the names of those people be disclosed, there are dire consequences for it. I will therefore humbly overrule the question. Thank you.
Honorable nominee, at the time you made this post, did you know about the consequences of the post you were making?
Mr. Chairman, there was only one consequence of my post: to protect our nation's resources. Thank you.
As a law student, do you think that this call for people to go to our borders when we had our security agencies already performing constitutional duties was right?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, and I'm grounded in the preamble to the Constitution. That was the basis for that call.
The preamble of the Constitution.
We, the people of Ghana, or in the name of the Almighty God, we, the people of Ghana, in exercise of our natural and inalienable rights to establish a framework of government which shall secure for ourselves and posterity the blessings of liberty, equality of opportunity, and prosperity, in a spirit of friendship and peace with all peoples of the world, and in solemn declaration and affirmation of our commitments to freedom, justice, probity, and accountability, the principles that all powers of government spring from the sovereign will of the people, the principle of universal adult suffrage, the rule of law, the protection and preservation of fundamental human rights and freedoms, unity and stability for our nation, do hereby adopt, enact, and give to ourselves this Constitution.
So, at the time you made this post, you are saying to this committee that our borders were not being protected by the security agencies enough. Therefore, there was a need for you to make a call on ordinary citizens to rush, particularly your party members, to rush to these borders to stop people you consider as looters from traveling outside the country. Correct?
Your deduction, Mr. Chairman, not mine.
At the time you made this call,
Honorable Leader,
did you have,
I recognize Roxanne Dahon
did you have
on
reason?
one supplementary question.
Okay, sure.
Chairman, thank you very much. Honorable Sam George.
Chairman.
When you made the post under reference, Yes or no? You have vetted your mind to Article 41, F of the Constitution, and with the leave of the chairman, let me read. The exercise and enjoyment of rights and freedoms is inseparable from the performance of duties and obligations, and accordingly, it shall be the duty of every citizen, F, to protect and preserve public property and expose and combat misuse and waste of public funds and property. So your post regarding people getting to the borders and checking others from absconding from the jurisdiction you suspect of having committed some offense, you were exercising your right under this provision?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Sam George, when was the last time you traveled outside the country?
I don't readily recall, but I haven't traveled this year, so sometime last year.
At the time you got to the airport, did you go through immigration screening?
Yes, I did.
Did you see customs officials at our borders at the airport?
Yes, I did.
Did you find the national security operatives at various points at the airport?
I don't know. I don't know them because they don't wear uniform.
But do we have security systems at our airport?
I would suppose so, but I can't state on the record.
Now, at the time you made this your post, by the way, go back to the date you made the post.
I made it on the 8th of December 2024, a day after John Mahama had won the elections by almost over 57% of the votes.
Had our
order
on that said date, had you any information that our immigration and customs officials had abandoned their posts at the airport and all other borders of the state?
I have not suggested so in my post.
Honorable Sam George, I am asking you a straightforward question. Had you any reason to believe that they had abandoned their posts at the airport and all other borders that they had a duty to protect as officers of the state?
Chairman, once again I repeat that I have not made such a suggestion in my post, so it can't be attributed to me. Thank you.
Do you know that your call on your party members to move to our borders was to undermine these security officials from exercising their rightful duties enshrined in our laws?
Mr. Chairman, that would be to suggest that our constitution is illegal and unconstitutional.
So are you suggesting that at any point a citizen can post calling on people to take to our land borders and protect it against looters? Is that what you're saying?
Mr. Chairman, like I said, that post was made pursuant to provisions of a duty of a citizen, given the exigencies of the time, the duties of a citizen, according to the preamble and Article 41F of the Constitution.
Do you know that that preamble of the Constitution is equally enforceable through a law properly enacted by the state? Do you know that?
I'm aware of that.
And do you know that as part of the enforcement of the constitutional provision, we have established state security agencies to protect our borders?
Fully aware of that, Mr. Chairman. I'm fully aware of that, Mr. Chairman.
And do you know that as a citizen, your right call would have been to the security agencies instead of party members, you call comrades. Do you know that?
Mr. Chairman, it is the vigilance of these comrades that stopped the export of 17 pallets of gold that were not properly labeled at the Kotoka International Airport. My call was a call to national duty. It was heeded and saved the public purse. I should be celebrated for that.
Sam George, respectfully, I, based on your information, will be pleased to make an application, would make an application to the chair to suspend the hearing of your vetting so that we invite those officials at the airport who, according to you, through the vigilance of your comrades, they seized some illegal exportation of some gold. So, because this is a very serious matter, and you are providing us information. So, Chairman, in the circumstance, it is important that we suspend the hearing of this matter to bring those officials who have a mandate to protect our borders, ensure legal exports, explain to why they abandoned their responsibility, and it had to take some vigilante comrades based on his call to arrest some illegal gold exportation.
Honourable members, with all due respect to the ranking and the deputy, the ranking and then the minority leader, we have a clear mandate, and no amount of question and answer will be worthy to deserve this committee proceeding to suspend sitting until information is provided. Our procedure doesn't end at this committee. Further actions will be taken after the committee's vetting. So I am unable to grant the request for suspension with all due respect.
Chairman, fair enough. Chairman, then, with your leave, I would want to extract some further information from the nominee so that we invite those officials to appear before us, so that, I agree with you that we don't suspend, but we would have to invite them based on the further information we'll give. Honorable nominee, this gold that was being stolen, can you provide us further details of where and how these comrades were able to assist in stopping this stealing? Lay the foundation with the answer, and then we go specifics, because it's very important. The nation is listening, and it will help.
So, is your question seeking for him to mention names of people?
Honorable Chair, I am exercising a lot of restraint, and I would plead with you. The nominee said there was stealing at the airport. Some people were stealing gold and exporting, and through his call, there was an arrest. We need to know the details. It cannot be that he will say something and then we cannot have details. So he should provide us the details.
Did you say some people were stealing at the airport?
Mr. Chairman, the sitting of this committee is public records. I never said that anybody was stealing. I said that my call led to the interception of 17 wrongly labeled pallets of gold or parcels of gold. That's what I said. Again, let me state for the record that it is the assumption of the ranking member that the persons who may be lawful law enforcement officers can also not double as comrades. That will be his assumption. Because the assumption is to say that comrades from outside the airport came in. I have not said so as well. Thank you.
Honourable members, I will plead that having regard to the content of the Whistleblowers Act, some questions and the answers being provided may be in violation of some provisions in the Whistleblowers Act. It is for a stated reason. That's why we refer to that particular law, Whistleblowers Act. So I am not even happy that it is being placed on record that some responsibilities being discharged led to the arrest of some pallets of gold. So I intend to direct that that answer be expunged from the record.
Chairman, Mr. Chairman, can the nominee tell us where this gold was wrongly labeled? Can the nominee tell us?
I'm guided by Mr. Chairman and the Whistleblowers Act. I decline to comment. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can the nominee tell us who arrested this gold bars?
Mr. Chairman, and respect for the Whistleblowers Act passed by this Honorable House, I decline comment.
Chairman, with respect, the nominee is not here as a whistleblower. If for some reasons it is his pleasure that he would give us that information in conclave without the media committee, in providing answers to a question, say that it is your constitutional right to make a call to the public to protect our borders when we have security agencies, and then you justify by saying that in fact that call has saved the nation. Some people were going to steal gold. The state, as a result of that call, that was prevented. Then you are now saying that you come under Whistleblowers Act, so you cannot provide the details. Chairman, let us, the whole world is watching these proceedings. I will not pursue and I will not attempt to show any disrespect to you. But Chairman, the matter in issue is not a matter of whistleblower. In the minimum, I am guided by the little law I've studied. I'm not going into the arena of whistleblower. So if you would want to say that he shouldn't answer a matter that he himself has provided, so be it. I will not pursue it. But I want to put on record that if the nominee prefers to give that information to us in conclave, let us pursue that.
Well, Honorable Minority Leader, we can subsequently explore and look at the law by the nature of the information that we are soliciting. If the law allows the information to be given to us as members of parliament, why not?
Chairman, let's have a clear understanding. Nominee is telling us that based on a social media post, some people were stealing gold, and his comrades responding to that post were able to arrest it. So if for nothing at all, he should be celebrated. He's saying that he should be celebrated for making that post. Chairman, is it the case that we cannot pursue it? If you say so, I will not begrudge you. The record will reflect that the chair of the committee says that we cannot pursue it. This is not a whistleblower matter. So I want to pursue it. If you want to rule me out, I'm fine. So, honorable nominee, my question to you, that those people that you claim were exporting this gold illegally, do you know which company they were working for at the airport or wherever? Do you know where they were working for? Which company they were working for?
Honorable Minority Leader, with all due respect, we are pushing further. The nominee even said that his call resulted into some arrests. He is making reference to his call. So if you want to push further to give details of it, then it means we are delving into what the law otherwise says we shouldn't. So, with all due respect, with all due respect, there are reasons why you give such information to the security agencies. They are not even prepared to mention your name to the public that they got the information from you. So we cannot be soliciting that particular information. The statement he made is that my call resulted into this. I think we should end it there.
Chairman, my duty is to respect your chair and to accept your ruling. So I would accept your ruling on this matter and move on. I will not attempt to disrespect you, however unhappy I may be with your ruling. Well, that's the beauty of democracy. You are the chair. Thank you so much, sir. Please, clerk to committee. Honorable Sam George, you have a document in your hand. Respectfully, I've labeled this as 6. First of all, the document, the paper you have, were you the one who authored it?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Please, can you read it aloud in full?
Galamsey is Ghana's drug trade. It is to Ghana what cocaine is to Colombia. There are cartels involved. These cartels have politicians, chiefs, and security personnel involved. Our government is complicit and will not do anything about it. And then I tag then President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo bears ultimate responsibility. He has the power to arrest and deal decisively with everyone involved. I don't care what party they belong to. They are wicked criminals. Deal with them. But alas, Nana Addo cannot. He is complicit and a beneficiary. If we want to deal with this canker, we need to be honest and brutally frank with the truth. Again, the lion emoji and the Ghana flag, and then 2 hashtags. Hashtag free the citizens, hashtag stop Galamsey now, and I attached a picture of a Galamsey site. Thank you.
What date did you make this post?
The document handed over to me has no date.
But you made this post?
Oh yes, I recognize it as my post.
Now, you said the former president was complicit and a beneficiary. At the time you made this post, you had evidence that the President of the Republic was complicit and indeed a beneficiary of this Galamsey activity?
Mr. Chairman, on the day the President, and even though there's no date on this, I remember this post very well. I made it because I was upset as a citizen of this country that on the day the President was meeting, the then President, was meeting with the coalition against Galamsey, one of whom I believe is in the room, Engineer Ken Ashigbe, his Minerals Commission was issuing tens of new licenses to mine in forest reserves. That's what pushed me to do this.
Honorable Sam George, my simple question to you. Do you think that President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, our president,
Chairman, are you hearing?
Honourable members, order. Order.
I can understand the enthusiasm. Our president, who was in charge of the government of the day between 2017 and 2025 January 6th, was indeed a beneficiary of the Galamsey activity. Do you solemnly believe in that? That indeed he was a beneficiary of this?
Chairman, my understanding is that the president at the time was leader of the NPP, per your constitution. He was leader of the party. We all saw or listened to the recording between the then Minister for Environment, Science and Technology and the then Vice Chairman of your Central Region party, where he said you needed to do Galamsey because party Hiansika. The party that he had sika or needed money was the NPP, and President Akufo-Addo was leader of the NPP. If it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, and has his kids in a row behind it like a duck, it is a duck.
Some two people were participating on the phone.
Honorable Sam George. Honorable Sam George. So you are saying that this comment by some individuals that you heard is your evidence that the President of the Republic was a beneficiary of the Galamsey activity?
Mr. Chairman, if I'm not mistaken, the President subsequently went to even campaign for the gentleman who made those comments to be as a parliamentary candidate of the NPP. He associated with him. He did not distance himself from it. And Mr. Chairman, let me plead with you. This committee should not be used to whitewash the image of President Akufo-Addo. We know him. The people of this country passed a verdict, and let's leave it at that. Thank you.
Honorable nominee. Order. 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 Honorable members, order. Honorable members, let's have order. Honorable members, order. Order. Honorable nominee, you are hereby ordered to withdraw the word. This committee should not be used to whitewash Akufo-Addo. Please withdraw.
Chairman, respectfully, with the greatest respect for you, why am I being asked to withdraw that this committee? It's a plea.
Please.
I'm making a plea to you.
Please withdraw. Please withdraw.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw out of respect for you.
Thank you very much. The statement is withdrawn. Let's make progress. The statement is withdrawn on grounds that it is unparliamentary. Honourable members, let's make progress.
Chairman, thank you.
Please, let's have order.
Honorable nominee,
Yes, Chairman.
My respected member, who I would consistently refer to as Honorable Member of Parliament. Please, I'm done with the aspect of where you say Nana Akufo-Addo was a beneficiary. Now let me go to the aspect where you say he's complicit. Do you maintain that part of your submission, that post, that Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo was complicit, as you put it out there in your post? Do you maintain that?
Mr. Chairman, the first paragraph says our government is complicit. Our government is complicit and will not do anything about it. Nana Addo bears ultimate responsibility. He has the power to arrest and deal decisively with everyone involved. I don't care what party they belong to, they are wicked criminals. Deal with them. But alas, Nana Addo cannot. He is complicit and a beneficiary. If we want to deal with this canker, we need to be honest and brutally frank with the truth.
Oh, I'm saying that, I've read it. This job, I've been doing it for some 15 years and more. So I know where I'm getting to. I'm done with the other leg of you saying he's a beneficiary. So back to the complicit part. I'm asking you whether you maintain that Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, our former president, was indeed complicit. Do you maintain that?
Given the poor fight against Galamsey, I hold that view.
Get you, please.
Given the abysmal fight against Galamsey, I hold that view.
To what extent do you hold that view that his performance in the Galamsey fight was abysmal?
The president promised to put his presidency on the line to fight Galamsey. There were several instances where persons in the president's government and party were found or accused of being involved in the illegal mining of gold in our country, in forest reserves and water bodies. The president did not show the leadership that he promised this country. He folded, and that's the record. It can't be changed. So as far as I'm concerned, he was complicit.
Do you have any evidence or probative value to the effect that these people that you claim were part of government and were mining were at the presidency?
Mr. Chairman, the government is bigger than the presidency. The government extends even to the ruling party. That's why the ruling party's general secretary and national chairman sit in cabinet. So the party is part of government. And the ministries are part of government. Agencies are part of government. So if persons in agencies and persons in the party, ruling party, are involved in this, the government is complicit. It stands to hold. Thank you.
Okay, so what you are suggesting to us today is that now that President John Dramani Mahama is the President of the Republic, any individual at the party level, say constituency officer in Owen, involved in a Galamsey activity, citizens of this country should loudly say that to the extent that that person is a member of the ruling party, John Dramani Mahama, His Excellency, respectfully, should be held complicit. Correct?
I haven't said so. If President Mahama puts his presidency on the line to fight corruption and is unable to take action in the unforeseeable instance where an appointee of his, there is evidence of corruption, and he rather seeks to clear them like we've seen in the past, then you can hold President Mahama liable. But the President Mahama I know, and his track record that is before this country, we've seen the GHOne scandal. We've seen previous scandals. He ran a sunlight campaign on corruption. So I know that if what you are suggesting is not what I've said, but President Akufo-Addo put his presidency on the line. He raised the bar. He raised the standard. And so we hold him to that standard. Thank you.
Now, should any agency, now that President John Mahama is in office, you are again suggesting that should any agency involved in anti-Galamsey activity falter in any way, it would amount to the president himself being complicit, correct?
Not correct, Mr. Chairman. I gave a specific example. President Mahama has been definite on corruption because corruption is the biggest problem.
Talking about anti-Galamsey.
President
we are talking
Mahama,
about Galamsey, so
yes.
let's stay there.
No, Mr. Chairman, because of the question you asked, President Mahama...
Honorable nominee.
Honorable nominee, the question is specific, making specific reference to Galamsey. It's not asking you any question in relation to corruption. So if you can stay within the question and provide your answers briefly, you will do us a very good service.
Yes, I asked you the question.
Honorable Chair, please, if the question could be repeated.
My question to you. Now we have President John Dramani Mahama in office. Should any agency involved in anti-Galamsey activity fail, should we say that the President of the Republic is complicit?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Pardon?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so you are suggesting that in this current administration, any failure on the part of any agency in the fight against Galamsey should not be held against the president, correct?
He has responsibilities. He will fulfill his responsibilities.
Yes, I know. No, as for that one, we all expect government to fulfill their responsibilities. But my question is, should there be any failing at any agency? Should there be any failing in any agency? Will the president be complicit?
Mr. Chairman, respectfully, this is now assumptions. We're building scenarios. I can't speak in definite to conjecture and scenarios. If we get to that point, I'm sure today we are speaking about this because there is hindsight on President Akufo-Addo's leadership. I believe that we'll have the opportunity 4 years down the line to judge President Mahama, but it will be unfair for me to pass judgment on a man who is barely 3 weeks in office. Thank you.
Please, Chair, with your leave, may our clerk and the clerk to the committee have this and take back the earlier yes please. Are you in possession of the 7? Yes, I've labeled the 7, please.
Yes, please, Mr. Chairman. Exhibit 7.
Kindly identify it. Is it a post you made, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it's a post I made.
Honorable members of parliament who are visiting us, order. I'm not taking chairman's powers. Order. This is an exercise that students will learn something from. Yes, so, honorable nominee, please read it aloud.
As a son of Gandangwe,
yes,
I am outraged and disgusted at the continued abuse of state power and authority and the wanton encroachment and capture of Ghana lands. The latest attempt to steal lands belonging to GIS by agents purporting to be from the presidency of Nana Akufo-Addo is shameful and sad. I am yet to hear a condemnation from the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources, Honorable Samuel Abu Jinapor. He is responsible for the sector, and his children attend the affected school. It is also time for the Gamanche and the Greater Accra Regional House of Chiefs to man up and speak. Their silence is cowardice and a blot on the integrity of the Ghana state. They either speak up or we consider them willing accomplices. The next John Dramani Mahama government from 2025 must recover all such stolen lands and prosecute the perpetrators irrespective of their political colors. Enough is enough. Followed by a lion emoji, an angry face emoji, and Ghana, the Ghana flag. Thank you.
Honorable nominee.
Chairman.
We'll do some little exercise on this post.
Yes, Chairman.
Respectfully, at the time you made this post, did you have reason to believe that the government officials were taking over GIS lands? Did you have reason to believe seemed to be true?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Can you share with us the grounds upon which this was founded?
Mr. Chairman, I listened to the news that day, and there was the news reported that a team of armed officers purporting to have come from the office of the president had accompanied a private real estate developer to take portions of the land belonging to GIS in the cantonment area. Thank you.
Did you take steps to verify this information prior to the post? Did you verify?
Mr. Chairman, I had no reason to doubt the credibility of the media houses on which I heard the story.
Which media houses did you hear the story?
Mr. Chairman, it was reported, I believe, by City. It was reported by Joy. These are two of the most credible media houses in the country.
And what was the report?
That officers or security personnel purported to be coming from the office of the president had accompanied a real estate developer to take over portions of GIS land.
So you've used the word purported, which means that there was no evidence of state-sponsored takeover of GIS land. You've used purported to suggest that indeed there was no such evidence that the government was aiding a private developer to take over portions of GIS land, correct?
The evidence I based on was a news reportage.
Would you want to retract this post?
Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I will read a Ghana Web story that speaks to this particular issue.
Honorable nominee, the question is, would you want to retract?
No.
Or you still
no, Mr.
Chairman.
Chairman.
The question. Nobody asked you to go and read anything from Ghana Web.
Honorable nominee, with the leave of chair, I will let you read. Honorable nominee, please kindly read. First of all, identify the document. Is it a document you posted?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Respectfully, can you read the post aloud and in extenso?
Mr. Chairman, the post was in reference to what you've printed for me, is my post and a post from the immediate past Minister for Communications. So which should I read? I should read both?
Read yours. Read yours first.
I should read mine first?
Yes, please.
Respectfully, Chairman, mine is a response to her post. It will make better understanding if you get the context in which my response came.
So please read all.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As Lausu posted on 26th April 2021, some people find it very difficult to believe we can negotiate good deals for government. I signed the Airtel Tigo contract. We acquired it for just $1. Someone, an MP, says he heard me say we paid $25 million. A barefaced lie, blatant untruth. Please ask Sam George where he heard that, then sit back and listen to long English, grammar and drama. Just keep your eyes on the ball. How much did we pay to acquire the company? $1. Simple. Then my response on the same day. Someone tell our Minister for Communications that grand posturing and arrogant clapbacks will not stop us on the Parliamentary Committee of Communications and the good people of Ghana from demanding accountability from her. What does she take us for? That she bought Airtel Tigo for $1? How much is the eyebrow pencil she uses to draw her eyebrow? And she thinks she can insult our intelligence? Madam, after basking in the fake funds of your social media followers, prepare to appear before the committee and give us details of the transactions. We will not allow the already burdened taxpayer of our country to be saddled with poorly thought out decisions that impose more debt or hardship on us. Our eyes are fixed on the ball, and I urge you to do same. No long talk.
Do you maintain the content of this post and the language you used in describing Honorable Lausu?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Very well. Chair.
Hello, order. Honorable Afriye, order.
Please proceed.
dated 19th November 2024. Clearly, the Supreme Court, led by the Chief Justice, will do everything in their power to protect their demigod, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, from signing the Family Values Bill. The CJ should be ashamed of herself. After preaching against such vices in ICGC and failing to walk her talk and take a stance when it matters most, such characters are the ones our Lord Jesus Christ chased out of the temple with a whip. From President Akufo-Addo to all members of the pro-LGBTQI cabal in all arms of government, shame on you. Bow your heads in disdain. Our children and grandchildren will remember you for all the wrong reasons. The lion emoji and the Ghana flag. And then there's a picture of the scales of justice along with it. Thank you.
No, not. Right, Honorable Sam George.
Mr. Chairman.
On what date did you make this post?
19th of November 2024, Chairman.
At the time you made this post, the court had already given a date for judgment in this matter, correct?
Mr. Chairman, if my memory serves me right, I made this post on the day that the courts decided that they would give judgment after the elections on December 7th, that they will give judgment on the 18th. And that's what premised me saying they will go to any length to protect President Akufo-Addo from signing the bill.
Honorable Sam George, respectfully, the Supreme Court is an independent constitutional body. Do you believe in that?
On the face of the paper, it ought to be.
The Supreme Court of Ghana, through its actions, determinations of matters, is practically independent of the executive. Do you believe in that?
Based on the doctrine of separation of powers, yes.
At the time you made this post, what was your basis for saying that the Supreme Court sees Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo as its demigod? What informed that?
I reached this conclusion on the basis that the Supreme Court had the power to hear this matter and give judgment before the elections, but chose to do so after the elections. And that's what brought me to this conclusion.
So, you mean all the judges who were on the panel had one thing in mind: to protect Akufo-Addo, merely because they gave a date which is after the election. Is that your point?
Mr. Chairman, I have not made reference to all the judges of the courts. I referenced the Chief Justice. And she had the power to fix the date. She was president of the panel, so she determined the date.
Are you aware that the Chief Justice was not a member of the panel at the time you made this post? Are you aware?
Mr. Chairman, that is not correct.
Honorable Sam George, would you be surprised? Okay, so if you come to a conclusion, or if I bring you evidence that the Chief Justice was not a member of the panel on the said date that you wrote this your post, would you retract this?
Mr. Chairman, I will be a man of integrity and retract this if there is evidence, which I know doesn't exist, that the Chief Justice was not part of the panel, because she had been on the panel as far back as July, and this was done on the 19th of November. She had always been a part of the panel. But if there is evidence that shows that she wasn't part of it, I'll do the honorable thing.
Honorable Sam George.
The Chairman.
At the time you made this your post, had you really done your checks to know who and who constituted the panel?
Mr. Chairman, as far as I was aware, and like I said, even on the 18th of July, as far back as the 18th of July...
We are on the... Wait. I want us to...
Honorable, with all due respect, when you ask a question and the nominee is providing the answer, let's allow the nominee to land with the answer, then you can follow up with another question.
Thank you, Chairman. Please, I am on the 19th November post. That 19th November post, was it after the court hearing, or it was the very day the court gave a date for its judgment?
Mr. Chairman, I don't really recall.
Were you in court yourself?
No, Mr. Chairman.
But you became aware that on the said date, the court had given a date, 18th December, for its final ruling on the matter?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it was reported in the news.
Based on the news reportage, you attacked the Chief Justice, correct? Because of your belief that the Chief Justice was a president of the panel, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Now, did you become aware? Did you become?
Let me ask. I want to ask a follow-up question.
Chairman,
I want to ask a follow-up question.
Chairman,
Honorable Leader, I want a follow-up question.
Let me take a deep breath. Let me take a deep breath.
Honorable nominee, did you attack the Chief Justice?
No. Like I've stated constantly before this committee, I have criticized her constructively. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable nominee, please, the document you have before you, please read it one more time. Let's deal with some aspect of it again.
Clearly, the Supreme Court, led by the Chief Justice, will do everything in their power to protect their demigod, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, from signing the Family Values Bill. The CJ should be ashamed of herself after preaching against such vices in ICGC and failing to walk her talk and take a stand when it matters most. Such characters are the ones our Lord Jesus Christ chased out of the temple with a whip. From President Akufo-Addo to all members of the pro-LGBTQI cabal in all arms of government, shame on you. Bow your heads in disdain. Our children and grandchildren will remember you for all the wrong reasons.
Would you want to retract this post?
No, Mr. Chairman.
If you become aware that Her Ladyship Lovelace Johnson was the president of the panel and that the Chief Justice was not a member of the panel in any way, would you retract the post?
Mr. Chairman, I'm fully aware that when I read the judgment, Her Lady Justice Lovelace Johnson was the lead of the panel. That doesn't take away the powers of the Chief Justice in ensuring the speedy dispensation and discharge of justice.
When you read the judgment, did you see the Chief Justice's name as being part of the panel?
No, Mr. Chairman.
So, in your view, the fact that the court had given 18th December date amounted to they being in collision with the President of the Republic at the time, correct?
Honorable Leader, I recognize
Roxanne Nelson Zafamakpo on supplementary.
No, but Chairman.
He will come back to your question.
Chairman, with respect, I have asked my question. Let him answer. I have all the patience for these proceedings. If my respected friend, who had his turn, and I never interfered with this supplementary, is now taking advantage to say that he is now doing follow-up, so be it. You are the chair. And
proceed to answer the question, then I will allow his follow-up.
Can he please repeat the question?
All members, order. Honorable Leader, once the nominee is requesting you to repeat your question, and the question is going to be repeated for an answer, let me take the supplementary question on the earlier answer, then I will come to you to repeat the question.
Chairman, thank you very much. Honorable nominee, you, about 2 hours ago, when the leader, the minority leader, took you on this path, you told the committee that you made this statement and others at the time when the motion or notice for interlocutory injunction was heard by the Supreme Court. That panel presided by Her Ladyship the CJ, but ruling deferred by the court to the final determination of the matter. That was your answer. Do you still stand by it?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
To place the matters in context.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Now, Chairman, let me seize the opportunity to ask Ranking.
Honorable, you are entitled to one follow-up question.
Thank you very much.
Please, you've asked your follow-up question.
Honorable nominee, you had earlier on indicated that should you come to the realization that the Chief Justice was not part of the final judgment in the matter in issue, you will pull down or retract the post you made on the 19th of November. Do you maintain that?
Mr. Chairman, can I, in answering this question, read the second paragraph of my post? The CJ should be ashamed of herself after preaching against such vices in ICGC and failing to walk her talk and take a stand when it matters most. Context. She had heard the injunction case, deferred ruling because she wanted to get the benefit of understanding the substantive case. When that time came, she walked away from it. I am a man of deep faith. My faith will never waver when it comes to my principles on homosexuality as a Christian. She passed the buck when she had to take a stance when it mattered most. And that's why I continue to say, such characters are the ones our Lord Jesus Christ chased out of a temple with a whip. So it's context. Thank you.
Let's stay on context. Do you know that our faith, as we exercise it, and the law do not operate on the same level? Do you know that?
Yes, I do.
So it would be unfair to attack a judge in a matter of law merely because of the faith she professes?
Mr. Chairman, I did not attack. I criticized. Thank you.
Would you agree with me that it would be unfair to criticize a judge sitting in a court of law for exercising her discretion in law merely because of her faith?
If that judge is also a lay preacher, I would expect that her judgment will be influenced by her calling and by her faith.
Very well. Let me, Chairman, let me take him to the next. Hello. Honorable nominee, I have given Hello, honorable nominee.
Yes, Chairman.
I have given you a document, a paper. Please read it aloud to the end. I've written something there on top with a pen.
Chairman, with the greatest of respect, this document is not one authored by me. It is Act 1, Scene 1 from Macbeth.
That is correct. That is correct.
I don't know if it is within my place to request from the chairman the relevance of reading Macbeth as the Minister for Communications, Digital Technology and Innovations.
Honorable Leader, once the document is not emanating from the nominee, accordingly, he's not supposed to answer any question based on it.
Chairman, with respect. Chairman, with respect. Chairman, with respect.
Honorable Leader, you know the position of the law that if you are not the author of a document, you are not responsible for the content of the document, and as such, you cannot be asked to answer questions based on a document of which you are not the author.
Chairman, I have not asked him a question. Perhaps the lawyers on this table may assist me. I can make mistakes, and I'm ready to learn. We are allowed to lay a foundation. Around this table, we've laid foundation with constitutional documents, with media publications. In fact, we laid a foundation at the commencement of my questions with St. Francis of Assisi prayer. He read it out. He read it. He has it right here. So a document that is being read to lay a foundation to mount a question is allowed. I don't know why you are.
Honorable Leader, Minority Leader, Honorable, my learned friend, we all know the rules of the game. You haven't asked any question, but you asked the nominee to take a look at a document. And the answer from the nominee is to the effect that I am not the author of the document you are asking me to take a look at.
Okay. So, no, Chairman. The proper form. Chairman, like I said, we will continue to learn. Honorable nominee, please, you have an extract from Macbeth before you, correct?
That's correct.
Please read the relevant provisions there as in your hand.
I do not know, Mr. Chairman, what is relevant. This is about 29 lines.
You see, honorable nominee, hold it. For us to know the relevance of what you are asking him to read, you need to ask a question. Since he is saying that he didn't author what you are asking him to read, so why would you be asking him a further question when he expressly told you that the document you are giving me, I am not the author? He is not the author. So, my learned friend, with all due respect, once the answer from the nominee is that you give me a document, but I am not the author of the document, it's about telling you I don't know anything about this document. I beg you, with all due respect. I am therefore unable to allow him to answer a question based on the document that you have given him.
Chairman, I have asked him to read the content of what I've given him. I've not asked him a question yet, but like I said, if you are overruling my request for him to read the content to enable me ask the relevant questions, if you're overruling me, I will abide by your ruling. I don't need to stretch it. I will abide by your ruling. Because I need to lay a foundation. I know he's not the author, that is why I referred to it, to enable me mount the question. But if you hold a view that I cannot even rely on it to ask my question, that is fair enough. I will respect your ruling. I will not challenge you.
That is my ruling accordingly.
Very well.
Bring the document back.
Mr. Chairman, can I please crave your indulgence to make just a statement? I just want to use this opportunity to apologize to my chiefs who have been sitting here since 7 a.m. based on the notice. Thank you.
Chairman, with respect, the nominee has made certain public statements. I need to ask him certain questions based on those statements he's made on TV and all. I, with your leave, made them available to the clerk to the committee. So we shall proceed to watch the videos and then would ask the questions one after the other on it. The clerk to the committee was provided with it, and we did this arrangement before the hearing. So please set the technology in place for us to watch the video. Thank you.
He's a Muslim by day, a Christian by night. A religious prostitute cannot be our president.
All right, okay.
He's a Muslim by day, a Christian by night. A religious prostitute cannot be our president.
All right, okay.
He's a Muslim by day, a Christian by night. A religious prostitute cannot be our president.
All right, okay.
Honorable nominee, you described the Vice President Mahamudu Bawumia as a religious prostitute. Do you stand by what you said at the time? Do you stand by it?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
On what basis do you describe Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia as a religious prostitute?
Mr. Chairman, I think I was in the spirit when I made those comments because they were prophetic. He never became president because I said someone who carried out his faith in that manner will never become president, and he didn't become president. So I believe that I was under the unction of the Holy Spirit at the time. But the basis for that was that then Vice President Mahmoud Bawumia sought to tell us that he was a member of the Boys Brigade. The Methodist Boys Brigade.
Please, you've answered the question. That you were in the spirit. Order.
Honorable nominee.
Mr. Chairman.
Had you heard exactly what the Vice President had said in respect of his relationship with the Boys Brigade as a child? Had you heard exactly what he said, the basis upon which you made this statement?
Mr. Chairman, you know, the ranking member is a Catholic. He's an Orthodox. I'm a charismatic. There are things of the Spirit that he may not understand. And so it may be impossible for me to explain when the Spirit takes over you and you speak and work under the unction, how to explain it. Thank you.
Honorable nominee.
Mr. Chairman.
Honorable nominee.
Mr. Chairman.
They do understand the spirit. Catholics.
I have heard you. Are you therefore saying that, led by the Holy Spirit,
Honorable member, can you do as the honorable thing by retracting the aspect of you saying you are charismatic, he's a Catholic? So it's of a different faith.
If it pleases the chairman, but I thought these were issues of fact. But if it pleases the chairman,
please.
If it pleases the chairman, I withdraw.
Please, statement withdrawn. Let's make progress.
Please, the technology controller, next video.
The reset of Ghana. A vote for John Mahama is a vote to protect our culture, to protect our family values. A vote for Bawumia and Napo is a vote for homosexuality, is a vote for comprehensive sexuality education, and Ghanaians say no to Trumu Trumu, no to Trumu Trumu, no to Trumu Trumu. We need John Dramani Mahama to come and sign the bill into law. Ayazu, if you love the children of Ghana, if you love our family values, if you love your faith as a Christian, if you love your faith as a Muslim, if you love your faith even as a traditionalist, you know that we do not support homosexuality. Napo must account and go to the Pope.
Yes, honorable nominee.
Mr. Chairman.
Did you have any basis to say that the Vice President of the Republic Dr. Muhammadu Bawumia, as he then was seeking to be the president of Ghana to promote homosexuality?
Mr. Chairman, I said a vote for them will be a vote for that.
Do you, in your present circumstance, still maintain that statement you made?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Had you any reason to believe that Dr. Bawumia was seeking office to promote homosexuality as you described?
Mr. Chairman, in the tape, I don't make reference to only Dr. Bawumia. I make reference to his running mate, Matthew Opoku-Prempeh, as well. And there's basis for that.
So you had reason to say that Dr. Matthew Opoku-Prempeh was seeking for the high office of Vice President of the Republic to promote homosexuality?
I was speaking to his track record, Mr. Chairman.
What is his track record?
Mr. Chairman, as Minister for Education, he oversaw the attempted introduction of comprehensive sexuality education into our country and proceeded to a meeting, a UNESCO meeting of African Ministers of Education, where he gleefully spoke about the benefits of introducing sexuality education into African curricula. That video is available. We can pull it up and make it available to the committee.
Honorable nominee, you said he presided over an attempted introduction of homosexuality.
Of comprehensive sexuality education. That's what I said, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a difference between comprehensive sexuality education and homosexuality? Is there a difference or they are the same?
One is an educational material that teaches on homosexuality. Homosexuality, on the other hand, is an act.
So you are saying that he presided over an attempt?
Thanks to the traditional rulers of our country and the moral religious authorities who rose up in righteous indignation, but for them, he would have succeeded.
Honorable nominee, I am suggesting to you that what you are saying in respect of Dr. Matthew Opoku-Prempeh, then as Education Minister, is inaccurate. I'm suggesting that to you.
The facts available to me prove the other.
Please, next video.
People say that I've been saying to a few friends that people say that politicians steal from the public purse. The Nana Akufo-Addo Bawumia government did not steal from the public purse. They stole the purse. I've been saying to a few friends that people say that politicians steal from the public purse. The Nana Akufo-Addo Bawumia government did not steal from the public purse. They stole the purse.
No problem. Hello, honorable nominee.
Mr. Chairman.
You have just watched the video. Would you want to explain what you mean by Nana Akufo-Addo did not steal from the public purse, but he actually stole the purse? Would you explain what you meant by that? And after that, let the public know whether you still stand by that statement or you seek to retract.
Mr. Chairman, before I answer, may I seek leave of you to know how many minutes I have to answer this question? Because I have a litany of over 700 corruption scandals under President Akufo-Addo that I would list systematically and explain each one to show Ghanaians how President Akufo-Addo and his government stole the public purse.
Honorable nominee, the question is, do you stand by it or
not. The question was twofold. So, do I stand by it? Yes. Why did I say it? That's what I'm asking for. How many minutes or hours you give to me to run through 700 corruption scandals under President Akufo-Addo?
Chairman, if the nominee so pleases with his evidence against Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and he wants to proceed, it is within his right to proceed. Proceed. That's fine. Proceed.
Honorable members, order. Honorable members, looking at the time, I'm unable to allow the witness or the nominee to be proceeding with over 700 evidence that he is having. So instead, I will urge upon the nominee to make it available for the committee.
Chairman, in view of your earlier ruling, I will be happy to receive all that evidence so that as a house and as part of the proceedings upon receipt, those individuals who were involved in those corrupt practices will then appear before us for us to interrogate the issues, because this is an important matter. So there's no problem at all. We will be happy to receive that. Next video, please.
How many minutes would it take you to state it? Stating it.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not just going to state, I'm going to explain. So I'll need about 4.5 hours.
I'm asking you to state. I'm not asking you to give explanation.
Mr. Chairman, just stating it and not explaining it will not do justice to me. So then, if you won't allow me time to explain them for the Ghanaian people to understand, then there's no need me starting.
Man, I think that he needs 4.5 hours. If it will mean we should come back again tomorrow to continue the exercise, fine. If he has them here, no problem. No, we are here. If he wants to, if he needs to, if he thinks that he has to proceed the 4.5 hours to complete it. If you whatever way, I leave it to chairman. I leave it to chairman to judge.
Please, let's make progress.
Please, next video.
Thing to happen to Ghana's
Chairman has ruled that he should submit. That's the ruling of the chair. That he should submit the 700 cases of corruption against those individuals so that we deal with it.
But, honourable members, ranking.
Respect for President Kufuor, but
we'll be here for close to 3 hours on your questions alone. Do you have any more further questions?
Chairman.
And how long will you go? How many more questions do you have?
Chairman, we have the video series. Please, let's do the third one.
Chairman, honorable leader, you promised the committee that though you have unlimited questions to ask, you'll be very fair and reasonable. But today, you've asked a question for close to 3 hours.
Okay, Chairman, thank you very much. Chairman, we started the day with Honorable Dr. Rashid Purple. I waived my right to ask him any question. I didn't ask any question. We took a second nominee, Honorable Mutala Mohammed. I didn't ask him any question.
But at all material time,
no. Can I?
There was somebody acting for you.
Let's take the next video, please. Honorable nominee.
Mr. Chairman.
You were in that video, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
In that scuffle, do you think that your role there was most appropriate in the ensuing scuffle?
Mr. Chairman, firstly, I didn't see a scuffle, and secondly, I didn't see any role I played.
Next video.
A misconception has been put out, and you know that's a misconception has been put out, and I listened to that full BBC interview. President Mahama has been clear that he will sign that bill, and he has no option than to sign that bill. President Mahama will know no peace from St. George until he signs that bill, and he himself has said that to the clergy, that as a Christian, as a member of the Assemblies of God Church, he will sign that bill. It's in that bill.
Honorable nominee, the president, in a meeting with the clergy, suggested to the clergy that instead of passing a law, it will perhaps help if we rather introduce in our curriculum the teachings of our values in our schools for our kids to appreciate the Ghanaian value system. Do you support that proposition by the president?
Mr. Chairman, this is an incorrect representation of what President Mahama said.
Please, what is the correct representation? Would you want to quote correctly if you hold a view that what I've said is incorrect?
Mr. Chairman, with your permission, can I reciprocate by asking the clerks to send the document I have here, which is a transcript of what President Mahama said, to the ranking member so he can read for the hearing of the public.
Honorable nominee, you don't have such right. Once you are pulling out the document, it is incumbent upon you to read it or you put it back.
I'm guided, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to read the full text of what President Mahama said. Proper human sexual. And then there was laughter. It's quite a long name. Proper Family Values Bill. If you remember, there was a court case that injuncted the Speaker from forwarding it to the President and also restrained the President from receiving the bill. Eventually, that case was disposed of in December, I think on the 18th or something. Yes. So it meant that the injunction had been cleared, but as far as I know, the bill did not get to the President for assent. So the convention is that all bills that are accented to, that are not accented to, before the expiration of the life of Parliament expires. And so that bill, effectively, is dead. It has expired. I don't know what the promoters of the bill intend to do, but I do think that we should have a conversation on it again, so that all of us, if we decide to move that bill forward, move it forward with a consensus, emphasis mine. And probably, it shouldn't be a private member's bill. It probably should be a government bill, with a government behind it, after consultation with all the stakeholders, to see how we know where to move this forward. But it leads us back to the discussion we had. If we were teaching our values in school, we wouldn't need to pass a bill to enforce, our family values. And that is why I think more than even the family values bill is us agreeing on a curriculum that inculcates these values into our children as they are now growing up, so that we don't need to legislate it. And so we will see how all this goes. So I'm looking forward to this review conference to come to some consensus on some of these issues. Clearly, President Mahama is in support of the bill, but is advising a more holistic view. Apart from passing the legislation, also the reintroduction of our family values into the curriculum of our children. That cannot be a wrong advice. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. President said he does not know which part the proponent of the bill would want to have. Tell us which part you, as a proponent of the bill, would want to have.
Mr. Chairman, I answered this question earlier, but because he wasn't around, I will repeat again. My chiefs who authorized me and the people of Ningo Prampram who authorized me to start the sponsorship of the bill still hold the view that the bill is necessary. I will engage with His Excellency the President on the path and the way forward. Either as a private member's bill, where the Attorney General will not delay the bill but in 1 year, for 1 year in Parliament by not giving us an opinion, and then, or it will come in as a government bill that will all support and pass, like the Speaker has said, urgently. Thank you.
Now, what will be your reaction should there be an attempt to dilute the current state of the bill as you forcefully proposed for legislation?
Mr. Chairman, the ranking member is my senior in the House, and he knows that we have the process of amendments to introduce whatever opinions and views I hold into a bill.
As we speak right now, there is no bill before the House. That bill has expired.
Mr. Chair, we go to the next video. Technology, we go to the next video.
From 110 polling stations, out of 140, at the end of the election at Okankwe Central Constituency, Patrick Yabuama had 14,949. Abu Baba Abdullah Sadiq had 15,383 total valid votes.
Mr. Chairman, whilst Chairman, let me go off record and tell you what I have to tell you. I mean, out of deference to you.
Honorable Clerk of the Committee, approach the chair. Honourable members, let's make progress.
All right, Chairman, thank you. Honourable nominee, we are having some technical challenge. Whilst that is being resolved, we would ask some other questions so that when the technical challenge is resolved, we can come back to it. So just
well noted, Mr. Chairman.
Bear with us.
Well noted.
All right. So let's go to your sector, the independence of your regulators. You may be well aware that global best practices has created an environment where regulators have become increasingly independent. In your view, do you think that the NCA should strive for a full independence, or would you support a policy that would lead to a full autonomy of NCA?
Mr. Chairman, the act that sets up the NCA is about 17 years old. It's way overdue for review. There will be a technical process to review the legislation, and all of that will be taken into consideration. Thank you.
Now, on the issue of quality of service and spectrum access, you are very much aware that citizens are so concerned about quality of service from our mobile operators. The operators themselves have expressed complaints, worries about their lack of access to the spectrum and frequencies. Assuming that office as a sector minister, would you commit to providing all the operators with the necessary spectrum and resources to enhance the quality of service, such as the data, voice, and digital services? at least, not to be overambitious, but within your first 120 days in office?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, spectrum is a finite national resource. It's not infinite. And so the management of spectrum is critical for the maintenance of balance in the sector. We'll continue to look at maintaining the balance in the ecosystem, maintaining the strength of the sector, and taking direction and leading from His Excellency the President. We'll continue our management of spectrum in a way that ensures proper quality of service for consumer experience, but also ensuring that the businesses are kept afloat. Thank you.
So, some analysts project that Starlink, when fully deployed, will include a cell phone service which makes the world one local area. And it's expected that the existing telcos will suffer massive reduction in their value. Sector Minister, what are your plans regarding Starlink, noting that it is not a local company which can be controlled?
Mr. Chairman, my first obligation, if approved by this House and assume the office of Minister, will be to the businesses domiciled here in Ghana that create Ghanaian jobs. That is where my bias will be to. And so any external business that fails to have presence, that can be held to account by the regulator, and that creates absolutely no jobs in Ghana, will not get the benefit of that office at the expense of our local businesses domiciled here. And so the industry can rest assured. Policy will protect investment. Policy will protect Ghanaian jobs. I thank you.
Now let's deal with the issue of tax burden. The telco tax burden. Did you get it, please? Sure. So the telco industry, there's this perception that there's successive governments have treated the industry as a cash cow, imposing numerous taxes, including VAT, sales tax, corporate tax, heavy customs duties, national stabilization levies, and various local fees. These financial burdens put together, give and take, about 40% of industry revenue. Of course, your government has pledged a repeal of our law, the e-levy, the overall tax burden of our telcos is said to be disproportional. You are going into the industry. Your policy as a government on taxes, is well known. Are the telcos to have legitimate expectation to have equal benefits as you have promised?
Mr. Chairman, once again, a question I've previously answered, asked by one of the members on the committee, but again, I'll reiterate that the tax burden of 40% applies to one of the MNOs. For the other ones, it's about 27.65%. That's still very high. We're committed to looking at the tax handles, especially the COVID levy in there, and scrapping the COVID levy from the tax handles. But again, this is subject to conversations with my brother, Honorable Atu-Forsing, the Minister for Finance. We would look at how we would also deal with the main cost element in the build-up for the delivery of service, which is power. Conversations have started with my brother, Honorable John Jinapo, on what we can do to have an industry tariff like the mining sector has. Thank you.
Let me take you out of your industry just 1 second and bring you back. You are in public service, right? And you know that this is our industry. We go through a lot of challenges. The last time when Honorable Muntaka was here as Interior Minister, I think in our interaction, I told him that, well, there are matters, the Interior Minister nominee, Honorable Muntaka Mubara, I told him that there are matters that we definitely will enter our casket with. You can be accused falsely, and you are in your government, and you are staying, there's some debt on you, and you cannot talk. Going into public office, are you aware that some of such circumstances may come your way?
Mr. Chairman, even as a member of Parliament.
Just go straight to it because
yes, I'm aware. Yes, I'm aware. Okay. I'm aware.
So, when something happens, hypothetically, it's because there's no such thing, and you hear on radio that Sam Joy, the communication minister, say NCA, there is some irregularity at NCA, and somebody, because you are a sector minister and the supervisor of that sector, girl goes on radio to say, yes, Sam George is a beneficiary. How would you feel about that?
It's the hazards of the job.
Hold it. Honorable Minority Leader, with all due respect, I plead with you that after 3 more questions, let's call it a day. On this one.
Oh, okay.
Yes, on Sam George.
Chairman, this evening, my patience is being tested. I pray to God to enable me pass the test. And I definitely will pass it. Chairman, you are aware. Chairman, you are aware that we have had a technical hitch on aspects of what the questions, which we are all patiently waiting for the clerk to deal with it. So when we get there and you decide to take away those rights, I won't fault you, but I will proceed.
Honorable Member, with all due respect, I'm inclined to discharge the nominee after 3 more questions.
No problem. Chairman, I won't challenge you. If you take a decision, I won't challenge your decision. That's no problem. So, Honorable nominee, in your last answer to me, you had said that should there be an incident at the NCA, an irregularity which becomes a national scandal, somebody from the public accuses the Minister-designate, Minister of State responsible for the sector. He is a beneficiary. Your answer is that is the hazard of the job. You take it in all its rights. Is that the reason why, without evidence, you accused the former president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, of being a beneficiary of Galamsey activities?
Honorable Leader, this question has been asked and answered. Proceed to ask another question.
Honorable nominee, do you agree with me that to suggest that a public officer has benefited from a wrong or an act of corruption, it will require you to have hard evidence at your disposal?
I'm not aware.
So it is your view that to accuse a public officer of being a beneficiary of corruption, there is no need for evidence at the disposal of you, the individual who is accusing the public officer?
Mr. Chairman, no greater evidence of the corruption in the last administration is needed beyond the results of the last elections. Thank you.
Honorable Leader, please, your last question.
Chairman, at this juncture, let me, with utmost respect to you, protest on the following grounds. One, that you are aware that we have some set of questions, which questions will be mounted on video evidence, which video evidence you and I are aware that the clerk to the committee has explained to us that they are having some technical hitches, which technical hitches they are rectifying. Two, I have indicated to you that I have gotten to his sector questions, which I believe I must have the opportunity to ask. However, if Mr. Chair is of the view that my examination of the nominee be truncated, then I shall protest by not proceeding with the last question that Chairman is imposing upon me, and I will not disturb your discretion.
Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of questioning after Minority Leader having the floor for over 3 good hours. I would therefore proceed to recognize the guests here to support the nominee, Mr. and Mrs. A.G. George, parents of the nominee, Mrs. Vera George, spouse of the nominee, Pram Traditional Council, led by the Paramount Chief, Ngenge Tete Waka III, Ningo Traditional Council, led by the Senior Divisional Chief, Ngenge Banahini Asime Tete III, Bishop Raymond Akwa, Administrative Bishop, Perez Chapel International, representing His Eminence Archbishop Charles Ajinasari, La Familia, heads of agencies under the Ministry of Communications, Digital Technology Innovations, led by Chief Director Mr. Alexander Afu, representative of the industry players and NNOs, led by the Chief Executive of the Ghana Chamber of Telecommunication, Engineer Ken Ashibe, Constituency Executives, NDC, and NDC Party Faithfuls in Ingo Pram, led by Constituency Chairman Alhaji Isa Adamu, Vanguard, Madam Obobia Dako Opoku, and all NDC party supporters. You are all welcome. Honorable Sam George, Honorable nominee, thank you very much for attending upon the committee, and we are grateful for your patience to answer a lot of questions. You are hereby discharged, but we will hear from the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Kindly leave the room with your team immediately, and the next nominee should take the chair.
Well, so the vetting, the longest for this trip has ended, and of course, Alexander Kwame Afenyo-Markin, the ranking member of the committee, took more than 3 hours to vet the nominee. Let me briefly engage Engineer Dr. Kenneth Asigbe. You're live on GHOne. First of all, what do you make of this marathon of a vetting?
Well, I think it was a very interesting vetting. I think the questions, some very interesting questions were asked, and the minister gave some very, very good answers to them. The length of it, I will leave for the social commentators to do. But I think that the minister established some very important things that he was going to do in terms of the direction in which the industry is going to go. And I'm pretty sure working together with the industry, we should be able to ensure that we see some growth.
Did you get enough of the sector-specific questions?
Well, I think that we could have done a lot more of that if we're doing a lot more of other questions than that. But I think a few of at the beginning we saw that, and then also the ranking, the minority leader also began a lot of them, and you saw that it brought the best out of the candidates when we did a lot of the sector-specific questions.
Now, the limitless opportunities given to ranking members, do you think something must be done about?
Well, I think that the whole issue of the vetting, if I was choosing somebody to work for me, I would re-look again at the whole method of the vetting.
Thank you very much, Engineer Kenneth Asigbe. In fact, Kofi Adams has taken his seat, Minister-designate for sports. Let's find out. Of course, we will let's quickly just defer to the committee, unless Nene want to say something briefly. Do you want to say something briefly? You've been here.
Moved on to Bishop Hemba College, and then continued from Bishop Hemba College to University of Ghana. After that, I taught at Bremen Eskuma Secondary School for 2 years, and continued to at Sadar College, where I taught for 5 years. From at Sadar College, I was called upon by His Excellency to serve as his Director of Public Affairs and Special Aid. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll proceed with the vetting. I will give the floor to Hajia Ladi.
Thank you, Chairman, for the opportunity. Mr. Nominee, congratulations.
Thank you.
You have worked hard, and eventually you are here. The struggle has been long since, and you have since put up the best. My prayer is that God guides and protects you so that you are able to handle the youth and ensure that we make progress in all activities relevant to sports and whatsoever. Thank you very much, and I wish you all the best. Take care of yourself. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll move to Honorable Rita Odolesowa. Honorable Woman, you should be getting ready.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Congratulations, Honorable Kofi Adams, on your nomination by His Excellency, the President, John Dramani Mahama. I want to wish you well, and we hope to see an improvement in sports in the country. So I have no doubt you will deliver. May God guide you as you take office. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman.
I'll move to Honorable Alasan Omar.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable Kofi, and congratulations. I wish you well. I have one question for you, and that has to deal with sports. You know, when we talk about sports, it's only about, in Ghana, they only talk about football. Can you help expand the sports?
Thank you very much. Exactly the reason His Excellency the President, in his manifesto for the 2024 general elections, which we're going to be implementing, saw the need to decouple youth from sports. And therefore, we are going to focus a lot more also on other sports that is described as lesser known sports.
Thank you. Oh, one more.
Thank you. You have additional question?
We don't have a problem with it.
Honorable members, I will give the floor
Yes, let me close it up.
to the ranking member and the minority leader.
Honorable nominee, congratulations. Our former minister will have some few questions for you, and then I'm sure I will round it up, and then we'll be done with you. So please indulge him and then take some few questions from him. We really don't have a problem with you. We don't have a problem at all with you. All right? No.
Honorable members, order. Order. Honorable Yusuf, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for the opportunity. Honorable Kofi Adams.
Let there be order. Let there be order.
Honorable Kofi Adams, my good friend and brother, first of all, I want to congratulate you on your nomination as someone, if this August committee and parliament approve, will be succeeding me as the Minister for Sports and Recreation. Honorable nominee, thanks to His Excellency President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, Ghana now have a world-class sporting facilities. One, the aquatic center, which is a world-class, which can be used to host both continental
Honorable
and global.
Sports Minister, do you have a question?
I'm laying the foundation for the question.
Please.
I'm laying the foundation for the question.
Looking at the time and the way we have to go, please ask your question.
Yes, let me lay the foundation for the question. With thanks to His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, we have
Honorable Yusuf, proceed to ask your question. If you don't ask the question, I'll give the floor to another person.
Mr. Chairman,
please ask your question.
I'm going to ask the question based on the preamble. I'm coming.
Please, the preamble is too long.
It's not long.
Proceed to ask your question.
I've just started, Mr. Chairman. I've just started. I'm just saying that we have.
I overrule you. I'll give the floor to Honorable Shaibu Mahama.
Huh?
Can you imagine? Chairman. No, Chairman.
Honorable nominee. Congratulations, honorable nominee. Honorable nominee. Can you imagine? Honorable nominee.
Chairman.
Honorable nominee.
I'm just referring the nominee to the various sporting facilities that we have constructed, and I'm asking the nominee, how he's going to. I'm a former minister who have supervised the ministry for 4 years, and I'm going to ask my successor questions, and you're asking me I shouldn't ask the questions just because I'm laying down the foundation. Please.
Put on your microphone, you shouldn't go ahead. If he doesn't want anybody to talk to you.
Chairman,
The angle you are going is very bad.
This nominee doesn't have a problem. So let
That's grateful. Don't create a problem.
No, stop. We've had a peaceful day. We are ready to have.
We don't have any problem with him. Stop.
Honorable nominee, may you listen to me? Honorable nominee, please convince.
Put it on.
Honorable nominee, there are many in the sports fraternity. Ever since your nomination was announced, please convince us, honorable nominee, many in the sports fraternity over the period, ever since your name was mentioned.
Honorable nominee,
the Honorable Kofi,
I was asking you a question
Adams,
based on the number of sports infrastructure that His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo have constructed for the sports federation of this country. And I was just asking you,
that's fine.
But you gave me the opportunity to ask the question,
please.
Chairman.
Honorable, do you want me to repeat the question?
No, Chairman.
Mr. Nominee.
Chairman.
I said initially,
Chairman,
that ever since your name was mentioned as a nominee, many in the sports fraternity doubted. They said, where is Kofi Adams coming from? Please convince. Please convince the sports fraternity that you are up to the task. You are up to the job.
He has the floor.
Thank you.
He has the floor. He has the floor. He has the floor. Why?
Answer.
He has the floor. Former sports minister. Why? Oh no. Keep talking. Keep talking. Keep talking. Why are you allowing this? Keep talking.
That's what I'm saying. You should
keep talking. But how long is that going to take? How long? To lay foundation and allow the man to ask questions? Oh.
No.
I took that particular decision was asking the former minister to ask questions. You have a question?
No, we won't put it off.
Allow him to ask the question.
Why you put him? Are you the one?
Please ask your question. When you finish, I will look at my left. Does it take it away? 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 No. I think you should put on.
We are not going anywhere. We are going to be here to ask all the necessary.
No, that's the question. Honorable nominee.
Yeah, so what is currently happening is that the minority members of the committee who earlier walked out had walked back in, and when they came in, the committee sitting was in session with Honorable Kofi Iddie Adams answering questions. Some of them, however, had put on their microphone, thereby disabling the microphones of not just the chairman,
for campaign,
but other members.
We are here to vet the nominee.
Now we have sound, so let's go.
So if any member who want to ask questions but is unable to take guidance from me, I will overrule the person. So, Honorable Shaibu, you have the floor. After that, I can come to Honorable Yusuf.
Most grateful, Honorable Chairman. Honorable nominee, congratulations on a deserved nomination. Indeed, when your name was mentioned, most in the sports fraternity said, oh, you are not part of the sports system. Please convince Ghana and the entire world that you can do the job. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. It is the case that some say so, but majority are also very happy that I've been nominated. I will not disappoint Ghanaians, and I will not disappoint His Excellency the President. I will deliver and won't also disappoint myself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll give the floor to Honorable Yusuf. Please, question.
Thank you so much, Chairman, for the opportunity. And once again, I want to congratulate the nominee for his appointment. Chairman, let me put it on the record that the nominee I don't have anything against the nominee. He's coming to succeed me. And now I have the opportunity from you to ask him a simple question. And I was just going to ask him the various sports infrastructure that we have constructed. Looking at our maintenance culture, what steps is he going to take to ensure that these sports facilities, and I was making reference to the Baltimore sports facilities that we have constructed, the Lagos sports facility that we have constructed, the cricket oval at Achimota that we have constructed, then also the hockey pitch that we have constructed. How is he going to ensure that all these facilities are certified by the international bodies? How is he going to ensure that these facilities are maintained so that they can use to host international sporting events in the country? Thank you.
Well, under the leadership of His Excellency the President, we are going to improve upon maintenance culture. We will not allow any facility to deteriorate to the point that we could even be banned from using it. So the very minimal resources we have, we will spend it to make sure we maintain what we have whilst we build new ones also. Thank you.
Any further question?
Chairman, yes. One of the objectives of the ministry is to ensure that we get our national teams to participate in international competitions and to win medals for our country. We won the only medal in 30 years in the Olympic Games in Tokyo. We also increased our medal table in the just ended African Games. We also won 6 medals in the Birmingham Commonwealth Games. What steps is he going to take to ensure that we improve on the medals that we get when we participate in international games? Thank you.
Well, thank you. It's the case that arm wrestling was what saved us recently. But we truly will be investing heavily also in the other sports where we used to do so well, boxing, athletics, and what have you. It's equally so unfortunate that just yesterday, there was a draw for the African Cup of Nations.
Honorable members, let's have some order. Honorable members, let's have some order.
Ghana didn't feature. We work very hard to make sure that we get back to the glory days. Thank you.
A follow-up, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the nominee just mentioned that it's just arm wrestling that saved the country during the African Games. And I want to put on record, it's not just arm wrestling. Because the black satellites.
Honorable Yusuf, he is entitled to his answer.
Yes, and
you are also entitled to your view.
Yes, so my view has to be expressed.
Once the answer is placed on the record, if you have a supplementary question, go and ask the supplementary question.
Chairman, the follow-up I wanted to do was also to put the facts right, that during the African Games, our satellites and the Black Princesses, and also most of the boxing, for example, and athletics, almost all the sporting discipline won medal. So if the nominee is here, and that was the best performance in the history of since 1965, I have the right to set the record straight as well. Yes. And So the follow-up that I want to ask my successor, Mr. Chairman, is to ask him that what training measures is he going to put in place to ensure that our athletes get prepared very well in participating in international competition. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. We have indicated that we will improve grassroots sports. And we're going to go back to the intercolleges days, because you need to catch them young and train them from that point. You don't let them mature to a certain stage before you start investing in them. We want the reverse of the pyramid and make sure that the pyramid stands with the base being larger and broader. Then as it peaks, where it becomes commercially viable, you reduce investment. So we're going to do that and then improve upon our pitches. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the nominee, my last question to the nominee, Honorable Kofi Adams, has to do with budget. Normally, the ministry, we have a lot of federations. We have more than 56 federations. And outside this federation, we have national commitment to our football. And we all know that Ghana, when it comes to football, our passion is so very high. The budget the ministry receives mostly is less than $34 million US. In their manifesto, they indicated that they will be paying sports. Sports is the manifesto that I'm just. In their manifesto, they indicated that they will be paying the national, the clubs, the players that plays in the Premier Leagues, the local teams, first division and second division. Can you tell us whether he knows rough idea the budget that will be used to cater for this? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we are committed to every manifesto promise. We will be discussing in details the modalities, and we'll make sure we implement it to the satisfaction of the playing body.
Any last follow-up? I will proceed to give the floor to the ranking member.
Please, with respect, yes, but Deputy Whip and Chief Whip want to have some few questions, so grant them.
Honourable members, Deputy Whip.
Mr. Nominee, Honourable Nominee, congratulations.
Thank you.
As President of Ghana Weightlifting Federation and the Deputy General Secretary of Ghana Olympics Committee, one of the major problems of Ghana sports is money, funding. I actually had the opportunity of doing some work on funding, but I want to find out from you, have you had any briefing on funding, especially for the lesser known sports? And if you have, would you want to share?
Well, thank you very much. We have discussed funding. I'm aware that we have a debt of about 468 million sitting there that must be dealt with. I equally also know that the challenge we have is the NSA, which is the bridge. Sometimes is not allowed to also interface and deal with GFA, especially when it comes to Black Stars funding. We intend to make sure that we re-strategize so that NSA will play the role it's supposed to play, and some amount of money will be made available from the savings to get the other sports functioning. Again, we will have to receive budgets from all of them. So the lesser that come, every federation knows how much is available to them. So none will be left out.
Mr. Chair, yes. I also want to find out, do you have any plans with reference to footballers who are no more playing, other sportsmen who are no more in active sports? Do you have any pension plans for them?
Well, We have talked about this in our manifesto, that we want to encourage the active ones now to make sure that they contribute to a pension scheme. I am sure when I get into the office through the approval of this committee and the House, we will work other modalities to see those who have already retired and see what we can do for them. You remember some time back, His Excellency the President, then candidate, have to intervene to save the goalkeeper of the Black Queens to get her a decent accommodation. I don't think that our heroes and heroines should go through such a situation. So I agree with you that we must do something about that.
Just a follow-up. Have you met the PFAG, Professional Footballers Association of Ghana?
No, please, but I've been engaging individuals, not as an association, but individuals who have retired, I've been engaging them.
My final question. Have you also had the opportunity of meeting with the Ghana Olympics Committee, specifically maybe the president and then the executive board, President Benunu Mensah and executive board, to know what plans we have towards Olympics qualification and any other Olympic sports?
When this House confirms me and I'm sworn in, I will engage all of them. But currently, like I said, I'm having some engagement and I've engaged Benunu Mensah as an individual.
Thank you very much and I wish you well.
Thank you.
I proceed to take question from the Chief Whip.
Mr. Chair, thank you. My good friend, Kofi Adams. I just have a couple of questions for you.
Thank you.
Don't believe the propaganda. We in the minority, we support you. Don't worry. We support you. We know you will do a good work. My first question would be on, now, as we are all aware, your ministry's designation has been changed, and there is an addition of recreation, which you do know very important, the effects of it on our health and other concerns, so critical. What thinking are you going to the ministry with to strengthen that aspect of that ministry?
Thank you. I have always believed that a very healthy nation will be highly productive. And one way of being healthy is being active. And so we're going to promote a lot of active lifestyle in all our communities and to encourage many persons. I've seen even media platforms encourage persons, and the turnout sometimes is so beautiful. So I want to help to reduce our health bill by making sure that we are very active up to the very minimal level.
Okay. The number of astroturfs we have in our country now, I don't know if you have taken inventory of the number now. What we have now, are you aware of it? The total number of astroturfs we have?
I don't know the total number that we have. However, I have some concerns about the astroturfs. Some of them, truly speaking, have not been constructed to standard. And I don't know whether you are aware that in one instance, it resulted in a very serious injury to the head of a player, because the space between the touchline and the metal was so close, it's not up to standard, that it caused an injury when the player was chasing after the ball. So we will look at them, the ones that are not standard, in order to avoid some of these injuries. Maybe we may not use them for such other sports, but we don't use them for football, but we can use them for other sports and recreational activities that will not demand a certain chase of the balls.
Honorable nominee, I'm sure you agree with me that our Premier League, it's maybe for want of better expression, and if I'm going to be charitable in terms of the description, is a pale shadow of itself. If you do agree, what are the plans beyond the Kotoko and Hearts Hoover Adeb, I'm not too sure. I used to be a fan though. I used to be a fan of Hoover Adeb. Yes. I know. If you agree, what do you intend to do? What do you intend to do to up the steam again?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We have talked about a number of things that confront our Premier League. It includes even the technical stuff. And that's part of the reason why we said we're going to modernize and raise the Winneba Sports College into a university where training of professionals will be quite high, so we can have a lot of technical persons that can handle our clubs. Again, we talked about giving them some allowances so we can retain a number of our players. Some of them leave the shores of this country to go and play in war-torn countries just because their earnings are so low. So the whole idea to retain players by giving them some stipend will go a long way to help improve our leagues. Of course, we want to also bring back the love so that fans can get to the stadium and watch their teams play.
Honorable Adams, this will be my last question. Kofi Adams, from where you sit, what are some of the challenges you have identified? I concede you are yet to go to the ministry, but I also know that you've done some work. Some of the challenges you have identified with the sports ecosystem and how you intend to track these problems down.
Well, number one is funding. Number two, poor infrastructure. Lack of renovations of some of the infrastructure that we've put in place. The technical competence of some of the persons who handle some of our sports is just not there. We intend to make sure that we improve upon this. Yes, it's good to have former athletes or former sports person help in training, but sometimes they do not have the skill of coaching. So we need to also upgrade them, improve them through the college system that we're going to be putting in place. Of course, we also want to give scholarships and opportunity of learning for the young ones who will be identified very early. So a lot of factors will come up as a result of the challenges that we've found. Thank you.
Chair, let me thank Honorable Nomi, congratulate him and wish him all the best.
Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Chair, I know we have one more to go for the day. I don't have any question. I want to yield to Honorable Jampa to do his with your leave. Then
Honorable Jampa, proceed to ask your question, but who told you have one more?
Thank you, Chair. Congratulations, Honorable Nominee, and my teacher at Adesade College. Honorable Nominee, I want to ask you this. You've taught in Adesade College before, right? And you've been in Central Region. You know those days when you talk of sports, you talk of
Can we have order?
Now, Winneba Sports College is underutilized, and it was a place that we used to train coaches, and a whole lot of sportsmen came from Winneba Sports College. What are your plans to lift the image of Winneba Sports College? How are you going to make it look like in the olden days, 1990s, that Winneba Sports College used to be?
Thank you. You are right that the Winneba Sports College is now in a very sorry state. We have about 4 football pitches there. Only one is still really available for use. The rest have been left to deteriorate. The guest houses are in very bad state. The hostels in bad state. But the management of the Winneba Sports College have begun something. When approved by this House,
Honorable members, let there be order.
We improve upon it as indicated, because our intentions is to turn it into a model university that can train coaches and other sports-related professionals as indicated in our manifesto. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further question?
Mr. Honorable nominee, I want to ask you this.
Honorable Umar and Honorable Jerry Shaib, please, let's have some order.
In those days, when inter-schools, they are doing inter-colleges, you know the zeal, superzonals, inter-colleges. These days, you don't hear of this. The sports are going down. And for Ghana sports to improve, it starts from our basic schools, our secondary schools. Please, my question is, how are you going to link the inter-schools, or how are you going to link school sports into the national development?
Well, thank you. If you observe, in 2016, we passed an act. And in that act, it's indicated clearly for us to have school sports development agency. And so we seriously going to run this in a much more serious and a coordinated manner. This time they do it biennially, and because of that, some people go through school without having the chance to practice their talent. That will stop because we're going to run it and run it a bit more seriously. I've engaged the Minister for Education, and we would make sure that together the National Sports Authority and Ghana Education Service will collaborate to see to it that school sports improve.
Honorable nominee, my last question. You are my teacher, so my last question to you. You know, when I was in Okudzeto College, I used to run. I was an athlete. And these days, even when you ask some of the students to go and do sports, they even get it very difficult to buy this equipment, like the running shoes and other things. You know, the sports equipment now are very, very expensive. How are you going to support these young ones who have that interest in doing our sports to make Ghana proud?
Well, thank you very much. One of the things I will be pushing will be some level of exemptions for importation of sports equipment that will go directly to either schools or clubs, registered clubs. And they can have an ownership with the National Sports Authority so that individuals cannot use the opportunity to bring in stuff that they will sell in the open market. So we'll work on that and get them some tax exemptions to be able to clear these goods.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minority Leader has a closing comment.
Honorable nominee, there is nothing more from our side. We wish you well. You will hear from us. Chairman will discharge you.
Thank you.
Honorable members, here we don't clap. Please, please. May I proceed to recognize and acknowledge our revered guests. First in my list is Honorable John Kojo Japan, OT Regional Minister, and former OT Regional Chairman. Former Voter Regional Chairman, current OT Regional Chairman, and OT Regional Minister. Mrs. Cynthia Opoku Adams, spouse of the nominee. Mr. William Kate, Chief Director, Ministry of Sports and Recreation. Nana Ajay Tete, Tase Brentuo, Adonti Hini of Buem, and Chief of Jasikan. Nana Kaklamasi Obo Kuma, Bandana Chief of Tetema. Nana Abdulaiti Buati Buaka, Chief of Baglo Buem. Nana Olatidi Opongo, Chief of Jolu Buem. Nana Apobia, Paramount Queen Mother of Buem Traditional Area, Alhaji Abdul Kadir Tanko, Governor of Faidha, Ghana, Mr. Benunu Mensah, Ghana Olympics Committee, Nana Apinkra Kwesi Ewua, AMC Chairman, Asante Kotoko, Mr. Eric Adom, Buem Constituency Chairman, Executives of Sports Federation, Association, and Supporters Union. Our revered guests, you are welcome. Honorable Minister-designate, you are hereby discharged. You hear from the committee.
Well, so that wraps up the vetting for the Minister-designate for Sports and Recreation, Kofi Iddie Adams. That was quite a shorter one. Initially, there were some issues relative to the minority members of the committee. By the time that was put behind the committee, and the committee went ahead and vetted Honorable Kofi Iddie Adams, Member of Parliament for Buem, and then also Minister-designate for Sports and Recreation. And so he and his entourage are leaving the committee room. The next nominee who has taken his seat is Honorable Joseph Nikwe, who is the Minister-designate for Transport. I can see seated closer to him the Minister-designate for Health, Kwabena Minta Akando. From what I gather from the Majority Chief Whip, Roxy Nelson Dafiamepo, there was a list of 7 nominees submitted this morning. The assurance is that the committee will take every single one of them. And so initially, there were some disagreement as to who should go next after Kofi Adams, as to whether Honorable Joseph Nikwe Bukari, the Minister-designate for Transport, should take his seat, or the Health Minister-designate Kwabena Minta Akando should be the one rather taking his seat. It has now been resolved that the committee will attend to the Minister-designate for Transport, but seated right by him is the Minister-designate for Health, Kwabena Minta Akando. It presupposes that after the Transport Minister is discharged, the Health Minister-designate will take his seat. There are a number of protests from the minority members, I must say, that they are unable to attend to all the nominees who had been put on the list, 7 of them, including Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa. I have not spotted him, but like I said, so far the committee has dispatched of 4 nominees. There are 2 currently before the committee. The one seated right now in the hot seat is Joseph Nikwe Bukari, the Transport Minister-designate. And as I said, the Health Minister-designate is equally on standby. And it presupposes that at least the committee today will deal with 6 nominees. 4 dispatched so far, 2 outstanding. 4 dispatched so far, 2 outstanding. Boss. Yes, I just want to find out. Is Honorable, no, a brief one. Is Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa vetting coming on today?
I don't know. I'm not a member of the.
I know.
But that's him.
But do you have communication to that effect?
No, I don't have any.
All right. So yes, that I wanted to establish as to whether Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa's vetting will come on today. Initially, the committee members had indicated that, and I'm talking about the minority members of the committee, that they were not going to take it. Honorable Joseph Nikwe Bukari is taking the oath, so let's defer to the committee. We'll return afterwards.
I, Joseph Bukari Nikwe, do in the name of the Almighty God Swear
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
So help me God.
Honorable Minister-designate, proceed to tell us about yourself in 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am Joseph Bukari Nkwe, a native of Saboba. I did my basic and second cycle education in Saboba, Tamale Polytechnic, certificate in education, Kumasi campus, Winneba for my first degree, Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center for my second degree. I worked with the Ghana Education Service as the technical officer and training officer. I also became a member of the Naloni electoral area in the assembly and also became a member of parliament from 2009 to 2016. I lost the 2016 elections and relaunched my political career in 2020 till date. Mr. Chairman, this is Joseph Bukari Nkwe.
Thank you very much. We'll proceed. I'll give the floor to Honorable Haji Aladi Ayamba.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman.
Our revered guests, please get seated in silence. Let there be some order.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Nominee, congratulations, and I wish you well. Take care of yourself. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I proceed to recognize Honorable Jerry Shaib.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Likwe, congratulations, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Our revered guests, please. Our revered guests, please. Take your seat in silence. Please proceed with your question.
Honorable nominee, could you kindly tell us if you have any plans of ensuring that transport owners, as in commercial transport owners, are properly clothed when they are doing their commercial business, and that littering whilst on vehicles are also stopped? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Transport Owners Association, or the transport operators in our country, play a major role in helping us move from one location to another. The only thing to do is to give them the proper education, such that they will create bins in their vehicles and to give space for passengers to drop anything that they would have used. Thank you, Chairman.
Please, any further question?
Yes, so I also want to find out,
Please proceed to provide your answer.
Honorable nominee, my next question is about airfares and the kind of air buses that ply our area. We've had problems with some planes coming into Ghana, and most of them as compared to some other countries. For instance, planes that fly from maybe Dubai to Nigeria and the ones that fly from Dubai to Ghana, and the type of aircraft, when you normally try any of them. So if you're flying from Dubai to Nigeria and you have to fly from Dubai to Ghana, you see that the aircrafts are very different. And we end up even paying more with reference to airfares. Any assurances on how to deal with this, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The operatives in the aviation center or sector needs constant engagement. They also need for you to improve upon your facilities. For instance, doing business in Ghana airspace sometimes looks very expensive, so they pass on the bills. If we have centers to maintain or for them to refuel and they will not go to any other country, at least doing the cost of business will be reduced and airfares will also have a reduction in them. So when approved by this committee, it is my interest to engage them, such that we look at some of the operational challenges and government address them for them to be able to operate freely in our airspace. Thank you, Chairman.
Chairman, this is a follow-up. So just to bring to your attention that services generally for a lot of aircrafts coming to Ghana are not the best. So just want to find out if you have any plans to ensure that Ghanaians or passengers coming to Ghana and traveling outside Ghana, out of Ghana, are given the best of services.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like I said, it's about engaging the airline operators and letting them know that the services they are rendering to us, we are not pleased with it. Such that they will be able to now review, or you will review together with them. You can create the enabling environment for our passengers or our people to enjoy comfortable travels. Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Chair, I just want to wish the nominee well. As a Sabuba boy, I'm very sure he's going to deliver, and I'm sure the Uche himself is here to support you. I wish you well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I give the floor to Ritana Odolesoa.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
I'll come to you.
I wish to congratulate the nominee. I wish to congratulate the Honorable nominee by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana, and I wish you well in your ministry. I know and I trust that you deliver. God bless you.
Thank you very much. I recognize Dominic Nitiwood, Honorable.
Honorable
former Defense Minister.
Yes. So first of all, let me congratulate you on your nomination to the high office of Transport Minister. You are one of the few people who, across both sides, really doesn't have much problems. That's why you see they are not, even though they will grill you to find out exactly your competence, but character-wise, they don't really have a problem with you. But duty calls. So it's my duty to find out how you are going to handle your position and wish you well. I mean, I'm happy for you. I'm happy for the people of the Sauba area. You are my brother. When it comes to politics, you are here. I want to take your seat. You want to take mine. But I wish you well. And I have to congratulate you for where you have gotten yourselves up to. And I wish you really, really well from the bottom of my heart. But Honorable, You are going to operate in the transport ministry that encompasses all these railway, airports, the roads, the transport area, these buses, all these things. Our people want to ensure that they can travel in safety and in dignity. You have all these transport unions who you are going to manage. You have all these airport people you are going to manage. I want to find out from you how you will be able to put up all these groups of people together to ensure that 4 years down the line, we do not hear issues regarding your ministry when it comes to the issue of transport in this nation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our transport unions in the country, like I said, they've done a lot to help us move, to help us transport our goods. They are the only major players when it comes to the areas of transport. Engagement with respect and openness to them. I would, if approved by this committee, try to establish the relationship between the unions and the ministry, such that we will engage even before any issues of disturbances will arise. So when given the nod, I will continue with the engagement with the unions to ensure that I will help them to solve some of the problems that are affecting them, such that any time we will also have to engage them in the reduction of fares or in the fixing of fares, they will listen to us and act to help Mother Ghana run. Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, the world is changing. In a country like Germany, especially Europe, the United States, China, a lot of countries, they are giving themselves between 2030 and 2035 not to have diesel-run engines on their roads. Especially in Ghana, the previous government wanted to put a policy of running public transport with electric. I want to find out from you, looking into the people of Ghana, which will have drastically reduced transport fares, whether you will continue with that policy when you are giving the nod by Parliament and, of course, sworn in by the President.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I heard the question very well, it's indicating that the past government already ordered some electronic vehicles. If so, we will put them into use, assess them and see whether they are suitable for our conditions. And if they fit our conditions, why not? We will continue to enroll them onto our transport sector. Thank you, Chairman.
So, Mr. Chairman, once again, I want to wish you well. I'm sure that this committee will find favor in you. I want to really wish you well, and also hope that you make sure that you. Oh, as I said before, he's my brother. But once I am here, he's there. So politically, we are directly opposite. But when we get home, we go to the same house. So when we get home, we'll fight in the house. But I wish you really, really well. God bless you.
Thank you, Chairman. It will be a positive fight.
Thank you. I recognize Achikwi.
Okay, my friend. Congrats. Congratulations.
Thank you, leader.
Just one or two questions. I'm concerned about vehicular traffic. And if you scan around the world, city authorities are taking measures to control vehicular traffic and movement of public transport. You can bring London and other cities in wake, where the movement of private vehicles to city centers attract some extra taxation or some payment of some funds, Traffic congestion is a problem and a challenge in our transport sector. It impacts on economic activity, movement of goods, people here and there. It's a challenge. Have you reverted your mind about it? and going into this very important ministry, what kind of solutions do you have to address this?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you look at our transport sector, it is only the road transport that is being patronized the most. Sometimes the air transport, leaving the rail and then the sea transport. If I'm approved by this committee, we will engage the private sector to also venture into the sea transport, the rail transport, such that we can ease our roads, or maybe we'll have alternative means of travel to get our roads decongested. So, Chairman, if I'm approved, these are some of the things we are going to be doing to ensure that we have an effective and efficient transport system in our country. Thank you.
Honorable, this is the last one, the very last. What is your appreciation of the Buankra Inland Project? I'm sure you have had some briefing on it. If you are not, well, you are the technical person. If you are not comfortable to speak to it, fine. But if you are, what kind of facts can you share? And going to the ministry, what assurance can you give to Ghanaians that indeed is something you are going to follow through to see to its completion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Buankra Inland Port, as present, is about 75% complete, meaning that it is still having some works to be done. But the operational challenges are that we do not have any railway lines to the Buankra port. And so we still rely on cargo trucks by road. When I'm given the approval by you, the next thing to do is to engage the private sector, so that we can get them to invest in the railway to Buankra to Kumasi, so that they can cut bulk cargo and passengers to the Buankra port and from Buankra port up to Kumasi. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I proceed to recognize Honourable Minority Leader.
Honourable nominee, first, you're welcome to our hearing one more time.
Thank you, Leader. Chairman.
So, were you aware of this portfolio prior to your being nominated?
No, Chairman.
Have you received briefings on this portfolio after your nomination?
Yes, Chairman.
Which agencies are you going to have under your ministry?
Mr. Chairman, I will have the air sector, the road sector, the rail sector, and the marine sector. Thank you, Chairman.
Honorable nominee, I wish you well. You will hear from the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. My brother, Nikwe Kaula.
Alafi, Chairman.
Aman Alafi.
Chairman, Mala Alafi.
Congratulations. Let me proceed to recognize and acknowledge our revered guests. First on my list is Peace Mahama. spouse of the nominee. Ucha Bobo Mataboan. Adolf Ali John. H.E. Moses Bukari. Mabingba. No, I am pronouncing what is here. Mabingban. George B. Umbe, Constituency Chairman. Bosoji Wise, Constituency Secretary. Omega Timothy, Constituency Organizer. Salamatu Luko, Constituency Women Organizer. Nantin Muyo and Roland M. Kofi. You are most welcome. We have Director from the Ministry of Transport. And we have the transport operators, GPRTU, GRTCC. We have directors from agencies of the Ministry of Transport. We have the Northern Youth Organizer, Mumuni. We have Amuzu Joseph, former Vice Chairman, NDC Northern Region. We have Nuru Abdullah, Special Aid to the MP. We have Peter Adam Ukai, a friend to the nominee. Our revered guests, you are welcome. Honorable nominee, you hear from the committee, and we thank you for attending upon the committee and to answer questions. Surely you hear from us. You are hereby discharged.
Thank you, Chairman. So that draws the curtain. That draws the curtain on the nominee for the Transport Ministry, Honorable Joseph Nikpe Bukari, who has just been discharged. Let's engage a few people who followed. This is the Constituency Communications Officer. Introduce yourself.
Please, my name is Aminu, the Constituency Communication Officer.
What do you make of the performance of your MP?
Splendid. We see that the Honorable Member Joseph Bukari Mumpe has exhibited a lot of knowledge when it comes to the transport system. He has exhibited a lot of knowledge when it comes to working the human relationship. The Transport Ministry solely has a challenge of how to manage the transport owners and sometimes the accident issues. And you saw the way and manner he has articulated questions that were posed to him relative to those issues. He has shown enough strength when it comes to the particular sector. So for me, I think he has done fantastically well when it comes to that particular sector.
Okay. Thank you very much. What you are witnessing is a commotion there with the minority members of the committee, led by the leader and the ranking member for the committee, insisting that the two outstanding nominees, Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa for Foreign Affairs and then also Kwabena Kando for Health, will not be attended to. The two of them have actually taken their seats here, and they've been here for a while now. The minority members of the committee insist that they are not willing to allow the process to continue for these two individuals to be attended to. And that is the commotion you are seeing there. As a result, they have activated their microphones. And once the microphones are activated, the chairman is disabled from being able to communicate to the committee for the president.
They should walk out. Micro minority, they should walk out.
Well, so there you heard somebody indicating that if the minority members of the committee are tired, they should walk out. And you hear Alexander Kwamina Fenyomakin blaming the clerk of the committee regarding what is happening. And so it's quite serious here. It's quite serious here with the minority members of the committee who are having none of what is happening. Honorable, what's happening?
They want to smuggle other people. That was not the agreement. The agreement was that we're supposed to do vet only for people. We have done 6 now. Why? We are tired. We want to go home.
10 o'clock is not healthy. When they normally are going to vet the health, you have to be healthy enough to be able to do. Look, we wish that we could do it, but I think health-wise, looking at the ages of all the members of parliament, I think it has to be a healthy discussion. I don't think that's what the minority is saying.
Honorable, what's the challenge?
The challenge is that there was an agreement between leadership of this committee that they are going to vet only 4 nominees. After the 4 nominees, we agree for additional 1 person, and once that is to work out, we are going to stay here and make sure that there's no any vetting until tomorrow.
And so there you have it. That's the concern of the minority members who are saying that first they will not work out, but 2, they will not allow the process to continue for the 2 outstanding nominees to be vetted. And the outstanding nominees, one of them is Minister Akando, who has taken his seat already. And what's happening is that the proceedings have been disrupted, and the minority members insist that the vetting would not be done, but the majority members insist that the vetting will take place. And so that is the reason for the commotion you are seeing here. Like I said, all the microphones are activated, and as a result, the chairman doesn't even have. And in fact, the desk itself is being impacted by the decision, and so it's been quite chaotic here, to be honest with you. And the insistence is that the process would not go on. The process will not go on. The clerk for the committee, Madam Gifty, has been accused of bad faith, and that the agreement was that a number of nominees be vetted, and after that the process be brought to an end till tomorrow. But then that is not what is happening, and as a result, the minority insists that the process would not continue. The process will not continue. Yes, and so Afenyo insists that they are not doing it, the minority leader, and that they are not going to walk out, but then nobody will be allowed to do it. Yes, and so the minority leader insists that the process would not happen, and that the process would not go on today. The minority doesn't intend staging a walkout, but of course, yes, that the exercise will not go on today, and the exercise will not go on, but then
Do your work.
Chaotic here. Not take place, and like I said, the 2 outstanding nominees are Minister Akando for health, and the insistence is that this will not happen, and this will not take place, and so. commotion here, this commotion here, that has almost turned into a brawl. That has almost turned into a brawl. That has almost turned into a brawl. That has almost turned into a brawl, and it's getting quite nasty here. 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 And the scenes here are quite disturbing. The scenes here are quite disturbing. The scenes here are quite disturbing, I must say. But of course, cool heads are not prevailing. Cool heads are not prevailing. Cool heads are not prevailing. And that's what we are witnessing. Members of Parliament are holding tables, insisting that the process be disrupted and that there should not be any room for anybody to contemplate vetting. And the minority is insisting and making sure that that doesn't happen. And as you can see, it's a tug of war. It's a tug of war. It's a tug of war here. It's a tug of war here. It's a tug of war here. And if care is not taken, somebody might get injured in the process. Somebody might get injured in the process. Somebody might get injured in the process. Somebody might get injured. In fact, the public address system, the public address system has been destroyed, and Michael Ochilbefi has his temper very high here. Like I said, the public address system, in fact, some of them have actually been destroyed. And even if this ends, I can tell you that tomorrow this place might not be ready for the exercise to continue, because in the process I've seen some of the public address systems here that have been destroyed. And so it's safe to say that even if this exercise is abandoned today, there's no guarantee that this particular place will be ready tomorrow for this exercise to continue. And it's quite chaotic here. It's quite chaotic here. And what you are witnessing is, I can say, it's much more chaotic than what we witnessed about 4 years ago during the election of the speaker. The table has been broken, and the public address system has been destroyed. And I can tell you that, as I mentioned, even if members of Parliament decide to return tomorrow, the facilities here will not be ready for the exercise to continue. So the bench has actually been broken. The table has been broken, and this place has been vandalized. And you hear Frank Anodomprey and co insisting that they should do it now that the place has been turned upside down. And I can count not less than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 and more police officers. But of course, the police officers here are ensuring that force is not used. So what they're doing is that they are calming the tempest down and then ensuring that nobody gets hurt, because it's quite chaotic, and in the process somebody might get hurt. And so that's what's happening. There are still engagement. I've seen the majority leader, the minority leader still here. I've seen Collins Dauda, I've seen Dominic Nitu, the majority chief with Roxy Nelson Dafiameko, Samia Uku. I've seen many here who are attempting to explain what each side thinks is the right thing that must be done. But of course, the minority members are having none of that. The tables have been turned. These are scenes that before the 2020 happening on the floor of Parliament. You say you witness these happenings from other parliaments. It happened in 2020, and we thought this will not repeat itself. Well, there's another episode here. which is quite much more chaotic than what we witnessed on the 6th and to 7th of January 2020. And so, if you ask me, I can tell you that unless this exercise continues without the public address system, this particular committee room 1 and 2 cannot be ready to either continue the process or even return to the process tomorrow. That's exactly what is happening. And so, yes, if you have just tuned in, what you are witnessing is not a jamboree. What you are witnessing is not a night of power by vandals in Commonwealth Hall. No, this is the same place that ministers that have served in the Fourth Republic, ministers that have occupied offices since the beginning of the Fourth Republican dispensation were here. This was the exact committee room where they were vetted. I can report to you that that particular committee room has now been turned upside down because the minority insists that they are no longer able to engage in the process of vetting the nominees of President John Dramani Mahama. They, however, insist that the exercise be truncated for it to resume tomorrow. The majority members insist that no way, if the minority members are tired, they should take leave of the committee, and the committee will be properly constituted, and the committee is well constituted to carry on with its activities. The minority will have none of that. It insists that over its dead body, nobody is vetting anybody, and the process will be truncated. And so there's a standoff here in Parliament. There's a standoff here in Parliament, and it doesn't look like this standoff will be resolved any moment from now, because the outstanding nominees, 2 of them are here. I can see Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa here. Kwabena Minteh Akando has taken his seat, and he's sweating, and that to the extent that he has a handheld fan in his hand, and the place is choked because members of the public who came to accompany their friends, their MPs, their party members for this exercise to take place have also decided to stay behind and witness what is happening. And it's been chaotic. In fact, to use the word chaos will be an understatement. There's no movement whatsoever. This is a total standoff. And of course, there is a conversation going on. Yeah. 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 Yes. Yes. So you heard Gavin Kwame Abuja indicating and communicating to the minority members that the majority side has tolerated the minority side for far too long. On its own, the majority side has quorum to transact any and every business, and that is out of respect and out of magnanimity that the majority members have always relayed and then extended a hand of working relationship to the minority side. Some agreement has been reached. Some level of agreement has been reached, and now the communication from the minority side, especially from its leader, is that the committee members return to sit for a proper communication to be sent. So, as you can see, there is some level of de-escalation at the side of the minority as to whether the table will be able to stand on its feet again, because the legs, in fact, 2 legs of the table are broken. So once the table is being carried away, that is the casualty of the chaos witnessed. The table you are seeing is a casualty of the chaos that you witness here. You can see 2 legs of this table totally dismantled and annihilated. And so that table is gone, but again, the remnants of the destruction will still be there, and that is the public address system. The microphones have equally been destroyed. Many of them have been broken, as you can see. But of course, so the other table at the other side that managed to survive the chaos, the anarchy, has been moved to the center. Has been moved to the center for the process to return to normalcy. For the process to return to normalcy. Whatever that means, after it's all said and done, I'm sure the chairman will communicate to the hearing of members of the public and everybody here in gathered. And so there you have it. Some level of understanding has been reached. I've seen the majority leader, Mahama Ayariga, take his seat. I've seen the Rose Minister, Governor Kwame Agoja, take his seat. But Collins Dauda is equally engaging the members. I can see that the chairman and the ranking member have both taken their seats. And so there is some semblance of normalcy returned. Some semblance of normalcy returned. And so from what we're witnessing, I'm sure the members, especially on the minority side, will sit and then listen to the leadership. Listen to the leadership. And so basically that is what we are witnessing here. There is some semblance of normalcy that has returned. So if the public address system is still functional, which I doubt, because many of them had been broken, and I'm talking about the speakers had been broken. And so what is going to happen is that we're going to have Mahama Ayariga, the majority leader, attempt speaking directly without using the public address system. Because the microphones are not working. Because the microphones are not working.
Please listen. Please. Can you ensure silence at the back?
Let's move and try to get a clearer sound from the majority leader, Mahama Ayariga, who is unable to use the public address system because it's dysfunctional, it's been broken. Many of them have been broken. So let's hear from the majority leader, Mahama Ayariga.
Please. When you start with I am very, very sorry that are being projected to the rest of the country and to the world. The whole world knows that Ghana has one of the most beautiful and functioning democracies. The Ghana Parliament remains an envy of many parliaments. We've had an election that was so beautiful, the losing side conceded, and the whole world acclaimed us, and you could see that by the number of heads of states who came to witness the transition. So please, let us not destroy that image, that enviable image that we have carved for ourselves to the rest of the world as a beautiful, functioning democracy. I am pleading with all sides. As you can see, we would have continued, but logistically, it is no longer possible to continue. Logistically, the microphones have all been destroyed. And you know that with the microphones destroyed, it will be difficult for the media to carry the proceedings live on their various stations. They may carry the image, but they cannot carry the voice. And vetting is about assessing and evaluating the nominee. As it is now, we in this room may be able to assess and evaluate them by hearing them, but the rest of the country will not be able to do that. The technical staff have closed and they have gone home. And so there's no way, in fact, even if they were here, the distraction of some of the machines here cannot be easily replaced tonight. So for that reason, it is practically impossible to continue with the vetting. So I am pleading with all sides, that we should bring proceedings to an end, and tomorrow, given that the facilities here have been destroyed, by morning we will designate a new location within the House to continue with the vetting of the nominees. But before I end, let me caution everybody that, you see, all of us have supporters out there. All of us need to satisfy our supporters. And so when we are vetting, let's make good use of the time allocated to us so that we can be efficient, we can vet as many people as possible, so that we can have the ministers at the various ministries functioning and delivering on the commitments that Ghanaians endorsed at the polls by the way they voted. So I am pleading with members of the committee, and I will have discussions with my colleague, the minority leader, so that we can come to some conclusion on the time allocation and how long we take to vet individual nominees. So please, I'm pleading with you. Because what we have done today, we have seriously damaged our reputation as a parliament. It will take us a lot of effort to redeem ourselves. But I know that Ghanaians can forgive, and they will forgive us. But going forward, let us be decent when we are doing the vetting. It is not right to spend 3 hours, 4 hours questioning a nominee. It is not right. It provokes a lot of people. I'm not saying we shouldn't ask nominee questions, but let's be moderate in our approach. I can understand the passions and the anger informing the decision to continue, even though today you have done so well. Indeed, today you had scheduled to vet 3 people. You agreed among yourselves and then made it 4. Then you agreed among yourselves and you extended it to 6. Unfortunately, the developments now makes it difficult to continue and implement the agreement. So I'm pleading with you, bear with us. We're ending proceedings, and tomorrow we'll continue. Meanwhile,
what if they come tomorrow and they do the same thing? Will you stop? They insisted that there will be no pressure. We decided to become today. You tell us how many people we vote.
Please, we know where the instructions are coming. Please. So we are ending it. So please, because the machines can no longer function, they've been destroyed. We'll look into that matter, and so we are adjourning to tomorrow at what time? 10 o'clock? We are adjourning to tomorrow at 10 o'clock. At 9 o'clock. So we are adjourning to 9 o'clock tomorrow morning at the Speakers Conference Room. And we are cautioning the nominees.
Don't come with any.
We are cautioning the nominees. We are cautioning the nominees. The Speakers Conference Room is small. There isn't enough space in the Speakers Conference Room. So please, nominees, don't bring people, because there's no space in the Speakers Conference Room to accommodate the numbers that this conference room can accommodate. So thank you very much. Let's go.
So that is the majority leader, Mahama Erga. Let's hear from the minority leader, Alexander Kwamena Afenyo Michael Martin, if he has a word to share with the public. So find out from the minority leader word or two to share what the public.
We're going to control that.
Yes. So, all right. So, let's.
Caucus meeting next time.
Yes. So, yes. Let's.
Well, for me, we have our right to ask the relevant questions. You are aware that some of the nominees, we don't even ask them questions. Where we have to ask the relevant questions, we will ask. Nothing will stop us from asking the necessary questions. It's not every nominee. Some of their nominees spend 5 minutes. NDC is always up to intimidating people. They think that they must always bully. We will not accept any bully. They can call us micro-minority. They can say whatever they want to say. We've been cooperating with them. Today we agreed to do 3. The clerk to the committee is a partisan clerk. Indeed, she is a typical NDC. She agrees with them, and then she advertises and informs people to come. All the practice has always been that chairman ranking would agree as to who and who will come. Yesterday, there was no agreement. The chairman was with me, no meeting. Then in the night, 10 p.m., the clerk advertised 10. This morning, my deputy was here. They had a pre-sitting. They agreed to 3. Later in the afternoon, they said 4. And then again, they said that, oh, let's compromise on 1 more. We said, okay. Then he made it 5. Just as we finished the 5th, we realized that they've paraded several other nominees, dressed, and then they thought that we will boycott. We will not boycott. We will not boycott. We will not boycott. I'm saying that we will not boycott. Thank you very much.
What do you have tomorrow?
We've agreed. We agreed by consensus to take it up tomorrow at 9 o'clock. We have cooperated with them. We'll continue to cooperate with them, but will not allow ourselves to be bullied. It's as simple as that. And nobody can attempt to limit as to the number of questions we ask a nominee. Some of their nominees, they come begging, and then within 2 minutes you are gone. For those that we want to take critical action on, you say we should, railroad everybody. It cannot happen. Please.
It depends on your responses. All right? Yeah. Your responses will also determine how long you stay here.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
All right. So that's basically it. Minority leader Alexander Kwamena Afenyo Markin speaking to us and indicating that now nobody can intimidate the minority. Nobody can seek to limit the number of questions the leader will ask. The leader has limitless opportunities to ask questions, and that's exactly what will happen. Let me briefly, Honorable Dominic Nitiu is in a conversation with the minority leader. But of course, there is a final resolution to everything that transpired. Honorable, did this come to you as a surprise?
Very big surprise because they had agreed to take a certain number, and now our people even added 2 more people. So I was very surprised that this is happening because they said, bring our candidate at 9 o'clock tomorrow, we'll be here to vote him. I don't think they should remember they are running government. I don't think this should have been an issue. They are running government. Between today and tomorrow, what's the use of a bravado that I am in charge? It's not necessary at all. It's simply not necessary. The minority will need majority will need minority. So I don't see why we should be fighting. Because they said they'll close at 4. It's 10 p.m. and our people cooperated up to this. And they kept insisting that, okay, transport was not being part, but we'll do transport. And now, I don't think there should have been an issue at all.
Will anybody be fair in saying that this house has become very chaotic? We witnessed that in the 8th Parliament, the 9th Parliament.
I hope it doesn't continue. But if the attitude is that we have numbers, it will continue. And I don't think it's good for Ghana.
Thank you very much. Dominic Nitu, Member of Parliament for Bimbilla and former Defense Minister. And of course, so what you witness is exactly what you witness. Once again, the Parliament of Ghana has become very chaotic. Once again, Parliament of Ghana has become very chaotic. And so let's continue to engage the individuals here to find out what exactly is happening. So they are hooting at the members of the minority who were walking out.
Majority hunu say na yenya no. Majority hunu ya campaign ya to aba. Yenim say yenya leaders on ba boaye. Majority ani age say overwhelm majority. Say majority na yenya majority hunu. Dey no mutiaye since day one and afenyo market status so misbehave. Afenyo market status so misbehave since day one. Ya was here ho. Ya can leaders they took out for granted. What you say? Omo for granted. And I heard the akoso ha. Omo mi nipa miensa. Veti no omo mi nipa miensa. Ayo na bo Okudzeto Ablakwa. Sam George ana Honorable Akando. All because the time na opposition na they are vocal. What you say? Not because they are vocal. What you say? Not because they are akoso no omo ye vocal. Eti vocal na no omo ye nitino. And no man me on my day. At all, and what me spend 6 good hours. I want you papa akoso. Question obusa nyina unnecessary questions. The time when now oba so obusa normal question no. Na time I dey. Time aso wie. Time oba so obusa normal question na time I dey. Time aso wie.
Na uka say mo majority useless. E dey na nko mo nye.
Me say enya useless. Me ga say enya useless o. Me say ye hu say eye overwhelm majority any enyaye eno but omba no omajeja omo ho ama minority fo no
e dey na nko omunye
da bi na dey akoso afa
kwa nko omun kubi
da bi enye to kwede da bi o kwesi bi o busa entasumu kwesi bi o ho entasumu o ti ase kwesi bi o entasumu
chairman uche Mahama should appoint narcotic control board chairman. When Mahama appoint narcotic control board chairman, the minority will stop what they're doing.
Why do you think
it's a proverb?
Really?
It's a proverb. Mahama should appoint narcotic control board. The minority will stop what they are doing. Simple. It's a proverb.
Yes, supporters in India, and I can say, Omupo, Minister Bia, President Mahama, you know, Omunti Minister qualify Bia, you come on what in pain. Honorable problem Takando, Health Minister, Obayani, your COVID is Kano Mudi Yanity. COVID skanu amudi yeni to omusro omoya dan honorable wababa eti ya supporters dia meme frizo aboso ana me bae mampi no eti e ka jo mo se ye be sanda atra ye be sanda habiem womupa omumla omupa omunyai
mi wo bi kapa mi wo bi pa de omuye na entwaye your honorable ntina free safinu ho aba ha ne ye hemfo ne manumfo no sofo no maye obi ade aduru no so amose munye ne de entwaye kura entwaye nsa omose china ye beba omope amonye den yenya ponte ne de obekọ ni na ye benya abotra ma ye ho na china no ne ye ba ne bibia to ye enso de afanyo ma chili ye ne de enye on sakre na dwene no na entimi mbua ye wo Ghana ha I am very disappointed in the scene, looking at the behavior of the minority. Especially, I saw the likes of Ahmed, the minority ship, turning tables around, preventing its arrangement. It's uncouth. And I, for one, with my chiefs, elders coming from North Town to come and throw our support for Honorable Okudzeto Ablakwa. We've been here since morning, and to see this spectacle of disgrace is unbefitting on all of them. Look at the likes of Anodompre and how they were behaving. It is unbecoming of a politician to be doing that. What does it leave for the younger ones to also emulate? Look at the likes of Honorable Apeyu Makin. Look at how they were conducting themselves. For me, I see it as a necessary thing, and then a waste of everybody's time. Look at the harm they have caused to public property. And so what kind of signal are they sending to us? For me, I am very disappointed as a Ghanaian today. I am very disappointed in the people in the minority whom most people look up to, and I want to say that at least the speaker should intervene in this, and if there are any sanctions whatsoever, sanctions should be meted out to them. They are not above the law. They've destroyed public property, they've wasted people's time, and all these people have to now book accommodation, sleep over, and then it is a tax on our, it's a burden on our MPs, it's a burden on the citizenry, it's a burden on the Ghanaian. Look at the destruction of the cables. It is unbefitting. For me, when I see the likes of Ahmed behave like that, I wonder, I wish I had the power to also maybe physically react. It would have been meckier.
Will you have ways that your party MPs reacted physically as well?
Oh, for me, an eye for an eye leaves the world blind. Okay, so I don't commend that should be done. Okay, but you see, they must also elevate the standard for us, the young ones, to also emulate. So for me, I see that it is just very highly condemnable and must not be tolerated. Do you have anything to add?
Oh, Master, my boss has already said it all. It is wrong. I'm telling you, upon your Maki's leadership, if this will continue like this, then we those in the NDC will advise ourselves.
What are you going to do?
We know what to do.
What are you going to do?
We know what we did before we win the election by what? We won the election by 1.7 million votes. So he should wait for us.
Is that a threat?
Yeah, it's not a threat. It's not a threat. But what they did today, destroying state properties, he should wait for us. This is just the beginning. You understand? This is just the beginning.
All right.
Yes. You see, the minority can walk out of parliamentary proceedings. You can walk out.
They say they don't want to work out.
If they don't want to work out, you can't put the program at stake.
All right. So finally, we've been talking about properties that have been destroyed. This is one of them. There are a number of them that have been broken, right? And so this is not working. And that's how come Muhammad Arga had to address us using the matter of his voice without necessarily having to use the microphones here or the public address system. This is the reason why the sitting cannot happen here tomorrow, but it's rather happening at the speaker's conference room, because these microphones have been broken and it cannot be fixed between today and tomorrow, and that's how come the committee has had to relocate. And so just as the lights are going off from us here at the vandalized committee room 1 and 2, my name is Ibrahim Al Hassan.